Chapter 1. Comprehensive Man, Signing to Infinite Dragon God at the Start. Author, Luo Yuqianqian. Traveling through the world of High School of Devil, Su Yang obtained the God-level sign-in system, and he signed to Orpheus at the beginning. Congratulations to the host for the reward: the 10 incarnations of Vishnu from the origin of Hakata. Incarnate as the spirit fish Matthias, in the form of a box boat, an endless world is shaken by a wave. Incarnate into the world Longzhu limo, carry the world on your back, and walk in the endless sea of stars. That month of Nangong, did the gods of the foreign land come to me to fulfill the contract? Panicking. Amelia, Yang Jun is my knight. Tornado, he is just a collector of other people's things. Orpheus, I, the contractor. Su Yang, Orpheus, don't do this, I am not a dragon knight. Although you have become a god, please don't believe in me. If it's a girl, it's okay. Alchemy High School blood devouring furious attack, box court return to 1, daily extraordinary. Chapter 1 System awakens. The difference between Rias and Sana. Juwang Academy is an ordinary academy in the human world. At this time, Su Yang, an ordinary student of Juwang College, was reading in the student union. Jun Yang. Today's student union will also be closed. You have worked so hard, Jun Yang. At the table representing the highest authority of the students in this college, a demure girl raised her eyes and said calmly. Although she didn't check the time, she knew that it was time to close the school. After closing the school gate, the school is the world of the student union and the supernatural research department, and it is not Su Yang, an ordinary student in her eyes, who can participate. Boom, Su Yang gently closed the book in his hand, and a trace of excitement flashed through his black eyes. President, excuse me, see you tomorrow. Su Yang stood up, and bowed slightly to Dra Kang Na. He has a face that looks like a finely crafted face and a pretty nose. The corners of the lips are perfect, with a slight smile on his face. It's not the kind of face that is shocking, it's a look that gets more and more enduring. Well, Yang Jun, goodbye. Looking at the already empty campus, Zhaiki Kangna showed a slight hesitation in his face. Crack. With a soft sound, Su Yang closed the door of the student union, the door made of the best Nanmu, estimated to be millions of dollars. Wow! After Su Yang left, countless little bats flew in the student union room, and gradually condensed into a senior sister who looked like a ridge and a peak. Zhenluo Chunji, the vice president of the student union, appeared in front of the Dra Kangna. President, do you want to accept Su Yang as a family member? Zhenluo Chunji, as a good best friend of Kangna, saw the meaning of withdrawing Kangna from the beginning. She could see the slight hesitation clearly. Tsubaki Heim, it's the first time I have met an opponent who can beat me in chess, and his personal ability is also very strong. Besides having no magic talent and no artifacts, he is definitely a perfect reincarnation target. She has been hesitating ever since she defeated her when she enrolled in Su Yang and successfully joined the student union. If possible, she hopes that her rare opponent will not only have a human lifespan of 100 years, but will be able to accompany her for a long time. So how about accepting him as a family member? Chun Ji said calmly. She was also very satisfied with Su Yang. She joined the student union as a human being and completed various scheduling and tasks with ease. She even doubted that if Su Yang were the president of the student union, it would be better to govern than with Dra Kangna. No, forget it, you should know my position, every demon piece of mine is very important. Withdrawing Kangna stopped halfway through, and she thought of a possibility. Tsubaki-ji, you said that with Yang Jun's powerful wisdom, if you have Akukasama's skills and procedures, you should have enough abilities. While speaking, she even got a little excited. Akiuka, one of the current 4 demon kings, has achieved the strength of a transcendent by virtue of the powerful overlord formula. Of course, the outside world does not know this, but thinks that he has the strength of the demon king. Listening to Sangna's words, Zhenluo Chunji raised his eyes silently. President, that is another demon king, are you sure you want to do this? Asking for help from the other majesty of the demon king, even if it is a transaction, it will have an impact on the prestige of Sister Kangna. In her opinion, it is not worthwhile to use the reduced reputation of the Leviathan demon to exchange for a young unknown future, even if Seraphuz is extremely doting own sister. I'll go back to the underworld in a while, that's it. Withdrawing from Kangna, she has always been a young girl with active power. Maybe it was because she met the opposite for the first time that made her heart beat. Well, it's not the emotion of appearance, but the emotion of ability and character. At this time, the young man who had drawn Kang Na's heart and mind walked out of the teaching building. Su Yang suppressed his excitement. If he were not depressed, he felt that he would definitely jump up in excitement at this time. After so many years of absorbing, his system finally awakened. When he had just crossed, he learned that he had awakened the system and was absorbing the energy of this world to activate. Who knows, this absorption is more than 10 years, this is when he did his best to speed up the progress. 10 years ago, an ordinary foreign couple came to Juwang College and gave birth to a child named Su Yang. At that time, Su Yang's system had already been activated. Ding! God sign-in system is activated. Activation progress, 0, 1, and 1%. Then Su Yang discovered one thing, where the spiritual power, magic power, or curse power is sufficient, the activation speed will be much faster. Therefore, he was admitted to the Juwang Academy in this town. Even though Juwang College was rebuilt from a girls' school, he easily enrolled with his excellent grades and extremely high deviation values. Chapter 2. After enrolling, he felt the obvious acceleration of the system startup. Because there are several superior demons in Juwang Academy, at least including Rias, withdrawing Sana, Heim Shima Juno, and Shinra Tsubaki Heim have 4. The magic power released by a large number of demons can greatly accelerate the activation of the system. However, he still felt that it was not fast enough, so he joined the student union and waited until the end of the work before returning home every day. The reason why he didn't join the supernatural research department was simple, because Rias was really talented, and compared to the ability and tactics to capture Sana, Rias could be called a fool. Just look at the configuration in the future. Queen Lias is the daughter of a fallen angel Qadr, with 2 attributes of thunder and light. 2 knights, Kaibayutu has a great potential artifact, Zenobia was a powerful holy swordsman before joining. 2 chariots, one is the almost extinct Mandrill, and the other is the extremely powerful Nordic Valkyrie. 2 monks, one is the smile holder of the Virgin, the top nanny, the other is the holder of the magic eye that stops the world, and is also the top control artifact. The last Hyudoise is the holder of the goddess. So, Su Yang, who knew how many caddies he was, chose to withdraw Kangna. Chapter 2. In Kangna, as long as he has the ability, it is still possible to join the student union. In Rias, there is no talent, not a demon. Do you still want to join the supernatural research department? Sorry, are you kidding me? In short, with a chess bet, Su Yang successfully joined the student union. 1 year after joining the student union, just now, Su Yang finally successfully turned on the system. Ding! Download finished. Congratulations to the host for opening the God-level sign-in system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in. Sign-in level, King. Sign-in location, the head of the infinite dragon Orpheus. Sign-in time limit, 1 hour. I'm going. Su Yang's own personality is extremely calm, but in this situation he almost couldn't help but explode. I go. Do you know that Orpheus is estimated to be under the protection of the group of disasters? Did you tell me to break in with a group of heroes and the old Demon King faction to die? I think I need an explanation. Su Yang said silently. Ding! The place to sign in is a place that the host must be able to reach within the time limit. Please pay attention to your surroundings. Okay. Su Yang sighed. But what's the matter with this sign-in level? Ding. Sign-in levels are divided into 5 levels: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, king sign-in, and the rewards are ranked higher. The more advanced sign-in, the lower the probability of appearance. There are daily check-ins every day. The more daily check-ins, the greater the probability of triggering advanced check-ins. In other words, this is the highest level sign-in. Su Yang swallowed. He had to admit that he was indeed heartbroken. Yes, it is. Danger and opportunity coexist. Besides, in Orpheus' eyes, he should be like an ant, so, should it be okay? Su Yang comforted himself. We don't think about whether we can complete the sign-in. We have to consider what happened after meeting Orpheus. Su Yang decided to first calculate the distance he could reach within an hour. Now it is centered on Zhuwang Academy. If he runs at full speed, he can now run 15 km an hour, which is within 15 km of Zhuwang Academy gate. Excluding the tortuous road, an irregular figure was quickly formed in Su Yang's mind. Since he was a child, he has amazing calculation ability and memory ability. He easily projected the map of Zhuwang town into his brain. Then, after a few seconds, Su Yang opened his eyes again. The highest place here should be there. Su Yang ran towards a bell tower. There is a place where you can see the whole picture as much as possible. Hey, hey, hey. Upon reaching the bell tower, Su Yang silently substituted other factors. Factors that affect the probability of Orpheus appearing. Substitute the character that Orpheus has shown in the high school dramas so far, substituting the regular flow of people in Zhuwang town, substituting the various facilities in Zhuwang town in your memory, substituting. This powerful computing power may be Su Yang's talent. If he is in the ordinary world, he must have become a top god. In fact, his current net worth is quite amazing, but the high school is a world full of gods and monsters. Maybe if someone else fights, he will hang up inexplicably, and the memory of the remaining people will be erased, and even the proof of their existence will almost disappear. Okay. These are these places. Su Yang successfully calculated these places, which is not difficult for him at all. Chapter 3. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 10 minutes. Su Yang watched silently from the bell tower. Suddenly, Su Yang's eyes widened. He found it. Found it. Quickly, he ran towards the target location from under the clock tower. A few minutes later, Su Yang saw the girl. No, it was the loli to be precise. The cute dragon loli who has been staring at a big box in the game hall. Her skin is soft and white, and her black hair looks extremely quiet against the backdrop of gothic loli clothes. She wears a pair of black shoes on her slender feet, and her long hair makes people look a little petite. There was a trace of emotion in his eyes for a long time. Su Yang, who is proficient in psychology, understood her emotions instantly. This emotion is called desire. Following Orpheus's gaze, Su Yang saw a doll grasping machine. Ah, is it so old-fashioned? Is it so easy for girls to be attracted by the dolls in the doll machine? Su Yang couldn't help but vomit. Then, after a little thought, he walked towards the claw machine. Ding! 1. He only exchanged 1 game coin at the front desk. Throwing the game currency into the claw machine, with the cartoon sound, the hook on it began to sway from left to right. It's this time. This kind of claw machine is generally dead. The store will specifically set a value that will not drop. Before reaching this value, no matter how many times, the caught claws will eventually loosen. The Black Hearts shop will even be set to 100 directly, that is to say, the paw will not loosen half of the center once after 100 catches. Crack! Sure enough, when it was about to exit, the claw on the claw machine was released. Boom! At this moment, Su Yang gently shook the claw machine. The doll that was swaying from the left to the right and falling towards the exit suddenly increased in acceleration. And then, just so perfectly fell on the exit. In Orpheus's slightly envious eyes, Su Yang silently took the doll out of it. This kind of calculation, compared to calculating where Orpheus would appear, is simply the gap between college math problems and elementary school math problems. Orpheus' eyes were very calm. It's always sticking to the doll in Su Yang's hands. Under Orpheus's gaze, Su Yang slowly walked in front of Orpheus. Is this what you want? Su Yang smiled. Orpheus, perhaps the best powerhouse in high school? Of course. There must be danger. Without speaking, Orpheus just nodded his head. Under the sunset, a pair of slender and flawless snow feet were exposed in the sunset, seeming to want to move forward, but stopped in the center again. The soft warm light slid across her feet slowly, like running water, flowing quietly on her body, as if it gave her a faint brilliance. I think you seem to be watching it all the time, do you want this? Su Yang asked again. Okay. This time, Orpheus nodded. Chapter 3. If you want, I will give this to you, lovely little sister. Without noticing Orpheus' hostility, Su Yang handed out this little black and white doll. This animal is called a panda, you can also call it panda, it is a mysterious animal from the east. That's right, Orpheus, the infinite dragon god, was attracted by the panda at the beginning, and even now, his eyes have been fixed on the panda. The mysterious animal panda from the east, even the infinite dragon will be cute and terrifying. Orpheus said calmly, a slight urgency flashed in his calm eyes. She stretched out a small hand. Finally, she ran into that cute, furry little thing. Juvenile, what do you want? Playing with the little panda in his hand, Orpheus said with his usual attitude of the infinite dragon god. The posture of the so-called infinite dragon god is a trace of majesty in endless peace. Hey! Su Yang raised his eyebrows. The tribute deserves what it deserves. Orpheus's cherry lips opened slightly, showing the majesty that the infinite dragon god should have. Then I want this. Chapter 4. In Orpheus's calm eyes, Su Yang stretched out his hand towards her. She wanted to see what this weak human being wanted to do. Even if Cao directly used the strongest holy spear to liberate Ba Hui and stabbed her, she would not have any reaction. Suddenly, a wave of warmth came from her head, and Orpheus looked up. That human teenager touched her head unexpectedly. No creature has ever done anything like this to her, but it feels good? It seems there is a smell of sunshine? Very reassuring. Suddenly, Orpheus' small eyes sharpened. Great changes in the world. Juwang Town, no, the aura of the entire Far East archipelago is in disorder. Clouds were rolling incessantly. The ground vibrated slightly, and there seemed to be an earth dragon turning over in the ground. Several horrible breaths appeared instantly. It seems to stand in the gap of the dimension, staring at this small world. Orpheus, who knew why, looked at the boy in front of him quietly, with eagerness and desire in his eyes that he had never had before. A few seconds ago, Su Yang plucked up the courage and touched Orpheus' head. As he imagined, Orpheus did not react. There is no response to being stabbed by the holy spear. Besides, she didn't quite understand the meaning of touching heads. Ding! Ding! King class sign-in successfully. Check-in location Orpheus head. Congratulations to the host for the reward, the 10 incarnations of Vishnu from the origin of Hakata. The first incarnation, the spirit fish Matthias. The second incarnation, World Dragon Club Limo. The third incarnation, Boar Raft Roko. Fourth incarnation, Na Rasenha the Lion Face. The fifth incarnation, Dwarf Varmana. The sixth incarnation, Rama holding an axe. 7th Incarnation, Rama. 8th Incarnation, Black Sky Krishna. The 9th Incarnation, Buddha Shakyamuni. 10th Incarnation, White Horse Galgi. Note, the strength of the avatar depends on the host's own endurance limit. Ding! Fusion begins. With the fusion of power, a huge figure appeared above the earth. All the people in the world have observed this magnificent figure. It was a giant fish tumbling in the waves. Take a closer look, among those waves, every spray is a world. Even the biggest creature in the world is sleeping in northern Europe, and the snake of the 5 dragon kings is not as good as a small bug in front of it. Just a few seconds later, the breath of the giant fish disappeared on the Far Eastern Islands. Everyone's eyes are on the Far Eastern Islands. There is a Great Red. No, is there an existence beyond the Great Red? However, when they just breathed a sigh of relief, the vision reappeared. A silver dragon. A wild boar that can provoke the mainland. Lion-faced man full of divinity and animality. After the spirit fish, 9 figures that shook the world appeared one after another. But only after a short period of time, they all disappeared again. To be precise, it was integrated into Su Yang's body. Indian system. Shiva was surprised. He stared at the Vishnu in front of him. He knew very well that this was the power of Vishnu. But Vishnu is right in front of him. As an existence of the same level, he knew very well that Vishnu is now the real body, so why? Why are there such terrifying incarnations in the archipelago of the Far East? This level of oppression has never been seen even in the Infinite Dragon and the Great Red. Seeing Shiva's inexplicable eyes, Vishnu was also helpless. I said, it's really not me. If I had this strength, we would have unified all the gods. Ns. Vishnu determined one thing. No matter which system this existence belongs to, his power will become the top power in the world. Underworld, Sajax, who was discussing the latest rating game with Akuka, turned his eyes into red with the color of destruction. Ashoka, can you feel where this power is? Sajax said very heavily. Chapter 5. The human world is at most located in the Far Eastern Islands. It seems to be a little closer to Juwang town. I remember there is. Akuka responded. When he first discovered it, he had already used the Overlord formula to derive the central area. But unfortunately, after reaching a certain distance, even if he is a transcendent level master, there is no way to go deeper. Juwang town is where Lias and Seraphim's sister are located. I just hope it's a coincidence. Such scenes are happening in various gods all over the world at the same time. Nordic gods, Celtic gods, Persian system, Oriental system, Fuzu god system, Greek god system. They all set their sights on Fuzhang, the archipelago in the Far East. At this time, the boy who created this scene finally completed the fusion of the incarnation of Vishnu, the origin of Hakata. It's so powerful. Su Yang could feel the terrifying power level in his body. It is at least certain that the 3 strongest incarnations of the 10 incarnations of Vishnu. Matthias, the first incarnation of the spirit fish, was called the box boat. The second incarnation of the world, Dragon Ju Limo, is the dragon carrying the world. The whole world is on its back, walking on the sea of stars. Siddhartha, the 9th incarnation of the liberated person, the Buddha, is the strongest person who has reached the 17 full powers of the Hakata. The other avatars will not be much weaker than these 3 avatars. There is even a double-digit field. In the box garden, the kings, who are the 10 incarnations of Vishnu, have no connection with each other. Their origins and inheritance are similar. However, with the changes of mythology and epics, they have long been born out of the original pattern and become new ones. Individual. And what is in Su Yang is the power of origin Vishnu. Combine the power of all avatars into one. Chapter 4. Hey! With a light sigh of relief, Su Yang opened his eyes again. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Orpheus, who was looking at him clearly. Unlike the calm before, Orpheus' eyes were full of interest now. She felt that her purpose of coming to the human world had been achieved. "You, not a human," Orpheus said to Su Yang. "Ahem, I think I'm still human," Su Yang said silently. "I only got an incarnation now, but I didn't get a godhead or spirituality, and essentially belonged to a human being. Will you help me regain the initial peace? If you want, I can accomplish what you want to accomplish." Orpheus put the panda beside the skirt and asked seriously. It was much more serious than when I asked Cao and the trash of the old demon sect. "I want to help you, but I don't think it will work now." Su Yang is very clear about his situation. You can let him use the power of the top 10 incarnations to kill the middle-level demon in seconds, and it will not be a problem to kill the upper-level demon. It's no problem to fight yourself to kill all the existences above the uppermost demon and the uppermost demon. But this will severely deplete his origin, to the extent that it will directly hang up once that method is used. Why? Orpheus tilted his head, thinking that he could not achieve his wish. But right, Orpheus felt that this kind of person who was stronger than himself might not need his own help. "Because I'm still in the growth stage, don't look at my incarnation just now is very strong, the power I can use is extremely limited." Su Yang shook his head. The strength of the incarnation depends on his own strength, and his current physical strength, even with the slight increase in the fusion incident just now, is only the degree of a lower-level demon. The human body is still too fragile after all. "Okay, are you willing to help me?" Knowing that Su Yang did not directly reject Orpheus, he asked again. "If you are willing to help me, I am definitely willing to help you." Su Yang continued to touch Orpheus' black hair while his hand was still on Orpheus' head. "Okay, I am willing to help you. What do you want me to do? As long as I can regain the original tranquility, I can do anything." Orpheus tilted his head slightly, and said this very lethal word unconsciously. "I want you." When Su Yang was about to say "I want you to protect me," a wave of spatial fluctuations spread over. "Sorry, Orpheus, I'll tell you next time, someone is coming." Su Yang frowned. Because of the characteristics of his incarnation, he noticed the fluctuations in space. No matter who was coming nearby, he didn't feel that it was a bad thing for him to continue to stay by Orpheus's side. Fifth incarnation, Woman of the Dwarf. Launch. A dwarf figure full of charm instantly melted into Su Yang's body. With a light step, Su Yang disappeared in front of Orpheus as if stepping out of endless space. Wait! Orpheus stretched out her hands and expressed a clear desire to retain Su Yang. She had never had this kind of emotion before. Orpheus held the panda doll's little hand tightly, and looked at a place. She knew that Su Yang was in that direction. Chapter 6. But she also judged who the person was from the fluctuations in this space. In the red mist, a teenager with glasses appeared. George. Legend has it that the demon Mephistopheles made a contract with the descendants of Faust. Later, a man with a holy gun on his shoulder also walked out slowly. His name is Cao. Cao, the bearer of the holy spear of twilight. Orpheus sauce? Can you not run around? As our boss, you just need to stay in the same place. Cao sighed. Orpheus likes to wander around. What can he do? Only George, the owner of the spatial god exterminating device, could see where Orpheus had gone when she ran out. Orpheus nodded. She just figured out one thing, it should be that the teenager didn't want to expose herself, so she just left. Okay, then boss? We have had enough of playing now, and got what you want. It's time to go back? Don't worry, we have such great feats as the killing of the Scarlet Dragon God Emperor. For the descendants of the hero, I will do my best to achieve it. Cao said scornfully. He saw the panda doll in Orpheus's hands, Orpheus must have used his own power to come in. Although I am a little sorry to the store, but so be it, it is your honor to be taken by the infinite dragon god. Orpheus did not speak, only a trace of remembrance flashed in his eyes. Compared with Cao, who promised to defeat the emperor along from the beginning, she always felt that the young man was much more reliable. But now, according to the boy, he needs more time. But she was willing to wait, time didn't make much sense to her. Let's go, George, go back. Under Cao's order, George turned on the fog and enveloped the three people together. By the way, boss, if you were in the Far Eastern Islands, did you see any powerful Lord Dragon God? Lion-faced man? Big fish or something? Cao asked. By the way, Ashika was able to calculate to Juwang Town because he had reached the pinnacle of formation and formula together, and other people generally could only calculate to the Far Eastern Islands. No. Orpheus said lightly. Well, maybe our plan will change next. Those incarnations look absolutely no less than the Scarlet Dragon God Emperor. Cao was even a little excited. As the descendants of heroes, they are born to build heroes' merits. To transcend all life as a human being, this is Cao's obsession. Handle various gods, strengthen one's own power, kidnap important personnel of the major forces, and worship Orpheus as the leader, etc., etc., whether it is the right way or the evil way, he will use it. Everything is just for the ambition in the heart. Or, calling it a dream is no problem. Human beings who are inherently weaker than gods and Buddhas can only be called heroes if they do things to the extreme and take their abilities to the extreme. The hero faction gathers such a group of humans who want to do great things. When Cao returned to the camp of the group of disasters with excitement, Su Yang also returned to his home. Hey! Su Yang looked at the place where Orpheus was. If possible, he wanted to ask Orpheus for her snake or something more advanced as a trump card to protect his life. But now, there is no way, you have to work hard first. First of all, let's get acquainted with your own power. When the power of the 10 avatars was fused, with the surging of heaven and earth aura, part of the aura entered his body, and his body strength was much stronger than before. Although I have understood the nature of the avatar and how to use it, I still have to test it for myself to feel more at ease. Just when he was about to find a place to try his power, two voices rang at the same time. Boom boom boom, this was the sound of knocking on the door. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in. Sign-in level, Silver. Sign-in location: the Cat's Tail of Tachin Kitten. Sign-in time limit, 3 hours. Sign-in remaining time, 3 hours. This is the sound of the system. P.S. Please support for uploading new books. Your support is the author's greatest motivation. Anything that costs a lot of money will be voted towards me. There is no such thing as an increase in this book, only an explosive update. Usually there are 4 chapters and 12,000 every day, and the corresponding accumulated words will be updated within 3 days after being put on the shelves, and the settlement will be once a month. The total cumulative number is the number of extra words on the day of the release and the second and third days. Because the rules have changed, it is not possible to post too many chapters in a row. Don't say that others have 6 or 7 chapters a day in the new book period. They are all water, and the total of the 6 or 7 chapters is only 10,000 words. The following are the rules for calculating the word count. Flowers divided by 3. Chapter 7. Evaluation ticket multiplied by 1. Multiply the monthly pass by 50. Urge to multiply by 40. Multiply the reward amount by 0.5, even if it is more than 1 W points. Everyone's subscription is the greatest support for Chien. I can't write it out if I say too much quietly. Multiply the number of comments by 10. Don't worry about the author running away. Having saved the manuscript is confident, you can click on the picture to see. The daily update time is around 8 o'clock in the morning, around 11 o'clock, and around 8 o'clock in the evening, around 10 o'clock in the evening. 6 chapters are updated every day after it is released, 7 chapters are recommended, 1 chapter is 4,000, and the explosion is extra. Update time, after 8 o'clock, including 8 o'clock every 3 hours, 1 chapter until 11 o'clock. By the way, if someone thinks this book is okay, you can add it to the fattening area. However, friends who are willing to follow up are also welcome to follow up. Shallow thanks, it's really hard to save the manuscript. Chapter 5. Come on, come on. Su Yang walked towards the door. He knew who was knocking on the door. Maybe he was a good friend? Crack. Opening the door, a student with brown hair was greeted, wearing a school uniform from the King's Academy, with a slight gentleman's smile on his face. Hyudo Issei, the one who held the cage of Emperor Chiryu, the original big satyr. By the way, it's also a pervert now, just a little bit changed. He. Su Yang, I am looking for you again. The corners of Hyudo Issei's mouth split slightly, revealing a gentleman's smile. Oh, you are talking about the thing you asked me to buy last time, it's already here. Su Yang led Hyudo Issei into his villa. With his superb calculation and calculation skills, he had already bought a house by himself before he entered high school. Oh, that is really worth looking forward to. Hearing Su Yang's answer, Hyudo Issei's eyes went straight. Is the masterpiece in his mind finally able to be played? No, that's it. Su Yang handed him what Hyudo Issei asked him to help buy. Blue Sky, there is a more well-known name in the industry, Male Color Sky. That's right. This is a BL masterpiece. Thank you, Su Yang, you deserve to be my best friend. Hyudo Issei first smiled wretchedly, and then showed a clear smile at Su Yang. When Hyudo Issei was young, Su Yang brainwashed him. To be precise, he awakened a new interest. Su Yang learned a lot of things at a young age, including some psychology. He didn't give Hyudo Issei a magic or some kind of art, this kind of, as long as Hyudo Issei himself strong enough can detect it or Drake can detect it. It is more about brainwashing since childhood, making him think that he is a since he was a child, and he is convinced of this that he has developed such a personality, and he can't change it anymore. Of course, Su Yang would not shoot himself in the foot either. He also left Hyudo Issei's insurance that he would not be interested in him. It was like now, even if he got his favorite BL game, the eyes looking at Su Yang were still full of clarity. Be careful. When you don't have the ability to face the worldly perspective, it's better for you to pay attention. Su Yang said with a smile. However, what he actually means is that when you have the strength to open the blue, male, harem, you can rest assured. Of course, Hyudo Issei hasn't realized it yet. I know. I mingled with Matsushita and Motohama, and also entered the girls' school, isn't it just to hide? Hyudo Yuchin swallowed. No way, he thought he was going to clear the level tonight. Well, come on, I believe your dream will be realized. The Kaiba in the school is waving at you. Su Yang smiled and encouraged. Well, not only Kaiba, but Wally, Sirorg are all your good friends, the man will leave it to you. After expressing his gratitude again, Hyudo Issei left Su Yang's small villa. So, go to the mall first. Su Yang looked at the sign-in with more than 170 minutes left. It was now close to 6 o'clock, and he should be able to get it done before 9 o'clock. After half an hour, after completing the purpose of going to the mall, Su Yang returned to his small villa. There was an extra leaflet in his hand, which was different from ordinary leaflets. It had magical power on it. It was a small teleportation array. The flyer of Lias's family members can summon Lias's family members. The first time you use it, the person who passes it is definitely random, even to the degree that whoever has time will come. If you know which demon is more suitable for you, you can always summon that person. But these are meaningless to Su Yang, he has a clear target to summon. Su Yang summoned, naturally it was a kitten. Chapter 8. Come out. Pokemon Kitten Sauce. Su Yang expressed his desire while summoning, hoping to find a partner to play games, preferably a lovely girl, who can be paid for anything, and it would be better if he could have role-playing services. At this time, the Supernatural Research Department just gathered. In the center of the club activity room, a red teleportation pattern was lit up with the family crest of Gremory. On the small sofa, there is a young girl, no, there is a lowly eating mousse cake, full of tranquility. Minister, it seems someone has sent a request. The kitten said softly, really with that kind of voice like a kitten. The kitten on the sofa is indeed a character that everyone wants to pet. Her black stockings reached the middle of her knees, revealing white skin. The two calves swayed slightly, the body leaned forward slightly, and the 5 beautiful toes curled up, making the black socks slightly wrinkled. Well, this commission is definitely the most suitable kitty for you. Sitting at the table representing the minister, half lying to relax the weight of the front body, Lias said with her chin supported. She happened to know the person who submitted the request this time. That man, the top grade in their class, and a capable cadre of the student union. Although she didn't have much contact with him, she knew that Su Yang had defeated King Na, and she had always had a good sense of Su Yang. If you are assaulted, remember to beat him hard with your fist kitty sauce. If you beat him into the hospital, the Gremory's family can be reimbursed. Rias showed a charming smile. The Gremory family cherishes their family members very much, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are spoiled. The Tachin kitten nodded silently, and entered the magic circle while eating the cake. Without the minister's reminder, I will do the same. Obviously he has a cute and delicate face, but what the kitten says is indeed full of boldness. Well, it's my little cat. In the admiring eyes of Rias, the petite figure of the kitten disappeared in the magic circle. As soon as he walked out of the magic circle, the kitten saw a predecessor that he knew very well. He is the first in grade again and again, and I have never missed it. Is it true that he is a student from an ancient country in the east? But at this time, the kitten narrowed his eyes slightly. The wildness of Mandrill tells her, Senior Su Yang, what's wrong with before? There was a faint luster on his skin, and the light of stars flashed in his eyes. He just wears a piece of home furnishing casually, but it gives people a natural sense of comfort. Even a saint. It will definitely not be more graceful than him. This thought came to the kitten's heart. Oh, I didn't expect to actually be able to summon something. Are you a demon too? Kitten. Because Kitty was wearing a school uniform at this time, she felt that it was normal for Su Yang to recognize her. Chapter 6. Well, I'm here to complete the commissioned demon, the servant of the next head of the Gremory family, Lias Gremory Tachin Kitten. Kitty is doing a very formal self-introduction. I'm Su Yang, so, start our commissioned mission. Su Yang's expression was serious. Hi. Senior Su Yang. The kitten's tone and expression are also very serious. The content of the entrusted task is game sparring. Ahem. Modern demons' commissions are basically weird things. Compared with the ancient ones, I want wealth and rights. For example, modern game sparring, helping with cooking, begging the princess to hug, shaking M for training, it is simply a heresy. Tachin Kitten hooked his mouth slightly. She is here to play the game. She wants to see how long this predecessor who is invincible in school performance can stand in front of her. The result is obvious. After half an hour. Hey Hujan. You. Lose. 2 English words appeared on the big screen, and the kitten's eyes, who had lost many times, got another point. She, Tachin Kitten, has such a tyrannical day? Thinking of this, the kitten silently hugged the pillow in his arms. The strength used is very small, that is to the extent that it can directly kill a person, and it is far from the limit of her strength. Kitten sauce? Didn't you say that you are a master of the game? Su Yang took a bag of potato chips from the side. Oh, invincible is so lonely. Senior Su Yang, the next one. Kitten said that as a game master, it is impossible for me to admit defeat like this. Even if I have lost for half an hour in a row. Cough cough, forget it, Kitten, I'll play with you again next time, lest you lose too many times and you won't accept my commission next time. Su Yang said, I am a person who can abuse a world-class master by hitting with my feet. It is really boring to fight with you, an ordinary game master. It is more interesting to let the kitten show a shy or angry expression. Hey, the kitten couldn't comment. Next time, she really wanted to ask Junao Senpai directly to come over, and she would give this senior who likes to tease herself a good deal. Chapter 9. She had noticed that the senior was playing tricks on herself. If she could, after she was abused so badly, she should have punched the teaser silently, and then asked the minister to pay for the medical expenses. But he gave too much. The kitten has never received such a large order. In short, for the sake of his performance and minister's face, the kitten feels to bear with his emotions for the time being. If one of his family members beat the client, Rias's evaluation on the side of the devil would drop rapidly. There are so many opportunities for revenge in the future, Kitty. Do I remember there is another commissioned content? Su Yang showed a slight smile. The other content is the business. He wants to see the difference between the silver level sign-in and the king level sign-in. Senior, are you talking about role-playing? Does Senior provide clothes? Kittens still have lessons for role-playing. She even hugged the princess before. Well, it was not the princess who hugged her, but the princess who hugged others. Of course I'm ready. Su Yang slipped into his room. He didn't worry that the kitten would see that he had any abnormal power. The level of power made it impossible for other people to see his essence. Even if he didn't deliberately hide it, it is estimated that only Orpheus and the Red Dragon God Emperor can see that he is extraordinary. This is it. Su Yang showed what he had prepared in front of the kitten. Looking at the costume prepared by Su Yang, the kitten's golden pupils shrank suddenly. What's she here? Is it the cosplay costume of the cat girl? Her race is a cat's mandrill, but due to her own psychological shadow, she has always been reluctant to use her original power, and even usually hides cat tails and cat ears. But now she sees that this senior wants to put on the cat lady's cosplay costume by herself. Kitten, this is it, just put on this and give me a princess hug. Su Yang said with a smile. Of course he knows the cat's race, but many things can't be solved without escaping. After all, the cat's matter needs to be faced by himself. Okay, no problem. After watching Su Yang for more than 10 seconds, the kitten said softly. Again, he gave too much. Moreover, she felt that Senior Su Yang, who was a human, would not know her past and deliberately poke her own pain points. A few minutes later, a delicate cat lady appeared in front of Su Yang. Her eyes were a little restrained, she seemed to be uncomfortable with this outfit, but in the spirit of professionalism, she still suppressed the ruddy on her face. Hey yet! Using the powerful power brought by the chariot chess pieces, the cat easily picked up Su Yang. Just when the kitten picked up Su Yang, a trace of surprise flashed in Su Yang's eyes. He felt that there were intruders in his field. Su Yang, who knew who the intruder was, didn't change his expression, so he was picked up by the kitten. Oh, Kitty-chan is so cute in this outfit. I have decided, this set of clothes is for you. The kitten's golden pupils contracted again. Su Yang. What does Senior Su Yang mean? Senior shouldn't wear this suit himself, right? No. Absolutely not. What kind of image do I have in your heart? In the heart of the kitten, is it possible that I am a pervert? Well, thank you Senior, Please help senior take the bag for me. Not knowing what his mood was, the kitten chose to accept this set of clothes. Because this senior is handsome? Give people a familiar breath? After a while, in Su Yang's slightly dissatisfied eyes, the kitten gently put him down. He didn't think he had awakened some strange gene, he just felt that the kitten had a faint scent, which was unique to this race of mandrill. Or is it peculiar to kittens? Su Yang thought he would know this in a while. No problem, then you. Just when Su Yang was halfway through speaking, a charming voice came from the side. This voice alone can arouse the desires of all men. Excuse me, can you leave someone else's sister? If you don't leave, they will be very troubled. The kitten's vertical pupils shrank to the extreme, and the rich magic power wandered through her body. She was so familiar with this voice, she could no longer be familiar with it. The first time, she raised her vigilance to the apex. Because she was completely unaware of her sister's existence. Her sister, Tachin Black Song. Don't you know when it has invaded senior's house? Yebian, you still said that you don't want to use the power of the cat? Look at what you look like now. You can't do it with different words, meow. Hey Ge made a very cute voice. Because the kitten is wearing the cat's costume at this time, so Hij will say so. Of course, she also knows that her sister's cat ears are not real cat ears, so she just made fun of it a little bit. However, something unexpected happened to her at this time. That, can you not stand on the beams of other people's rooms and scratch your head? My beams are still very expensive for the time being. Chapter 10. Su Yang's tone was very plain. Although He Ji used the technique to hide his breath, he still saw the position of He Ji. Chapter 7. Isn't this little brother a normal person? Can he detect my existence, Bian? Is he the male spouse you are looking for? Your eyesight is not good? How can this human male be with us? Give birth to powerful offspring. He Ji helped her long hair, and her black and supple shawl hair and snow-white delicate neck exuded a magical charm. It's just work. The little cat said quietly, looking up at the beam. She was a little surprised. She didn't even notice the existence of her sister, but Senior Su Yang was able to know that her sister was on the beam. Sure enough, Senior Su Yang was not an ordinary person. Well, I don't care about Bian's gaze, my sister just came here to take Bian with you. No, I won't go with my sister. As soon as the Black Song's voice fell, the kitten refused. Now, she lives for the minister, to save herself and protect her minister. Of course this elder sister knows meow. So, sister did not ask for Bian's consent, meow. Because of the habit of cats, even in human form, Black Song licked his hand habitually. She was just a notification, of course she would take it away directly after the notification. After this incident occurred on the Far East Islands, the eyes of the whole world will gather here. If you stay here, you might one day risk becoming a cannon fodder in the battle between gods and Buddhas. She didn't know that the culprit who caused all these incidents was the boy next to him who looked like an ordinary person. With her personality and strength, she couldn't see Su Yang's power, unless Su Yang showed it by herself. I won't go with my sister. The kitten's eyes were fierce, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was full of hostility. Yes, I can't give you such a cute school girl. Su Yang also said. If he is really crazy, in fact, the Transcendence and the highest level demon are the same in front of him, and they both hang up after a second. Of course, he has other ways. The abilities of his avatar Krishna combined with his own powerful calculation ability, can burst out a powerful combat power. God-given omniscience. A kind of Yen power, the stronger one's strength and cognition, the more able to make one become close to omniscience and omnipotence. He is now able to see through the strength of the most superior demon. That's why he was able to discover the Black Songs hiding on the beams of the room. Won't let me? Is it possible that this human being is really related to Bian? Meow? Isn't that possible? Meow? Our Catman clan must find the strongest Meow. My sister, at least I can find someone with the Dragon King level or the Heavenly Dragon level. Under his serious preaching, even the mouthlessness of a kitten can't hold it anymore. It's just, the predecessors of the school. What if you're just a human? Don't just say anything that will bother girls like this, Meow. Don't you know that it is ridiculous that an incompetent man wants to show his existence? He gently covered his small mouth, a hint of laughter in his eyes. At this moment, Su Yang's eyes changed slightly, and he heard the voice of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in. Sign-in level, Silver. Sign-in location the cat ears of Tachinhij. Sign-in time limit, 3 hours. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in. Sign-in level, Gold. Sign-in location Jinggu Bang. Sign-in time limit, 3 hours. Inferred from this task, the monkey came with Hij. I don't think what I said is ridiculous. Su Yang shook his head. Although I cannot guarantee to defeat you, you absolutely cannot defeat me. Really? A man who does not have the strength and wants to be strong may still be able to maintain his posture, but when he is defeated, he is extremely ugly. He licked the cat's paw again, obviously not paying attention to Su Yang. However, just when she was licking her paw happily, yet, she suddenly let out an exclamation. There was a warm touch in her ears, and when she just looked over her ears, the sensitive cat's tail seemed to be touched lightly. Cat ears and cat tail are very sensitive, so she exclaimed. Don't say anything else, I still have the ability to play cats. In Su Yang's hand, a few strands of black hair fell off. It was the hair on Heji's ears and tail. Ding! Ding! Silver level sign-in successfully. Sign-in location Heji's cat ears. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward Duplicate Eye, Normal. Duplicate Eyes, the fusion begins. Successful integration. Chapter 11. Compared with the 10 incarnations of Vishnu, the fusion of the manuscript eyes is much calmer. Just when his eyes are opened and closed, Su Yang has completed the fusion of the manuscript eyes. Oh! Slightly surprised, Su Yang looked at Heiji with his carbonic eyes shining with a pentagram. He was able to see dozens of magic circles beside Heiji through Haishan's ability before, but because Haishan's ability was limited by Su Yang's own strength, he could not see the essence clearly. And now, under the power of the carbonite eye, the origins of all the magic circles are revealed in front of Su Yang. Duplicate eyes, from the world of Legend of the Brave. Ordinary carbonic eyes are characterized in that they can instantly analyze the composition, form, nature, and power of the magic seen in the eye after activation, and can directly learn its magic, and it will still be effective even if the opponent's magic stops midway. Skilled carbonic eye holders can do things later, and if they have extensive knowledge, they can even change existing magic at will to create a new magic that reaches a practical level. For now, it is much more useful in ordinary battles than a single incarnation of Su Yang. After seeing the magic circle next to Heiji, Su Yang had already clarified its essence, knew its weaknesses, and at the same time was able to use it himself. Heiji's eyes met Su Yang in the air. After realizing that his tail and ears had been plucked by Su Yang without realizing it, Heiji's eyes instantly changed. It looks like it is a little black cat. I can make a fool of me? I can make fun of people when I am not aware of it. Is this handsome guy a powerful existence? Are you interested in working together for the future of the Nico family? Heiji said with a hint of charm. No, no. Before Su Yang didn't respond, the kitten said first. After speaking, Su Yang could clearly see that a tender red was born on the kitten's face. If you say this, if the newly generated magic circle in your hand can be eliminated, maybe I will agree. Su Yang complained silently. You are now clearly worried that there is a strong man who has never been seen by your sister next to your sister, who wants to kill people. But, thank you for letting me learn another kind of magic. Heiji silently retracted the hidden magic circle in his hand. Bian, the handsome boy you found is not bad, it's a pity, can he really protect you all the time? Come to my sister. My sister's partner is very interested in you and can get one of the 2 dragons. Shelter. This little handsome guy may be very powerful, but you have to know that being strong is different from being able to protect others. Is it easy for my sister to take you away? Cough. Su Yang coughed. That. I'm sorry, I can really do it. Chapter 8. After saying this, Su Yang teleported to the kitten's side when the kitten didn't notice at all. Hey, hey. The kitten had just reacted, and found that his legs had left the ground, and the center of gravity of his body had shifted. I was picked up by the senior. The little cat who noticed this had a blush on her small face, her big eyes blinked, and she took a deep breath. She seemed to have calmed down. However, just when she calmed down, the change in the scene in front of her made her heartbeat speed up again. Right now, in the arms of Senior Su Yang, the posture he held by the princess was reversed, and now he was being held by the princess. Senior? This is... The kitten noticed the difference in the surrounding environment, and he and his predecessors arrived in this clearing as if they were moving instantaneously. Kitten, after all, I don't know how to repair the house. In order to have a place to live in the future, I can't fight with your sister there. Su Yang squinted his eyes. Since the monkeys have come with Heiji, they must be able to sense where they are now. Senior, you are not an ordinary person? How did you manage to get the hair of my sister's tail and ears? Is it possible, Senior, do you have the strength of the Demon King? The kitten's slightly shy face showed a sense of alertness. This kind of thing can't even be done by the minister who is a higher level demon. Does the senior in this school have the strength above that of Minister Rias? But the older sister didn't notice the actions of senior. Could it be possible? Is it possible that senior's strength has surpassed her older sister and reached the level of a demon king? Is there a demon king level existence that has been in Juwang Academy? And it's the kind of top student who has been taking the first place. The kitten thinks this world is too magical. Oh, this world seems to be a magical world in itself. Hearing what the kitten said, Su Yang couldn't help but smile. If he had the power of a demon king, he would press Heiji on the ground and spank, then confiscated the monkey's golden cudgel, and waited for the old monkey himself. Come over and ask. It's just that my ability is quite special. You can see it as my awakened hero's bloodline. My true strength is actually about the same as yours. Su Yang didn't lie on this point. Without using the mandrill bloodline, the kitten's strength was an intermediate level demon. And when he uses the avatar to not overdraft the body and only consumes physical strength, he is also at this level of strength. He uses the power of dwarf Varmana to easily cross time and space. No matter what restrictions or seals are, there is no way to stop it. In the myth of the fifth incarnation of Vishnu, in order to regain the sovereignty of the 3 realms of heaven, sky and earth from the demon Pali, Vishnu was transformed into a dwarf. The demon Pali thought that the little dwarf was nothing great, and agreed to hand over the land within the 3-step range. He didn't expect Vishnu to return to his original appearance, take 2 steps to cross heaven and the world, and then stop. Left to the devil. Metaphor that the sun crosses the universe in the morning, noon, and evening. Ying, hero? Is the senior who inherited the blood of the hero? The kitten asked. That's it. When Su Yang acted just now, he probably thought about his future course of action. What hero? The curiosity of kittens and cats came up. A hero with special abilities. Let me tell you later if I have a chance. Su Yang said with a smile. He knew that telling the kitten was equivalent to telling Rias. Okay. Chapter 12. Senior, can you put me down? The kitten pursed her mouth. The feeling of being held is very strange to her. Yes, but kitten, you might have to hold me by yourself. I won't be able to handle things while holding you for a while. So, come on. Su Yang gently put down the kitten in his arms, and then turned his body sideways. The meaning is very simple, cough, come up and move by yourself. Come up and hug yourself. The kitten didn't speak, so she looked at Su Yang's eyes quietly. Okay. After a few seconds, the kitten climbed up silently. She felt as if the blood all over her body was concentrated on her face. It was hot, and it would be hot to touch it. She is not an unreasonable girl. If Senpai really doesn't have that kind of strength, his willfulness is to push Senpai down into the abyss. Sister might not kill herself, but Senior Su Yang might not. By the way, if the kitty's sister is a cat demon, the kitty is also a cat demon, right? Su Yang felt the change after the kitten climbed on his back. As the kitten is very weak now, the ears and tails that had been hidden appeared. And he just touched it. Meow. Senior. The kitten exhaled slightly. Although her sister's poison would not kill the devil, it would make the devil fall into the weakest status. Even, the kitten now has no more power to hide his true colors. Perhaps it was Su Yang's illusion, but he always felt that he smelled the scent of orchids and musk. Oh, I'm sorry, I just think you might be a little unstable in your hug. Su Yang's excuses were even perfect, because you didn't have the strength to make a kitten, so I said that I helped a little bit. Su Yang had tried it just now. He gave the kitten a cat girl costume and easily touched the tail of the costume. But there is no reminder when the task is completed. That's why he would directly attack the cat tail on the kitten. The previous shots may leave a negative impression in the kitten's heart. Now, with Sister Kitten Black Song acting as a villain, isn't Su Yang a big good person? Black Song, Tool Man Stone Hammer. This time, Su Yang touched the cat's tail and actually completed the sign-in. Ding! Ding! Silver level sign-in successfully. Sign-in location: the cat's tail. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward Even Holy Sword Esther. Incomplete. The highest ranking sword wizard, the full name is Terminus Est, is the legendary holy sword that kills the Demon King. However, it is not the main body, but an independent existence branched from the main body. It is a clone for the time being, but since the main body and most of its power are still in the elven world, it only has about 1/10 of the original power. Note, as a holy sword, it has the power to dispel curses, but the essence is to store in the holy sword the resentment of the elves annihilated by the holy sword. When the curse breaks through the limit of storage, it will start to backlash the body of the contractor of the holy sword, and the former contractor will die as a result. The holy sword summoned by the system has no such drawbacks. Oh? Not bad, even if I don't have much spiritual power now, I can still use it as a strong holy sword. If it weren't for carrying a kitten on his back now that it's not suitable for swords, Su Yang would definitely have to take out the holy sword that kills the devil and play with it. Come! The kitten behind Su Yang whispered. Her sister didn't hide her breath at all, so she knew that the black song was coming. Well, it's okay. Su Yang stretched out his hand and touched the head of the kitten behind him. He knew that the kitten's condition was not very good now. Yeah. Take the other sister's sister around. Have you asked for the consent of the other's sister? Meow. Heiji walked over slowly on a catwalk. Sorry, your sister, I want it. Su Yang grinned, and showed a sunny smile at Heiji. Don't be ashamed of speaking. Heiji waved his hand slightly, and an endless magic circle emerged from behind her. If you want someone else's younger sister, you have to get the consent of your own sister. Meow. Obviously, Su Yang's words reminded Heiji of the demons who adopted her and the kitten before, so her anger has reached its peak. I think you might have misunderstood something. Su Yang said lightly. Behind him, a heroic hero in armor melted into his body. Incarnation of Rama. Please ask for a ticket. Chapter 9. Arm of the Great. The golden light emerged from the whole body. Discs, throwing guns, long sticks, short sticks, etc. weapons shot at Heiji at an astonishing speed. Meow, this feeling is. Heiji actually felt a slight threat. Chapter 13. That is the weapon from the ancient gods and Buddhas. Heiji, be careful not to get hit, a frivolous voice came from the side. The weapons that Su Yang ejected were all kinds of weapons that were granted by the Saint Vive Mitra in order to fight against many gods and demons in the legend. Including the disc chakra as throwing weapons, Suravana, Kamadaki, Shikari, Pinyaka, as well as great swords, whiplocks, giant hammers, bows and arrows, etc. There is an overwhelming number. There is no problem even if you use it as a treasure trove of kings. How could I be beaten? Meow. Heiji, apart from anything else, the space technique is definitely the most familiar one to use, otherwise it would not be one of the most dangerous lost demons and was not caught by the law enforcement team in the underworld. However, even in this way, she didn't realize how Su Yang got to her side. This was what she was worried about. No, it's still possible to get hit. Su Yang stretched out his hand in the direction of Heiji. Perceiving this, Heiji knew that immediately there was a large number of weapons of the gods coming towards her side. This time, she directly constructed a defensive array. She just noticed that these golden weapons that will be automatically recycled don't seem to have much power. The magic circle composed of Oriental magic, hibiscus alchemy, Western magic, Nordic magic, witchcraft, etc. perfectly wraps it up. In Heiji's slightly puzzled eyes, Su Yang waved his hand gently. Crack! The next moment, a crack appeared in the magic circle she had constructed, and when she didn't understand what happened, all her magic circle fell apart. Meow! In Heiji's suspicious gaze, the golden weapon directly hit her defenseless body. Boom! After being hit by a short stick and flying tens of meters backwards, Heiji reduced the slack in his heart. Really? This human male is very interesting. As expected of the man chosen by Bian. It was obviously a black song that had misunderstood something. She looked at Su Yang, and she saw the pentagram with a charming red glow in the man's eyes. However, even though the power is strange, if the attack power of a frontal hit is only such a little, it is not to be afraid. Su Yang is also plagued by this problem. Ah, trouble, trouble, it is estimated that only Esther can cause damage to her at this stage, but will she be hit by a holy sword like Esther, which has a different style of painting from other weapons? Obviously it won't. His current 10 incarnations are all growing and explosive, and he is really worried that he would accidentally slap Hij to death when he used the incarnation for the first time and sucked up himself by the way. It's not a problem to deal with black songs with my current ability, and even more dangerous is the monkey playing with the flesh. The duplicate eye, coupled with his powerful calculation ability, is too powerful for the master's restraint. He can easily penetrate the essence of magic by using the carbonic eyes. In addition to being very convenient for his own learning and use, he can also easily break the magic with his calculation ability. As long as it is a magic circle, there must be large or small weaknesses, and he only needs to bombard these weaknesses with the spirit wave in his hand. No, there are still certain restrictions. The spiritual power that the human body can use is too small. Facing the magic circle arranged by the highest level demon, I can destroy it with the least amount of power, and my spiritual power is completely insufficient. Nair human brother? Are you sure you won't hand over Bian Miao? Heiji licked the wound that had just been wiped out, and cast a coquettish eye at Su Yang's side coquettishly. It's not a question of whether or not to pay. What I respect is the will of the kitten. I don't think she wants to go with you. Su Yang shook his head and waved his hand to eliminate the attacking circle formed by Heiji. If there is really no way, he can actually go directly to the underworld. The reason why he stays here and chats with Heiji is just to solve the contradiction between their sisters. Heiji killed the former demon owner who wanted to murder the kitten and was wanted by the devil. The kitten thought that his sister was lost in the power and became the lost demon who killed the owner. Heiji had no time or willingness to explain, and the kitten had no chance to know the truth, which caused a contradiction between the two. She knew that if her sister knew, she would impose a heavy burden on herself. Heiji, I don't have time to dare, let me come. You also see that your magic doesn't have much effect, right? While Su Yang was confronting Heiji, a dwarf monkey flew out of the sky. He was riding a golden somersault cloud under his feet, and carrying a thin gold and red stick on his shoulders. He was carrying out a snake-like walk in the air. I am a monkey, the offspring of an unknown hero. Oh? What do you seem to know? Su Yang said. As he expected, these people really regarded him as the offspring of a hero. The weapons you use carry the breath of those gods and Buddhas. If it is not the gods and Buddhas themselves, they can only be blessed heroes. How? Are you interested in telling me which hero you are descended from? The monkeys are very interested. From ancient times to modern times, their family has been looking for joy and freedom in the chaos of the world. I think it's better to keep it mysterious, but if you are willing to help me catch this black cat, maybe I will tell you. Su Yang said. It is better for you to speculate about this kind of thing yourself. The prevailing view is that human beings are more willing to believe what they have guessed than what others tell him, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are convinced. The negotiation failed, forget it, Heiji, let's take your sister out of this country as soon as possible. Since that incident, this country has become more and more dangerous. The monkey showed a very regretful expression. In fact, he had a very good sense of Su Yang, and he didn't have the smell of cao that made him nauseous. Okay, let's make a quick decision. Stretch it out. Golden cudgel. The monkey is well versed in the principle of slipping away after hitting and accepting after seeing a good one. To avoid accidents, it is better to do it directly. As a descendant of Monkey King, he was even able to fight the Dragon King, and his body was indeed tempered to the extreme. Chapter 14. At the same time, Heiji's attack circle was also generated instantly. Su Yang shook his head. It seemed that Heiji couldn't communicate well with Kitty in the presence of the monkey. I may be a little unclear about what I said, but I hope you can understand. Although I cannot defeat you, it is also impossible for you to take the kitten from my hand. Su Yang stepped lightly and disappeared into the vision of the monkey and the black song. After saying this, Su Yang could clearly feel the closer touch behind him. The monkey shook his golden eyes, and when he looked over again, he found that Su Yang was already at the end of his golden cudgel. Place your hand gently on the golden cudgel. Although he can continue to extend the golden cudgel, he also understands one thing: this kind of thing is meaningless. As long as Su Yang wanted to escape, it was impossible for him to attack Su Yang. With one hand against the golden cudgel, Su Yang's other hand eliminated Heiji's magic circle by the way. The reason for not slipping directly to the underworld is very simple. In addition to his signing in, there is another more important reason. Breaker. It's already here. At the same time that he was in contact with the golden cudgel, the sign-in on the golden cudgel was successfully completed. Ding! Ding! Gold level sign-in succeeded. Sign-in location Golden Goo Bang. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward Lock of the Sky, enhanced. Chapter 10. Sky Lock, enhanced. An enhanced version of the Sky Lock based on Gilgamesh's Sky Lock. It can grow with the growth of the owner. The minimum can restrain the enemy of the higher demon level, and the maximum is 3 digits. Taking someone else's sister from someone else's hand is too embarrassed to say such things. It really makes the cat uncomfortable. Heiji showed a hint of pointed teeth, which means that she is now very aggressive. But there is no way. As a warlock, she was almost beaten by Su Yang Tianqi. It is impossible to tell her to fight Su Yang like this. Actually, if she is really fighting hand to hand, without overdrawing herself, Su Yang is really not He Ji's opponent. After all, her body is of the level of a superior demon. The lock of heaven should barely be able to restrain it. However, Su Yang had no idea of using it. Because there is no need to use it now. When they were confronting each other, a soft voice came from the sky. Mill final. Bullying the family members of my sister, this is impossible to forgive. Milky Sauce will kill you on behalf of Kang Na Sauce. Like what Su Yang predicted, she really did. After all, protecting her shortcomings and liking her own sister is one of her greatest characteristics. He felt the existence of this demon girl just now when Sirapura entered a certain distance. Magic girl, Seraph, join and give the cat demon of the lost devil and the wild animals that are disobedient to be punished. Su Yang looked up and saw a Koaplay girl wearing a pink magical girl Milky descending from the sky, black double horses drifting in the wind, and red and black stockings wrapped her legs. The most important thing is, the horrible ice magic is brewing on the star magic wand in hand. Pink. Hiss. Su Yang took a breath, and there was a burst of pain and itching from being bitten by a cat. Kitten, I mean eyes. Su Yang knew that it was the kitten who was biting him, and hurriedly changed his words. Yes, he said that the eyes are not fat times. Although, he can see the fat times. The monkey looked at the demon lord girl who suddenly came and swallowed. He remembered correctly. This is Seraphim Leviathan, one of the 4 demon kings of the underworld. Even among the masters of the demon king level, it is the top. Sister, if you can, don't use too much force. If your sister's magic wand is swung, a small country will be wiped out. It's enough to catch them. A familiar voice sounded beside Su Yang. Withdraw from Kangna, the current student council president of Juwang College, the voice of the next head of the Big Devil City's house. Since it was Sangnakan's request, Milky Sauce can only respect it. 2 wild animals that hurt people, just be defeated by magic shine like this. Seraphim seemed to be in high spirits, and it was really rare to find this kind of handy toy legally. Cut, the monkey, retreated. Facing the Demon King level technique, He Ji didn't panic either, and made a face at the monkey. Got it. After all, it is the Lord Demon King, and there is no way to retreat for the time being. Your sister's affairs can only be said later. The monkey also felt that it was time to slip away. He was caught by the Demon King and then begged to go back by his own father. He really didn't want to go through this embarrassing thing. No way, if Milky Sauce lets you escape, you will definitely be blamed by Kang Na Sauce. Seraphim's pink eyes sparkled with interest, and the magical girl Milky Sauce would not allow evil to exist. Hey, let's not say anything else, our escape experience is absolutely top-notch. The monkey smiled and looked at each other with He Ji. Not only in the biblical gods, but in other major gods, they have more or less troubled them, and they know how to run away. Start running. In the hands of He Ji, a large number of magic circles for running away appeared. However, Su Yang did not intend to use his own power to disperse it. On the one hand, his current state is not very good, and his spiritual power has basically bottomed out. Originally, he planned to move to the underworld in an instant if Sirapura did not come. Chapter 15. On the other hand, he is actually not willing to black songs and they are caught. President, thank you for your help. While Seraphim was playing happily, Su Yang thanked Kangna. Yang Jun, no thanks, originally I was looking for something to do with you today. Kang Na helped his glasses and couldn't help but set his eyes on Xiao Mao behind Su Yang. Even if there is no alternative, this behavior is a bit too intimate. Kang Na complained in her heart. If she didn't think that the kitten is in a bad condition, she would definitely separate the kitten from Su Yang. However, first of all, I want to know, has Yang Jun awakened the power of the hero? Kang Na said solemnly. She had already seen that Su Yang possessed powerful power. She felt that the golden weapons hit her body not only to the extent of minor injuries. If Su Yang had such a powerful force, why didn't he show it before? Is it just because of accident that the power that only awakened in the face of crisis today? Well, it's true, its very memory that has emerged with the awakening of power, like the existence of demons, gods, and Buddhas in the world. Su Yang nodded. This was a cover he created for his identity. Because it is impossible to say that I have gained the power of Vishnu who does not belong to this world, so spreading it out will definitely cause some people to covet it. Said to be the power of the hero's blood, just right. Maybe it's because that kind of scary thing appeared today. After the vision in the sky disappeared, I felt that something was out of my mind. So it is. Kang Na nodded. It is indeed reasonable and can't fault it. Tachin Kitty classmate, I'd better send you to Lias first. Yang Jun and I have another important thing to discuss next, and your side also needs further treatment. Originally, she thought that Su Yang would use Master Akuka's calculation technique to turn Su Yang into a powerful warlock even if he had no special power. Now, it just happens that he has awakened his power, and the magic of the Akuka Demon King must be even more powerful. After all, it is unrealistic to return what she got from the Demon Lord Akuka at this time. Well, I really don't know how to treat surgery. Su Yang squatted down in the teleportation array constructed by Kang Na with a little bit of reluctance, and gently placed the kitten in it. Senior, see you tomorrow. The kitten murmured softly. She felt that there was something to explain to the senior. Well, the kitten will take care of it. Su Yang said with a smile. She saw the cat's tail shaking now, and she knew that the cat was a little uneasy, and still a little bit reluctant. Bah! Representing the twinkling of Zidi's family crest, the cat's figure disappeared in the teleportation circle. By the way, Yang Jun, this is something for you. Kang Na handed out a transparent crystal ball, which was something she had just traded from the Demon King's hands. It contains a lot of magic-related knowledge. The minimalist construction method of the magic circle, the chanting method of thoughts, the circulation method of magic power, etc., are all personal summary of Akuka. According to Akuka's speculation, these are enough for ordinary people to use the highest level of demon. If they have strong comprehension and calculation skills, they will be able to reach the level of the devil alone by relying on them. This is. Su Yang really didn't know what was in it, because there were countless array patterns arranged by transcendence outside. It can be said that the pattern of protecting the data in it is much more sophisticated than the data in it. Even if Su Yang used the power of Haitian to cooperate with duplicating eyes, he could only see a little bit. Ah, why did you give this thing directly to King Na Sauce? The Demon King girl descended from the sky and rubbed her mouth towards King Na's body with a slightly bulging mouth. Wait, elder sister, you let those people run away, right? Feeling Su Yang's changed eyes, King stretched out a hand with a black line to pinch his sister's face. Ah, they are really a bit slippery, but... Does King Naken like this development? My sister doesn't hate it, rather, my sister likes this kind of plot. While being pinched by Kangna, Sirapura said with a smile. Chapter 11. After Seraphim said these words, Su Yang's expression became more clear. King Na thought that Su Yang felt that she was a lily, and he used a little more strength in his hands. In fact, Su Yang just triggered a new sign-in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot check-in. Sign-in level, Diamond. Sign into the plot the COS game of the Devil Girl. Magic Girl's COS game, the Demon King Sirapura, who has always claimed to be a magic girl, longs for someone to play games with her and become the Demon King who defeats the magic girl in the game, and completes the Demon King and the magic girl. The story of the magical girl. Sign-in time limit, 180 days. The sign-in from Seraphim seems to be able to be completed with a certain level of strength. Su Yang is thinking, the plot of the Demon King and the magical girl? Does it mean defeat and then imprisonment? Or is it defeated and imprisoned plus some other things? On the other hand, the distance between Sangna and Seraphim was extremely bad now. Chapter 16. She was even able to smell the fragrance of Seraphim's body clearly. Considering that Yang Jun was watching, she hurriedly pushed her sister away. Ahem. My sister's relationship is not like that, Yang Jun, don't get me wrong. Kang Na said with a blushing face that couldn't cope with his sister. In front of Su Yang, Sirapuram made such a demeanor of the student council president, which really made her a little embarrassed. Anyway, this is something for you, Jun Yang, and I'm actually a demon. You should know that, Jun Yang. Well, I just found out. Su Yang looked at this transparent crystal ball with an interested look. He believed that this was definitely not something that could be arranged by Kangna or Seraphim. He can easily see through the highest level demon level magic, and the demon lord level can also comprehend the lesser half, but this thing is completely invisible. That's good. I'll tell Jun Yang about the specific things tomorrow. Jun Yang should be tired today too, so my sister and I won't bother you for now. You only need to know that the devil is not evil. Kang Na said seriously. When Su Yang didn't want to expose his incarnation, Kang Na could only see that Su Yang's spiritual power had the level of a lower level demon, and he was basically empty now. Don't worry, President, I know that the devil is not evil, otherwise the President would have eaten me long ago. Su Yang said with a smile. Also, I will take a good look at this. Indeed, a lot of knowledge has emerged from my mind today. I need time to digest it. Su Yang nodded again, he was really interested in what was in this crystal ball. Well, then, see you tomorrow, Yang Jun. Kangna bowed slightly, and then pulled Seraphim's face, and a teleportation circle appeared under his feet. Huang. As if fleeing, Kang Na took a Seraphim who was crooked with her and fled Su Yang's side. Shame, it's really shameful. Okay. In a blink of an eye, he was the only one left, and Su Yang couldn't help but laugh a little bit dumbfounded. But it just so happened that he was now trying to study what was in this crystal ball. Using the power of dwarf Varmana, Su Yang returned to his home. My spiritual power limit and physical strength still need to be enhanced. Su Yang frowned. If his physical strength was the level of a superior demon, he would definitely be able to easily subdue Hei and the monkey, and it would not be difficult to even fight Seraphim. The power used by humans is spiritual power, demons use magic power, angels use holy power, and Onmyogus use curse power. The essence is the same, but the nature is a little different. If he becomes a demon, he will be able to gain at least the power of a middle-level demon, using the queen's chess pieces, and his talent can basically become a high-level demon the next day. But, he still values his human identity very much. Moreover, the facts are really different from what he thought. His potential is too great. Although his strength is growing rapidly, it is too difficult to make an instant push. After obtaining the 10 incarnations of Vishnu, although slowly, his body was strengthening all the time, reaching the level of a higher level demon that was 3 or 4 months old. If you let others know that he still dislikes this slow growth rate, I guess I want to knock him to death with a hammer. In 3 or 4 months, he will naturally grow from a lower level demon to a higher level demon, even the heirs of the gods will feel ashamed. The other side is the need for physical strength. With current physical strength, he can only use 2 avatars at the same time. If he can use 3 avatars, he might be able to do more in the battle with Hij. But in fact, using the Black Sky Krishna avatar with the carbonic eyes to break the magic, and the Dwarf Varmana avatar to strengthen the mobility, barely maintaining invincibility is the limit. If the users of Shenmiaji knew Su Yang's thoughts, they would probably collapse. The user of the God Slayer is able to kill the upper level demon by fighting for his life when the lower level demon is at best, and it must be a user with top talent such as Wally. But, what exactly is this thing? Su Yang clicked and opened it under the transparent crystal ball. At a glance, he knew that it was the red button that was pressed by people. Since Kangna gave it to herself, it was definitely not something to harm her. Su Yang had such confidence. Drib. Just when Su Yang pressed it down, a ghost of a man appeared on the crystal ball. The devil, Ashika. Su Yang immediately recognized who this phantom was. After the phantom of Demon King Akuka appeared, he began to talk to himself. Hello, lucky young man, I am Akuka. I am the one who served as your teacher during this time at the request of the next head of the Ziti family. Akuka said kindly. Su Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Kangna? Is this thing Sana? Asked Akuka. What was the price? I will teach you a lot of knowledge about magic, which can be considered top knowledge in this world, but this knowledge belongs to the devil's side. I hope you will not spread it out, otherwise, I will clean the door by myself. Akuka continued. And Su Yang listened silently. The restrictions outside were very powerful, but the magic in it was simple. He could see the way these magic were used at a glance. It is essentially an offline teaching video. Well, offline, Akuka, as the Demon King, doesn't have so much time to teach a person personally. First of all, this. After talking about it for a while, Akuka's teaching officially began. The simplest way to construct a magic circle. In Akuka's hands, a small magic circle appeared. Ah yes. Su Yang pressed the button that looked like fast forward or the next section. Chapter 17. The second lesson, the flow and circulation of magic. Ah, I will, the next lesson. With the carbonic eyes, the power of heaven Krishna, coupled with his powerful calculation ability, Su Yang's learning ability is unparalleled in the world. Lesson 25, the possibility of a magical circle built by external auras. Hey? Scientific research topic? It's a little bit interesting. Su Yang raised a little interest. Ah, it's done. A few minutes later, Su Yang silently pressed the next lesson. For him, it is very interesting to be able to learn new knowledge. He has basically mastered the knowledge in school and even the human world. Not to mention, you can strengthen yourself while learning knowledge. And just when Su Yang felt that learning made me intoxicated, and no one could interrupt my learning. Ding dong, ding dong. In the middle of the night, Su Yang's doorbell rang. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be this person. After loosening his muscles and bones, Su Yang yawned and came to the door. This person. He really has to open the door, otherwise it is estimated that his house will turn into an igloo tonight. Crack. As soon as he opened the door, Su Yang saw a pair of snow-white thighs and a pair of pink eyes shining with tears. If you don't know the girl, you might be fooled by the girl's weak and deceptive appearance, or even have some unhealthy mind to let her finally live in her own home. In the end, in the case of an eruption of her own desire, she was frozen into an ice sculpture by the girl. Seraph, yes, what are you doing here? Su Yang sighed and said. Chapter 12. As soon as she heard Su Yang, Seraphim tried her best to open Shui Lingling's eyes wide. Magical girl, no, the charm of the demon lord girl is terrifying. What happened? Seeing Seraphim like this, Su Yang already basically knew what she would say. Su, Jun Su, King Na sauce don't need me. Seraphim hugged Su Yang's lap without the image of a devil, and Su Yang, who felt a little strange, just silently nodded. Well, I know you would say that. King Na Zhang said she didn't like my sister's closeness. She also drove me out of her Sujun. Seraphim's black hair was tied into a double ponytail, and his white face was full of love. There was a small mouth under the bridge of his small nose, and his thin lips were pouting slightly, expressing to Kangna dissatisfaction. His eyes twinkled like stars, and a hint of cunning flashed while Su Yang was not paying attention. Hi, hello. I see, if Miss Sirapura doesn't dislike it, please stay at my house tonight. Su Yang said with a smile. He knew that this was the purpose of Seraphim's visit to his home. Even if he didn't make it, Seraphim would make this request himself. Thank you Sujun. Sujun is so good. Seraphim lifted his head from Su Yang's thigh and looked at Su Yang with big eyes shining with little stars. Well, come in first, you can rest first if you have nothing to do. Su Yang took Sirapura into his small villa. He was not afraid that his parents would come back anytime, and then he had misunderstood that he had found a girlfriend who was so beautiful because his parents died in a car accident 2 years ago. Yeah, thank you Sujun. Seraphim did not have the power of a demon king. No, it should be said that none of the 4 major demon kings in the underworld now has the power of a demon king. They are all demon kings who look and are actually good people. This is tea, please use it. Su Yang brought 2 cups of hot tea and said slowly. Oh. Is this a drink unique to this country? Seraphim carefully held up the hot tea in front of him if he had won a great treasure. Yes. Su Yang nodded. He has only one idea at this time. Stupid woman, you interrupted my study? If it weren't for I can't beat you, I'll definitely press you on the sofa and give you a hard meal. Right. I heard that Junsu joined the student union of King Najiang. I remember that only the family members of King Najiang can join the student union. How did Junsu join? Seraphim also didn't mean to go to rest now. Although she was indeed driven out by King Najiang, she didn't have to go to Su Yang's house to have a place to live. The underworld has many industries in the human world. Is there not a single real estate in the world? She wants to rest in Su Yang's house, naturally, she has her own purpose. Chapter 18. And Su Yang knew it the first time she saw her, so he didn't really wait to see Seraphim. It's a pity that he doesn't have the capital to have a positive conversation with Seraphim, so he still let her in. It's nothing, it's just a game of chess with Kangna. Oh, so, did Junsu win Kangna in chess? Seraphim had a very admiring expression, she really admired it, because she had never seen Kangna lose in chess since she was a child. Even Kangna's marriage contractors were directly abused and cried by Kangna's wonderful chess method, and then offered to dissolve the marriage contract. Well, that's right. So, Sujun's calculation and analysis ability is very strong? No wonder King Najiang wants to ask Akuka for that kind of stuff. Oh, by the way, did you open that thing? I have used it, I would like to thank the chairman. Su Yang knew that King Na got this thing for himself, but he didn't know what the price was. Yes, you have to work hard for King Na Zhang, but King Na Zhang made a promise to be the head of Zidi's house for you. Seraphim put the magic wand in his hand on the sofa. Hey! Su Yang narrowed his eyes a little. Well, it seems that Serapol's purpose is the same as he imagined. It is to come and win, it can also be said that he beat him. This is already the biggest bargaining chip that Sangna can come up with after all, she is only the next head of the Zidi family. Such a promise may make the Zidi family make mistakes at certain moments when decisions need to be made in the future. Decision. Seraphim waved his hand, but the pink eyes flashed with seriousness. Actually, these alone are not enough. When Ashika told her about her sister, she also paid some price before she managed to get Ashika's things. Well, Kangna's help to me, I will remember forever. When I need my help, I will not hesitate to take action. Su Yang also said seriously. He is a person with a lot of emotions, and if others treat him well, he will even repay it twice. It can be said that King Na was affectionate to him, even in this place with a large number of stray demons and fallen angels, he had not even encountered it once. There was a reason why he used the algorithm to avoid it, but there must also be Sanas secretly shining, she didn't want her student council members because some wandering demons who weren't even a scum could not go to school the next day. Withdrawing Kangna? No, Kangna Sidi was very kind to him, and he will always remember this in his heart. So, do you want to become a servant of King Najiang? Not only can you have a lifespan of 10,000 years, but you can also enhance your own strength. Seraphim said excitedly. This is the reason why she came to Suyang's home. She doesn't care what Kang Na said, don't come to disturb Suyang for the time being, sister, please go back to the underworld first. Taking advantage of her family's King Najang so great, you will be the King Najang's person in your life. Become Kana's family? That is to say, is it a demon? Suyang squinted his eyes. Have you finally expressed your true purpose? Well, that's it. Look, 10,000 years of life, the chance to be with King Najiang forever, and to become a family member of King Najiang, maybe you can still have a territory? After all, the Zidi family still has hundreds of millions of dollars. A little bit of land, that is, the level of a small country. Seraphim's chest stood out proudly. For you humans, King Najiang is a princess in a small country? Maybe it will be the queen in the future? Because she had already served as the Demon King, and her name had changed from Seraphim Sidi to Seraphim Leviathan, it was said that she could not inherit the territory of Sidi's family. No, I don't need it for the time being, I don't mean to give up my human identity for the time being. Suyang smiled. The territory of Zidi's house? What is the strength? If I had the power of the Infinite Dragon or the Red Dragon Emperor, I said that the whole world is my territory, anyone dare to object? Why? King Najiang obviously paid so much for you. Seraphim can't believe it, do you think you have a high level? She is the sister of the Demon King. Suyang, I do feel that I have a very high level. King Na's kindness to me, I will always keep it in my heart. When I have any need for me, I will definitely take action. Suyang gave his promise very seriously. You don't want to be King Najiang's dependents? Ming King Na has paid so much for you. Sirapura looked directly into Suyang's eyes. Is King Nakan's gaze wrong? I am willing to repay her kindness, but I don't want to be a demon. Also, this magic wand is good. What does it mean that the magic wand is good? Seraphim looked towards the other side, but did not see Suyang's figure. Hey! She looked to the side, Suyang ran to her side without knowing when. Playing with her magic wand. I just want to say, if I want to run, no one can stop you, Seraphim, surely you don't want to force me to the opposite of Kang Nakan, right? Suyang said with a smile. Seraphim looked at Suyang quietly, with the strength of her Demon King's pinnacle, she didn't even see when Suyang came to her side. Oh, by the way, if you want to get this crystal ball back, I can return it to you tomorrow. Suyang added. Chapter 13. Although he can't learn Akuka's knowledge in one day, he can copy it in one night with his copying eye, and use his super memory ability to write it down without any problems. Chapter 19. Do you know this can only be used by one person, other people's use will trigger the prohibition. You really think the things of Demon Lord Akuka are so easy to pick up? Seraphim yelled and rushed towards Suyang beside him. However, how could Suyang let her meet herself? He used the most original time-space avenue, traversing all restrictions, traversing all time and space. Can only be used once, right? I understand why the prohibition on the outside of that thing is more complicated than the one on the inside. He can't see it all at once, isn't it complicated? Hey! Just now, Sirapura, whose entire face including the double ponytails, fell into the sofa because he wanted to throw Suyang down, instantly bounced, and his pink eyes widened slightly. Can you see it? Can Akuka's formation be seen by a human? Well, not only can I see it, I have already learned 1/10. Of course, the most essential thing is that I have learned about 1/10 of the things inside. Although Su Yang couldn't see through the restrictions outside, the learning content in it can be said to be clear. There are a total of several hundred sessions of Akuka's exclusive offline online class. You, what did you say? Seraphim's little face couldn't help but twitch. Ashika, he said, this is enough to study for hundreds of years. Seraphim felt that the man in front of him must be lying. She had known before that this person had never used spiritual power or any other power experience, and did not show any power, just appeared to be very smart, and was able to abuse King Nakan in chess. I just told a fact, Sir Seraphil, I'll go to bed first. If you want something, the refrigerator is there. Please feel free to do it yourself. Su Yang shook his head, he was going to sleep. He was studying very hard just now and hasn't noticed it, but now he can clearly feel that his body is exhausted. He has always been a fairly self-disciplined person, it seems that it is an exception to go to bed so late today. He casually threw Seraphim's magic wand on the sofa, and Su Yang walked toward his room. Hey! Seraphim yelled at Su Yang in a very impersonal manner. Are you so unwelcome? Anyway, it's King Nakan's sister. The magical girl who still wants to spread love and justice. It's still the Demon Lord. Oh. It seems that he doesn't know that I am the Demon King? Hey! Seraphim took the magic wand back and waved it fiercely into the air. The magic circle with a frightening atmosphere flickered on the magic wand full of girlish atmosphere. It is estimated that the entire Juwang town will be erased from the map board with this wave. Hey! However, when it reached the bottom, the light on the magic wand dimmed. King Na Sauce is still here, I can't be impulsive, but, the more I look at this the more upset the man is. Seraphim even stomped anxiously in place. But even if Su Yang didn't want to be her sister's family member, she was still a very important person to King Na. If she hurt Su Yang, she would definitely make King Najiang angry. Seraphim walked around in Su Yang's villa, expressing his dissatisfaction. Correct. As she walked, she suddenly remembered an important thing. Turn him into King Nakan's servant? It doesn't seem to need his consent. If he becomes a devil, then I will bully him and call it casually. What does he do seems to be quite normal. Seraphim Sauce. The big secret found. Seraphim's white legs couldn't help trembling, showing how excited she was now. Okay. I decided to do this. Seraphim, a powerful demon king, took back all the demon chess pieces that her sister hadn't used yet from his sister in just a few minutes. Of course, it was secretly taken without King Na knowing it. Seeing the blood-red demon chess pieces in his hand, Seraphim smiled triumphantly. He. After this nasty man becomes a devil, I can just bully it. Seraphim didn't notice that her mood had undergone a subtle change. She originally wanted to collect relatives for King Nakan, but now she wanted this man to look good. 6 soldiers' demon pieces, a chariot's demon pieces, and a knight's demon pieces, worth 14 in total, even a human with a god-killing device is enough. It is estimated that the holders of the upper gods and extinction devices like Huangtian Thunder Prison can transform at most 9. Isn't it easy to transform you into a human who has just awakened the blood of a hero? In the middle of the night, Seraphil, who had already decided, sneaked into Su Yang's room. Reincarnation is a low-level technique, she believes that even if she uses it hundreds of millions of times, she will not have the possibility of making a mistake. Live for my sister Kangna. Seraphim showed a charming smile, and placed a soldier's chess piece in the reincarnation magic circle. The red light in the magic circle seemed extremely strong, but it only dimmed for an instant after being strong. Sure enough, is there still a little talent? Seraphim did not feel the surprise, and threw a soldier's chess piece at it again. It was exactly the same as before, except for a moment when it was strong and it became plain again. It looks like the talent is still good. Then, threw the third soldier. No response. Chapter 20. Oh, it can be considered a relatively good genius among humans. Then, through the fourth soldier. Still no response. Hey! Why is there still no response? Then. The fifth soldier was thrown. Still no response. It's the last soldier. Which hero are you descended from? Then, the sixth soldier was thrown away. Well, like the scene I don't want to see, there is still no response. I'll go. I have to transform you into Kangna's dependents. With such thoughts, Seraphim threw a chariot directly into it with a bit of self-defense. 1 tank is equivalent to 5 soldiers. Definitely transform you into a demon. At this time, Su Yang was sleeping. Feeling the warmth pouring into my body, I hugged the thing that feels like a pillow next to me, and sleeps more soundly. With his potential, the mere devil chess piece wants to enhance his strength. I am afraid it would be better to throw it at him truck by truck. In short, Su Yang slept very soundly. Subconsciously, he has forgotten one thing, that is, he seems to have never bought any pillow. Time flies. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in. Sign-in level, Bronze. Sign-in location Juwang Academy. Sign-in time limit, 2 hours. At 6 o'clock, Su Yang was woken up by the sound of the sign-in system refresh. Ahem. After yawning, Su Yang sat up from his bed. As soon as he sat up, he felt something was wrong. Something seems to be entangled in his legs. It's not Seraphim? She doesn't seem to have a reason to sleep with me, right? Su Yang's head was still a little confused. He forgot that he had drawn a big baby yesterday. Slowly opening the sheets, Su Yang only felt that his nosebleeds were about to flow out. A white-haired loli is holding him quietly, her delicate eyebrows and small nose form a stunningly lovely face. With the long hair of the white and soft shawl, it is almost as beautiful as an angel. The silver-grey silk stockings were not fully stretched until the middle of the thighs, but they were pulled up at the top end, revealing white skin. Esther. The holy sword that killed the Demon King? Su Yang finally realized that he did get this thing yesterday. Hey, not absurd. As if hearing Su Yang's call, Esther opened his eyes slightly. He sat up on Su Yang's lap and looked around. Owner. Esther finally asked Su Yang. Well, Esther, I am your master, please advise. Su Yang smiled and stretched out his hand. Chapter 14. Su Yang, who finally understood why he had the feeling of holding a pillow last night, was ready to go to school after washing a little bit. Self-disciplined, he is the child of other people's family in the legend, the top student among the top students. Esther, please turn into a holy sword and hide it in my body. Su Yang said to this little lori who has the power to kill the devil. Esther nodded, then turned into a white light and rushed towards the contract emblem in Su Yang's hand. The strength of the body seems to have increased, and it's almost reached the level of an intermediate demon. Su Yang shook his hand, and he could feel the abundant spiritual power permeating his body. Su Yang didn't know before. He thought that a queen's chess piece could elevate his strength to a higher level demon. In fact, at least one truck was needed. His body is like a bottomless pit, not so easy to upgrade. But on the other hand, he is invincible in every realm. How about the strength of the lower level demon's body than the higher level demon? Feeling that his strength has increased a lot, Su Yang, who was in a good mood, opened the door of his room. Crack! Hey! Su Yang felt as if there was something in front of his door. Because he hadn't been driving the near-omniscience effect of Krishna all the time, he said that he had not noticed that there was anyone at his door. Chapter 21. If he really reached the level of the origin of Vishnu, Krishna would basically be able to achieve omniscience and omnipotence. Now it is more like getting a buff that can expand your perception a lot, of course, not only perception, but also occasional strange knowledge. What is she doing at my door? Su Yang finally knew who the person at his door was. Even if you are Lord Demon King, it is not the reason for you to stay at the door of others. With this thought, Su Yang kicked his door directly. Boom, boom. There were two noises, one was the sound of Su Yang kicking the door with his foot, and the other was the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Hey! She doesn't even know who to avoid it. Su Yang opened the door and saw Seraphim lying on the ground in a frustrated posture. Hey hey! Su Yang saw her eyes opened, but there was no bright light at all. She didn't know why she became like this. It's like being broken? But he doesn't have such related memories? Boom! Seeing that she didn't respond, Su Yang was not polite, and just kicked Seraphim's upright butt. This shot seemed to be very effective. Originally, Su Yang thought she would stop before she kicked it, but she didn't expect that the kick would hit the door of the room opposite her. Under this foot, Sirapura recovered from the state that seemed to be broken. Broken up, messed up, messed up, messed up, messed up. Seraphim's eyes looked at Su Yang blankly, and then continued to fall into a state of autism. What messed up? What did you mess up? Su Yang asked suspiciously. Even if you mess up something, you won't be autistic, right? You are also the devil's saying anyway? This time, this Xiaoking Na Zhang will definitely deny my sister. Seraphim's eyes were filled with tears. He recovered from the autistic state, and glanced at Su Yang. Then, the emoji broke even more. Xiaoking Na sauce, don't abandon my sister, you can do anything with your sister. While saying this, Seraphim jumped up from the ground, slipped out of Su Yang's house, and rode away. What exactly, what happened? A cold sweat dripped on Su Yang's head, and Seraphim was autistic? What did you do that would make Kana angry? Master, I think it should be because of what happened last night. She has been in that state since she came to the master's room yesterday. The coat of arms representing Esther on the back of Su Yang's hand was shining with white holy light. She came to my room last night, what did she do? Su Yang frowned, and an idea suddenly popped up in his heart. Yesterday, the woman stuffed some red things into the master's body. I originally wanted to stop it, but the master's physical and spiritual power was not enough to give me the strength to repel her. Then why didn't you tell me when I got up this morning? Because I forgot. Puff. Forget it, is it something like this she stuffed in? A kind of phantom appeared in Su Yang's hand, it was the phantom of each chess piece in chess. Well, there are 6 of these, one of this and this. Esther pointed out what chess piece Seraphus put in yesterday. After realizing this, Su Yang also began to look inside. Although the power of the devil's chess piece is very small, it is indeed a chess piece of 6 soldiers, a chess piece of a chariot and a chess piece of a monk in his body. Did you sneak a devil chess piece into my body? It really did it. Su Yang gritted his teeth and felt that it was a shame to just kick on the just now, so he should have a slap in the face. The devil reincarnated and came secretly. But, I don't have the real feeling of becoming a demon. The magic power in my body is also a very small part of the power, combined with the things she said before, that is to say. Has the rebirth failed? It's really ironic. Su Yang smiled, and it is estimated that the sky will be able to pull off Seraphim's ears. Forget it, I'll go to school first. I don't know if King Na will already know about this when I meet with me today. Su Yang smiled, and he packed up to go to school. Walking into the living room, he noticed a little thing in the living room. Is this a souvenir from her? That is a pink magic wand. Of course, unlike ordinary cosplay magic wands, Seraphim's magic wand can release skills. Although it is not a very powerful skill, there are still many useful magic and spells on it. For the time being, take it as my comfort, when I have the strength, I will find the place where I am today. Su Yang squinted his eyes and put the magic wand in his room. When one's hard power reaches the intermediate level demon, he should be able to understand the devil-level spells on the magic wand, analyze it, and finally learn it. Leave, go to school. There is still a sign-in. Su Yang's current state of mind is still very good, probably because of so many demon chess pieces that were voted in vain yesterday. Chapter 22. Just walked out the door. Su Yang saw Hayato Issei looking at him with a very inexplicable look. Hey, Yang? Was it your girlfriend who ran out of your house before? She was still wearing magical girl clothes. I didn't expect Yang to have this habit. Hayato Issei looked at Su Yang with a look that everyone knew. You don't need to explain. By the way, Yang, you should be good at dealing with girls. Yesterday there was a girl who asked me to go on a date yesterday. You know, I am really not interested in girls. He suddenly remembered an important thing and said to Su Yang. Oh. Su Yang raised his eyebrows. Was a Monozima approached him? So I want to ask Toyang for one thing. Hayato Issei made a begging gesture toward Su Yang, clasping his hands together, and a glimmer of expectation appeared in his eyes. Well, tell me. Su Yang still had expectations for this kind of thing. She asked me to accompany her to go shopping today, but I couldn't help but agreed, so I said, so you say, or Yang sang. Go instead of me. Hayato Issei said embarrassedly. If Yang is such a handsome person, Amano wouldn't be very angry, right? Hey. This is Hayato Issei's method. Sure enough, girls are so troublesome. Still boys are more cute and communicate better. This is Hayato Issei's idea. Well, okay, where did you meet with her? Su Yang nodded. His idea is very simple. Well, what useful sign-in might be made from Amano Yuma's body? Chapter 15. After knowing the location agreed upon by Hayato Issei and Amano Yuma, Su Yang said goodbye to Hayato Issei and came to Komao Academy. Although it was only half a day, Su Yang had undergone earth-shaking changes. Hard power almost reached the level of an intermediate demon, not to mention the ability to fight the disobedient black cat of Tachinhij, but there is absolutely no problem with a dozen Lias and Kang. Maintaining a good mood, after deliberately hiding the elf coat of arms in his hand, Su Yang entered the school. Ding! Ding! Bronze level sign-in succeeded. Sign-in place Juwang College. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward. The body automatically runs the system. Automatic body operation system. The system can be set up in the body, so that the energy and tissues in the body can operate according to the set running route and method. Oh, good stuff! Su Yang was a little surprised. He originally thought it was an item or bloodline or even a pet or weapon, but he didn't expect it to be an automatic operation system. With this, his combat effectiveness and various abilities will increase a lot. Even he thinks it can be comparable to a gold level sign-in. The reason is very simple. For example, the construction of magic used to require spiritual power to flow and activate in one form or another, but now it only requires a movement of the mind. In this case, the improved efficiency is equivalent to raising one's computing power by one level. But, in this case, it will also expose one of my problems. Su Yang squinted his eyes. The problem is that there are more magic that can be used at the same time, and the efficiency of use is higher, but his spiritual power is not necessarily keep up. This weakness can't be called a weakness. As long as I can use 3 powers at the same time, this problem can be solved. Dwarf Varmana guarantees mobility, and Black Sky Krishna guarantees perception. These are the most basic 2. But an incarnation does not have only one power. For example, Krishna also has the ability to absorb all energy and matter. The dwarf Varmana also has the ability to disguise and change his race, but these Su Yangs are not very proficient, and they are not very helpful in the battle. Su Yang used the ability he had just obtained to set up the magic circle in his body while entering the teaching building. As Su Yang entered the teaching building, the gaze that had been watching him in the student union was also closed. The girl who stared at Su Yang was named Ji Chu Kang Na. At this time, her heart was very entangled. She felt that if she gave Su Yang a crystal ball and then asked Su Yang to become her dependent, wouldn't it be a retribution? Would Su Yang feel like a bad woman? President, it seems that the president has already decided. Beside Kangna, Zhen Luo Chunji helped her glasses. As the queen of Kangna, she can be said to be the person who knows Kangna best. The look in the eyes of the president is clearly the look in the eyes of your sweetheart. President, you wouldn't have noticed it yet. Su Yang also noticed Kang Na's gaze, but he still didn't know how to talk to Kang Na. It's impossible to say that your sister ran out of your chess pieces, but I still didn't turn me into your dependence. Well, I didn't know about this at the time, so I couldn't stop it in time. Forget it, learning makes me happy. There is nothing more important than improving my hard power. Since the devil chess piece can't help it, maybe that thing can. Su Yang thought of something that the devil chess piece cannot do, maybe that thing can be done. Hey! The teacher who was teaching looked at Su Yang with his eyes closed and sighed silently. He must have tried to stop and educate Su Yang, but he was slammed by Su Yang with knowledge that did not know how many times his level was. Su Yang's grades were very good, he was able to sling the teacher, and he was able to attend on time. He didn't disturb other people's studies or disrupt classroom discipline during class. What can he say? Chapter 23. Student Su Yang, someone is looking for you. While Su Yang was meditating on building his own system, a girl's voice came from the side. At the call of Kiryu Lanhua, Su Yang woke up. Oh! Looking towards the door, Su Yang saw a familiar figure. Seeing that grey hair, he felt that he saw the soft cat ears and cat tail, and remembered the touch of last night. Na, Yang Jun, why did the kitten sauce come to you? Is there a shameful relationship between you and the kitten sauce? Kiryu Lanhua approached Su Yang and asked. She is not a girl in the ordinary sense, she is the kind of girl in the legend who has nothing to do with a boy when she looks like a girl. Hey! Don't talk nonsense about things that are unfounded. Su Yang smiled slightly. Is the relationship between heroes saving the United States at best? After all, in the eyes of Kitty, his sister is the villain. Kiryu, if the teacher asks me where I am in the next class, you will say that I am sick and go to the health room. Su Yang used his privilege of being the number one in the school, and the privilege that the teacher would absolutely believe and agree to when he asked for a leave of absence for any reason. Oh roar! Are you going to the health room with the cat sauce? It's really an exciting development. Kiryu Lanhua held up his glasses and showed a look that everyone knew. Majiang Zhang is a freshman, it should be at least 14 years old. You really deserve to be. Yang Jun. Kiryu Lanhua stretched out his thumbs of praise. Don't pass it everywhere. Of course, if you pass it everywhere, I don't care, but you don't want to copy my homework in the future. Hearing Su Yang's words, Kiryu Lanhua's attitude instantly changed. Hey, I'm just making a joke, Yang Jun, go and come back soon. There is no extra action, the kind I am your comrade, just believe my eyes. Su Yang, who is proficient in psychology, naturally saw it. Amidst Kiryu Lanhua's good journey eyes and the cat's restrained and shy eyes, Su Yang came to the cat's face. Kitten, is there something? Let's talk as we walk. The minister has something to do with you. The kitten nodded lightly. She encountered her sister's matter yesterday, and she must have told Lias, and Su Yang must be mentioned to mention this matter. Rias, who is now very uncomfortable by the marriage contract, is very eager for a strong family member. Therefore, after knowing that Su Yang, the human being who can fight against the Black Song as soon as the awakening hero bloodline, is naturally thirsty for talent. Then go. In a stare of envy, the second school grass and the first student bully in the school, and the first mascot in the school walked towards the old school building. Look! Yang Jun, he smiled at me, to die, to die. A girl fell straight down with peachy eyes. Ah, Jun Yang, why is it not me who is next to Jun Yang? I want to be taught by Yang Jun after class tonight. She is another girl, but this girl was conquered by Su Yang's grades and looks at the same time. Juwang Academy itself was rebuilt from a girls' school. There are very few boys in the school, let alone handsome boys. This kind of situation actually happens every day, and Su Yang has basically gotten used to it, but it's getting worse today. Perhaps it was because Su Yang had a bonus to his temperament after obtaining 10 incarnations in Esther. Although he doesn't have any consciousness himself. By the way, I accidentally touched Kitty-chan's tail yesterday, sorry. Is your health better? Entering the old schoolhouse, Su Yang asked the kitten after seeing that there was no one. Well, thank you Senior Su Yang for your concern, I am fine now. After saying this, the kitten opened her lips gently, as if he wanted to speak but stopped. By the way, Kitty, what's the matter with your tail? It looks like you are a monster? And the person yesterday said she is your sister. Is it possible in your race to have a setting where only one sister can live? Su Yang knocked on the side. This kind of setting. Did the predecessors see it from the game? Does this kind of setting have any benefit for the reproduction of the offspring? The kitten played his own spit setting. Well, that's right, but if it's not such a setting, what is it for? Su Yang finally brought the matter to the point. He needed the kitten to tell him about it, otherwise how to explain his knowledge of the kitten and sister. Chapter 16. The Tachin kitten fell into a brief silence. Let me tell a story to Senior. The kitten was silent for a few seconds and said slowly. Once upon a time, in the underworld, there were two kittens that depended on each other, a black cat and a white cat. Although the two kittens often have a full meal and a hungry meal, they can still live happily as they depend on each other. One day, a demon picked up two kittens, took the older black cats that could be transformed into their families, and gave the two kittens a life that can feed themselves. The black cat is very talented, and quickly rushed to the top position among the demon's family members. However, too much power is not a good thing. The talent of the black cat is so good that it surpassed the owner in a short time. In the end, perhaps it was swallowed by its own power. The black cat took the act of killing its owner and became one of the most powerful wandering demons. Even the law enforcement team of the underworld cannot catch him back. Some people in the underworld think that the remaining little white cat is also a time bomb, and will eventually kill the Lord and escape, wanting to punish the little white cat in advance. Chapter 24. At this time, a big man rejected all the opinions, kept the little white cat, and found a owner for the little white cat, and has lived until now. When the kitten finished telling the story, tears filled the golden pupils. This little white cat is the kitten you. Su Yang said with a slight pain. Although he knew this story a long time ago, when he heard what I said, seeing her beautiful face and tears, he would still be touched by the scene. Well, that's right. It's just that I didn't expect my sister to come to me. My sister once easily killed the master who was a superior demon. I was worried that my sister would be against the minister. Don't worry, I guess she will look for me even if she is looking for someone when the time comes. You only need to stay with me, kitten. Su Yang touched the kitten's white hair, a trace of petting in his eyes. He was also a cat in his previous life? Arrived. The kitten said softly. During the time they were talking, the two had reached the door of the Supernatural Research Department. Crack softly. Su Yang opened the door of the Supernatural Research Department. Minister, I brought Senior Su Yang here. There was a gleam of tears in the kitten's eyes, but at this time Lias focused on Su Yang's body and did not notice. Thanks for your hard work, Kitty. You are classmate Su Yang. I am Lias Gremery, the head of the Supernatural Research Department of this school. I am a devil. The girl with real red hair stretched out her hands towards Su Yang. This should be regarded as knowing you again, Minister Lias. I basically know everything about demons. Su Yang smiled and stretched out his hand. As the first few beautiful girls in the school and the number one student bully, the two must have known each other before. Yang Jun, this is hot tea. After Su Yang sat down, a beautiful Japanese girl with a single ponytail walked over. If there are any characteristics, the characteristics are probably very big. Thank you, Senior Sister Zhu Nai. Senior Sister is the head of the tea ceremony club. I didn't expect to be able to drink the tea that Senior Sister made by yourself. Ah la la. A multi-zixia de compliment. Juno Heimjima touched her face and said with a smile on her face. I am Yuto Kaiba and a demon. Yuto Kaiba also introduced himself with a smile. Well, I am Su Yang, a human being, classmate Kaiba. Su Yang raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. The reason why he raised his eyebrows is very simple. He didn't expect Kaiba Yuto to refresh himself with 3 tasks at once. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in. Sign-in level, Bronze. Sign-in location Kaiba Yuto's magic sword. Sign-in time limit, 1 hour. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in. Sign-in level, Silver. Sign-in location Kaiba Yuto's holy sword. Sign-in time limit, 2 months. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in. Sign-in level, Silver. Sign-in location Kaiba Yuto's holy magic sword. Sign-in time limit, 2 months. Kaiba Yuto, although the quality of the tasks you brushed out is not that good, the quantity is really large, and the quantity can really be worth the quality in a certain sense, as long as you are lucky. A human? Does Yang Jun say that he is a human? He is really humble. A human can repel Hei Song, an opponent that the underworld law enforcement team can't catch. Lias also drank tea. She knew that she and Su Yang had nothing to do with each other. At most, she was a little tempted. It was obvious that the relationship between Su Yang and Kang Na was much better than that between her and Su Yang. So, her goal is to make Su Yang his dependent before Kang Na, which is the so-called cut-off. I'm just running away, of course, she can't catch me. Su Yang had to admit that he was indeed not an opponent of Hei Ji. Unless you want to be paralyzed for a while. Yang Jun, since you know the devil's industry, I just said it directly. I need your power from Yang Jun. I hope you can become my dependent. Rias's blue eyes were filled with a serious look. She really didn't want to marry the Lisa Phoenix who looked and was actually a scumbag. I heard that all his family members are women, and at first glance, he is a big pervert who indulges in sensuality. Moreover, he is indeed a scumbag. I heard that in order to gather the attributes of the harem, he also made his sister a dependent. No. I can never become his wife. Even if you want to use rating game, you must take back your freedom of marriage. For this, strong family members are necessary. Hearing from the kitten, Su Yang had just awakened the blood of the hero, and he was able to repel the most advanced demon of Hij. This kind of talent, even the holder of the gods, may not be able to achieve it. Simply the best candidate for the dependents. Being a dependent, does Minister Rias mean to be a demon? Su Yang squinted his eyes. He had already inspected the energy in his body when he was in class before, and there was only a small part of the magic power. That's the energy provided by 6 soldiers' pawns, a chariot pawn, and a knight pawn. Chapter 25. He estimated that he really needed a truckload of demon chess pieces to be able to transform himself into a demon, and that would still have to be if he wanted to. If he is unwilling, he can use the power of Krishna to swallow all the power and swallow the magic power in the body at any time. Transformed into the purest spiritual power. Krishna is also called Krishna and Black Sky. Sanskrit means black, and the old translation is black sky. Krishna is the Supreme Personality Godhead. The name Krishna means black in Sanskrit, and it is also translated as black sky or Krishna because black can absorb the 7 colors in the spectrum, which means that he has everything attractive. In theory, he can really absorb a truckload of demon chess pieces, and then swallow them, thereby achieving an increase in hard power. It's just that there are not so many demon pieces for him to devour. Lias frowned when she heard Su Yang's question. It seems that Su Yang seems to be very resistant to being a demon? Yes, to be my dependent is to be a devil, but you must not get me wrong, Yang Jun. Our demons are not evil existences, and modern demons will not collect human souls as sacrifices as in the legends of the world, let alone provoke wars. Well, I know this. Isn't Lias Senpai a standard new generation demon? Su Yang said with a smile. It's good for you to understand, Jun Yang. What about the family members? Rias continued to ask. This. Su Yang was silent for a moment. Being my dependent has many benefits. Not only can I have the shelter of the Demon King, but I can also enjoy the cultivation conditions of the Gremory family. The other hardware conditions are also very good. I believe you are not interested in Yang Jun, but let me talk about it. The Gremory family has a territory of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. I am the next head of the Gremory family, if I become my dependent. Rias began to talk endlessly. She and Su Yang didn't have any very good feelings. Even if she had feelings, she would definitely not be King Na Gao. In order to get Su Yang to agree and complete the rebirth as soon as possible, she had to drive them for profit. The reason why Su Yang was silent just now was actually very simple. He brushed out a big treasure from Lias. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot check-in. Sign-in level, Gold. P.S. You won't be a devil, don't worry, please ask for a ticket. Chapter 17. Sign-in plot. Li Yassi's family members accept Lias Gremory's request to become her dependent. Sign-in time limit, 1 hour. This is why he was silent just now. Accept Lias' request, but it doesn't mean that you have to do it, Su Yang thought. But isn't it a bit unnatural to do this? Yang Jun? Yang Jun? What do you think of being my dependent? Rias continued. Does Yang Jun have any wishes to achieve? If you become my dependent, the Gremory family will help you achieve it. Even if you want to fulfill your wishes yourself, you will have a lifespan of 10,000 years after becoming a demon, compared to humans. The lifespan of 100 years of the body is much longer, and you have enough time to fulfill your wishes. Lias was actually a little ill and went to the doctor. Normally, she would never have such a dog-licking speech. She is the heir of the Gremory family, how could she use an imploring tone to a less powerful human? Now the main thing is that she really needs a strong family member, this is a rigid demand. Also, this is in the school, under King Na's eyelids, and King Na robbing people, you must make a quick decision, otherwise King Na knows, I guess he is out of play. With the relationship between Kang Na and Su Yang also worked in the student union, Rias didn't think she could win the competition with Kang Na. No problem. After Su Yang rolled his eyes, he agreed to this request. Ding! Ding! Successfully signed in for the gold level plot. Sign-in plot. Li Yassi's family members accept Lias Gremory's request to become her dependent. Congratulations to the host for the reward, the chess piece of God's favor. God's dependent pieces, a super enhanced version of the devil's pieces, which can transform all races into dependents. After becoming dependents, the original race remains unchanged, the potential is greatly enhanced, and the loyalty to the owner is maintained at least 80 points. There were a lot of introductions behind, but Su Yang heard the sound of opening the door before he could see clearly. Boom! The door of the Supernatural Research Department made a stern sound, as if it was about to be broken directly. Before they saw him, everyone heard the voice that was extremely serious. Lias, I'm here to find someone. Kang Na helped her eyes. She hurried over after getting the news that the kitten went to Su Yang and went to the old school building. Sure enough, Lias, the fishy cat who wanted to steal his Yang Jun, absolutely couldn't allow it. Kang Na. Rias stood up in surprise. You came here just a little while later? Are you afraid that you have been staring at your baby boy all day? I just asked him to come over for a few minutes, and you can't wait to come over to protect the cub? I remember this is the old school building, the site of our supernatural research department. Kang, then you just come in without telling me, is it a violation of the rules? Although I am at a loss, I am definitely not able to show weakness. In the face of the arrogance of his good friend, Kang Na showed extraordinary courage. Chapter 26. If I can't come, wouldn't you just me away in such a fair way? Kang Na's words revealed Ling Ling like a cold wind. She was a little angry. Everyone except Sana and Rias was watching their conversation. The kitten was eating snacks, Yuto Kaiba showed a wry smile, Juno Himejima was watching the show, Tsubaki sighed. As for Su Yang, he also took a bag of potato chips from the kitten next to him and ate it. Anyway, his sign-in has been completed, and there is nothing wrong with going back. Of course, he doesn't like to break his promise. I promise to be your dependent, then you come to transform? If you can transform me into a demon, I will do whatever you want. As for if you couldn't do it and you lost the demon piece? That's your own problem. Think about it, if all your chess pieces are mutated pieces, is the success rate a little bit higher? Ahem. The success rate is indeed a little bit higher, but it is estimated that it will give me a little more strength. On the other side, Rias still stared directly at Sana. Rias spoke first. What is your person? I remember Yang Jun is just a member of the student union, not your dependents, right? Kang Na. Faced with Rias's fierce attack, Kang Na sneered. Yang Jun? Are you familiar with Su Yang? It's just a nodding acquaintance, right? Isn't it just because you want to win him over? I haven't called a few times. Kang Na didn't know. Maybe it's because Su Yang is the man her good best friend likes. Rias has really moved her heart. Lias, don't you know that all members of the student union except Yang Jun are my dependents? Yang Jun is my reserve dependents. If you want to grab someone else's reserve dependents, don't you think you've lost the Gremaries family? Face. No, I don't think so. Ria's eyes suddenly softened, and at the same time she filled with a confident smile. As long as others have not become your dependents, then I don't think there is any problem with what I do. Kang Na saw Lia's expression suddenly changed, with an ominous premonition. In Kang Na's slightly uneasy expression, Rias slowly said. What's more, Yang Jun has already agreed to my request just now, and he has agreed to be my dependent. Lias said in the tone of a winner. Cough cough, ignore the previous request like licking the dog. What? The first time he heard these words, Kang Na looked at Su Yang who was eating snacks with the kitten. Yang Jun. Yang Jun, do you agree? A ray of tears flickered in Kang Na's eyes, and she felt that the magic power of her whole body could not be controlled at all. There were even cracks on the glasses. A feeling of sadness to the extreme, it can even be said that the feeling of heartbreak surged from the bottom of Kang Na's heart. Wait Kang Na, listen to me to explain. Su Yang hurriedly stood up, and finally it was time for him to play. What else can you explain? Haven't you agreed to Rias? Kang Na looked helpless like never before, feeling, it felt like a toy that she had saved for a long time when she was a child was snatched away by her girlfriend. No. 10 times more uncomfortable than this. She believes that Rias will not make jokes about this kind of thing, that is to say, Su Yang really agreed to Rias's family invitation. Well, I agreed to minister Rias. So what else is there to say? A gleam of sparkle dripped from Kang Na's eyes. Sure enough, did her emotions still be disappointed? I just think that Minister Lias may have something anxious, so I just need my help, so that's why I found me in such a rush. What's more, before I became Minister Rias's family member, I have become the chairman's family member. Su Yang's words directly caused everyone to fall into a state of confusion. Hey! Lias raised her eyebrows. Oh! There was a gleam in Haim Shima Juno's eyes. Meow! The mousse cake in the kitten's hand almost fell. Yang Jun? What do you mean, Yang Jun? Kang Na cast a bewildered look at Su Yang. Are you kidding me? If you say you regretted it temporarily, I believe it, but what do you mean when you say you have become my dependent? It's literal. I already have the president's devil chess pieces in my body, but it may be because the number of chess pieces is not enough, so you didn't notice the devil's breath from me. Su Yang stretched out his hand, and a total of 8 chess pieces appeared from it. Taking the initiative to put these 8 demon chess pieces in his body, without repelling or swallowing them, can be regarded as a kind of reward for Su Yang for taking care of him for so long. Did not reincarnate successfully? But isn't it also a theoretical family member to have a chess piece? 6 soldier chess pieces, 1 chariot chess piece, and 1 knight chess piece. When did you get to Yang Jun? Kang Na checked his demon chess piece for the first time. Because she did feel her breath from those devil chess pieces. No, no more. What is it? What is it? Chapter 27. President, didn't you drove your sister out yesterday? Siraful came to me for the night, and then seemed to stuff a few chess pieces into my body in the middle of the night. But because you didn't succeed in reincarnation, maybe your sister felt that she was in trouble, so she said she slipped away from me early in the morning. Chapter 18. Sister. Kang Na's eyes became lingering. This disobedient sister really gave her a surprise. Obviously she said before that she told Seraphim not to disturb Su Yang. Wait! Su Jun? Since you have a chess piece from Kang Na, why agree to be my dependent? Are you teasing me? Ria's eyes were also narrowed. If you really tease her. No, I didn't tease you. Didn't I say it just now? Because of the special circumstances, did you say that I didn't complete reincarnation? Yang Jun? What do you mean? Kang Na nodded, and recovered from the state of loss just now. I mean, maybe the number of chess pieces is not enough, so I didn't reincarnate successfully, but my body does have magical power. So far, Su Yang hadn't lied a word, just concealed the fact that he could devour the devil's chess piece at any time. Listening to the conversation between Su Yang and Kang Na, Lia's eyes straightened. You said the number of pawns is not enough. Kang Na used 8 pawns on you, a total of 14 worth. Can't this reincarnate you yet? Lias said that although my studies and grades are not as good as you and Kang Na, don't fool me. Well, this is the fact, so I am not lying to you when I say that I am willing to be minister your dependents. If you administer your chess pieces, maybe I can successfully reincarnate. Su Yang spread his hands. Well, the right to choose is in your hands. If you think that you can successfully reincarnate me with the devil pieces in Lias's hand, then just use it. It just so happened that I almost broke through to the strength of the intermediate demon. If you send the demon pieces, I have no objection. Is really great. Haim Shima Juno said with a smile. As the Queen of Rias, she already knew what choice Rias would make. You can't reincarnate with 14 worth of pawns, and defeated the highest level of lost demon before reincarnation. It really makes people want to stop. Jishimazane looked at Su Yang with a blurred look. The kitten silently pulled the hand of Juno Haim Jima next to him. Cats are all food friendly. And Rias made a decision after a moment of confusion. I've decided. Yang, I want to accept you as a dependent. Only such dependents are worthy of the name of the Gremory family. Lias spoke towards Su Yang very energetically. The stronger and the more potential the family members are, the more she needs it now. The best is the kind of Dragon King or Saint Child who can beat Lisa Phoenix. I have no opinion, but I can't guarantee whether your chess pieces can be reincarnated successfully. Su Yang's tone didn't mind. In fact, he was quite sure that it was a fantasy to want to reincarnate himself with such a small amount of devil chess pieces. Wait, I didn't seem to say that I agreed? According to Yang's meaning and actual meaning, Yang should be my dependent now, right? Shishi Kangna pushed his glasses confidently, changing the appearance of a defeated dog before. Well, in a sense it is true. If the rules allow me, I should be able to participate in the war. Su Yang thought for a while. Rule? Aren't things like rules left to the Demon King? The 4 Demon Kings, on his side, there are 2 Sages and Serafus. The 2 Transcendents, Sages and Akuka, always wear a pair of trousers. 3 of the 4 Demon Kings are in Lias on He Kang's side. What does this change of rules count? Kang Na, aren't we childhood sweethearts? Although you have resolved your major issues now, my major issues have not been resolved yet. Rias spoke to Sana in a slightly soft tone. This. In fact, King Na wanted to say something about Yang Jun and me, but because it was so emotional, she still didn't say it. As Lias said, they are childhood sweethearts from childhood to adulthood. Seeing Kangna seemed to be shaken, Rias continued. Kang, then, do you want to reincarnate Yang Jun successfully? If you use my chess piece, maybe you will be able to reincarnate successfully. Indeed, it does make sense. Kangna nodded. Of course she also thought about the consequences of unsuccessful reincarnation. But according to the knowledge she learned in the textbook, the reincarnated family members who use 7 or 8 chess pieces can reach the fighting power of the Demon King. If Yang Jun has used so many, his potential is not beyond the Demon King? Su Yang, to be precise, it was not beyond the Demon King, but crushed the infinite Dragon God and the Along God Emperor. Then let's start. I think Yang Jun can leave an indelible mark in the history of the devil. Lias straightened her chest very imposingly. Su Yang, to be precise, it is not in the history of demons, but in the history of this world and even the endless world. Well, just do this first. Kang Na nodded. Although she felt that her belongings had been robbed, she did not have the ability to successfully reincarnate Su Yang. More importantly, she knows what kind of person Lias is currently engaged to. Her childhood sweetheart and rivals marrying such a person is not something she wants to see. But I have one condition. But even so, Yi Kangna's possessiveness would not be able to hand over Su Yang easily. Well, you said. Chapter 28. At this time, it was back to the scene where the swords were drawn before. Rias and Sana crossed their hands and looked at each other. If there is any order, I hope I can get Yang's decision-making power, for example, when competing with you. As far as I know, you have to do that, and that matter has nothing to do with this condition. This is the condition of Kangna. I hope you remember one thing, Yang is my person. Always. This sentence is to remind Rias of this matter. Good. I agree to this condition. Rias is also a decisive person. No matter what, now I will take advantage of Kang Na's soft heart to get a part of Su Yang's ownership. It's not too late, let's start now. Lias directly took out all the remaining pieces of her own. 8 soldiers' chess pieces, 1 chariot chess piece, 1 monk chess piece, and 1 knight chess piece, which add up to a total value of 19. You know, a queen is worth 9. It is good. Su Yang stretched out his hand with a smile. Well, I don't bother to wait for more than 10 days to naturally become a middle-level demon, so I will advance today. Ahem. As a reward for me pitting you, I will help you with that turkey. Soldier, 1 piece. Under Kang Na's gaze, a demon chess piece merged into Su Yang's body. No response. A wave flashed through the kitten's golden pupils. Soldier, 1 piece. Soldiers, 3. Rias had long been psychologically prepared for this consequence, and she still kept putting demon pieces in it. Soldier, 7. Soldier, 8. 8 soldiers were thrown in. But I still haven't seen any obvious changes in Su Yang. There is not even a tendency to grow demon wings. Hi! At this moment, Su Yang suddenly felt a refreshing feeling. Advanced. Advanced to become an intermediate demon. The warm current of spiritual power is flowing in the body, the automatic operation system set up in the whole body runs more smoothly. More than twice as strong as the self before. This is the difference between the pinnacle of the lower level demon and the middle level demon. Not only has the total amount of spiritual power and quality increased, but at the same time the powers that can be used have also increased to 3 types. Still no effect. Ria's expression has also become uncertain from the self-confidence before. Do you want to continue? Su Yang yawned. Now that he has reached the strength of the intermediate demon, he has no intention of continuing to pit Rias. The current strength is sufficient for the time being. Even facing the 10-winged fallen angel, he has the capital to head, and defeat is not impossible. Continue. After hesitating for a few seconds, Rias decided to go all the way to the dark. Kangna paid the price of 14 pieces, how could he show weakness? Chariot chess pieces. Monk chess piece. Knight chess piece. As the corner of Lia's mouth twitched slightly, the 3 chess pieces merged into Su Yang's body one by one. Kang Na sauce. At the same time, a lively voice came from the outside world. Chapter 19. Hey, sister. Kangna, who was very familiar with her sister's voice, suddenly heard that it was her sister Seraphim's voice. Looking in the direction of the sound, Sana saw a magical girl flying in the sky. The magical girl in pink flew in from the sky and flew towards Kangna. Boom! Kang Na turned his head, and directly hit Seraphim's abdomen with an elbow. But with Kangna's power, how could it be possible to attack Kangna effectively? This is just who she uses to express her anger. Privately use my devil chess piece to reincarnate Yang Jun, sister, you are so embarrassed to come and find me. This matter has already violated her bottom line. However, Seraphuz is the type that is detested by his sister and will stick to it without knowing how many times. She directly followed Kang Na's outstretched hand and climbed up, and put her arms around Kang Na's waist. Wait, sister. My sister is intimacy with herself again in an upright manner, ah. Sister, take a look at the occasion. Chapter 29. My sister knows that she has done something wrong, so she has come to show her sincerity. Seraphim's eyes are full of water, Kang Na-chan's body touch is still so good. Sincere? Kangna asked strangely, reincarnations have failed, what is the so-called sincerity? Yet. My sister went to find Akuka. It can definitely solve the problem of Kangna sauce. Seraphim said confidently. Wait. Sir Seraphil? The Akuka you said, is the Akuka Demon King. Rias was very surprised. Is it necessary to ask Lord Demon Lord for a reincarnated demon? Just now Su Yang seemed to swallow his devil chess piece again, and there was no sign of a successful reincarnation. Is necessary. Necessary. But before, Sir Seraphil certainly didn't know that he would also reincarnate Su Yang. In other words, Master Seraphil just went to the other Demon King after only knowing that Kangna's chess piece had not been reincarnated successfully. This is a bit too doting, right? Yeah, that's right. Liasi sauce, come out, Akia Kakis. Following Seraphim's call, a green magic circle appeared on the ground of the Supernatural Research Department. Oh? This magic has also existed in that crystal ball. Su Yang squinted his eyes, sorry, I can do this simple projection magic too. In the gaze of everyone, a man's phantom appeared on the projection on the ground. It was a person who seemed to be quite gentle, his eyes gleaming with light that represented wisdom and intelligence. As soon as it was projected, he put his gaze on Su Yang's body. "Are you the boy whom the next head of the Ziti family will value? I am Akuka. If you don't mind, you can call me a teacher," Akuka said with a smile. Well, the teacher is not the master, he saw from Su Yang the potential to easily reach his level. Besides, the relationship between the master and the teacher is much closer than that of the teacher, and the relationship between the master and the disciple is still very much appreciated in the underworld. It is impossible to call the relationship between the teacher and the apprentice just the relationship between teaching and being taught. "Well, Mr. Akuka, what you teach is indeed very useful." Su Yang nodded and said. When he was still weak, this kind of goodwill of transcenders was still very important. After all, How Transcended was also one of the top dozen combat powers in the world. What's more, Akiuka has a very good affinity with himself. With his learning ability and the huge aura required for upgrading, it must be a short time to learn various techniques to make himself stronger. After greeting Su Yang, Akuka said to the two parties, "Lias, and Kanna, I already know the specifics. From now on, Yang Jun will be your common family member. There is no problem writing this into the devil chess piece system." "Hey!" Rias opened her eyes wide. "Hey!" King Na raised his eyebrows. "Of course, if you are not satisfied, there are other options here." Akuka looked at the reaction of the two people and said with a smile. "What plan?" King Na said with a little excitement. "I can recruit those devil chess pieces that no one has used from the demon world. In this way, Yang Jun should be able to reincarnate successfully and have strong power from the beginning, but Yang Jun is no longer our dependence, right?" King Na pushed his glasses. "Okay, this plan was abandoned. Forget this." Like Sana's idea, Rias also directly rejected it. "Then that's it. From now on, Yang Jun will be the common family member of Kangna Sidi and Rias Gremory." The reaction of the two people was exactly the same as Akuka expected. "Okay. No problem." There was a hint of dissatisfaction in both Lias and Sana's tone, not dissatisfaction with Akuka's conclusion, but dissatisfaction with each other. What King Na was dissatisfied with was that if she had known that she would not be able to reincarnate successfully, she should not have agreed to Lias' request just now. So Yang Jun is her dependent. Lias is dissatisfied that your sister is so shameless. Have the ability to accept family members directly like me, and open the skylight to speak bright words. Why do you just shove your sister's demon chess piece directly at someone else's body? Lias Gremory, Sana Sidi, you will be remembered in the history of the underworld because of this incompletely reincarnated demon." Akuka said seriously. "Hey? Ashika? Are you so sure?" Seraphim tilted his head. "Well, I have checked my crystal ball just now. I was able to learn 26 lessons in just a short time yesterday. With this kind of learning ability, I can become a devil in a few years." Akuka looked directly at Su Yang. In fact, he predicted that the time will be even shorter. As long as Su Yang agrees to his arrangement, Su Yang's strength can reach the Demon King level within a few months. How many years? Even reaching the transcendence is not impossible. However, he did not say it. A few years to reach the devil rank. Kangna and Rias took a breath. The time concept of the devil is different from that of ordinary people. A few years is equivalent to a dozen days at most in their opinion. Well, I don't know too much. Su Yang's eyes drifted slightly. Chapter 30. Joke? How many years to become a devil? Is this humiliating him? Hayato Issei can play a demon-level combat power in a year, but how many years does it take to become a demon-level master? Although this calculation method is different, Hayato Issei used the power of artifacts and forbidden hands to forcibly achieve it, while his own hard power reached it. By the way, Yang Jun, a promising unreincarnated demon, I want to ask you a question. Although the statement of unreincarnated demon sounds strange, Su Yang does exist in this way. After an explanation, Akuka finally cut into his main purpose of coming today. Master Akuka, tell me, what's the problem? Su Yang looked at Akuka directly and asked. The main reason is that he did not expect that Akuka would check his homework so soon, exposing his own learning progress. In short, it really was the fault of the demon girl. If she doesn't come to her home, how can a series of things happen afterwards? By the time Akuka felt it was almost time to check his homework, Su Yang had already finished the study by himself. Akuka looked at Su Yang, with a gleam of surprise in his eyes. I want to ask Yang Jun, would you like to be my closed disciple? The only disciple. In the eyes of everyone suspicious of life, Akuka said slowly. Hey? Akuka? You want to accept disciples? Seraphim's double ponytails shook, indicating that she was in an unusual mood now. Well, Seraphim, in him, I saw infinite possibilities, the possibility of changing the world. If he promises, it will be of great benefit to us and to his growth. Akiukard responded. Accept me as a disciple. I don't like the title of Master Akuka, what do you think of Master Akuka? Su Yang hooked the corner of his mouth and said. The Master of the Transcendence level has the knowledge he needs, and his status is still very high. If he encounters danger, he will definitely take action. Where can I find such a teacher? But he is really not rare. The reason why Akuka wants to accept herself as a disciple should be that she needs to contribute to the demon industry after she grows up. In the eyes of others, she is probably from the underworld. But Su Yang didn't care about this kind of thing. I am not from the underworld, but the underworld is mine. He is just not used to the title of master. The title teacher is just right. Chapter 20. Besides, it doesn't have to be the underworld, maybe the whole world? Su Yang's mind was not in this world. He had the incarnation of a spirit fish as a box boat, and it was easy for him to wander in the sea after he was strong enough. With such thoughts in mind, Su Yang adopted such a statement. Hey, hey. Lias and King Na looked at these two teachers and students, who had established a relationship very directly, and fell into a state of confusion. Who I am? Where am I? What do you say have anything to do with me? Okay, Yang, then as a teacher and a student in the future, please ask each other for advice. Akuka said with a smile. Seeing that Su Yang didn't want to call himself a master, Akuka didn't have anything to say, just smiled unchallenged. His attitude shows that he and Su Yang are not like a normal teacher-student relationship, but a relationship of equal friends. Indeed. I really don't seem to be qualified to be his master? Akuka saw a little more than Seraphim. Okay, Mr. Akuka. Since others gave himself face, Su Yang would not save others' face. He knew that Akuka must have seen something that Seraphim hadn't seen. Right, there is this. After Su Yang finished speaking, an instant movement disappeared in front of everyone. Jun Yang? Where have you been, Jun Yang? Kangna said a little uneasy, but Akuka narrowed his eyes slightly. Su Yang's movement just now did not use any magic circles, alchemy, artifacts, etc., it was like his instinct. However, before everyone could react, Su Yang's figure flashed back. Now he has a small sample of the magic circle in his hand. This is my apprentice gift, please accept it. Su Yang handed it towards the place where Akuka's projection was. This was his apprentice gift. The etiquette for giving gifts to apprenticeship is based on the apprenticeship of the human world. I don't know if Akuka can understand his meaning. Akuka frowned when she looked at the gift in front of her. He already understood what Su Yang meant. This kid is really a bit stubborn, but with this level of relationship, it will be of great benefit to the devil's future. After he silently complained about it, he still made a move. A teleportation circle appeared below this magic circle. With the coverage of the teleportation circle, this small magic circle disappeared in the human world and appeared in front of Akuka's desk, who was dealing with official duties. This behavior represented that he approved Su Yang's approach. In the projection, Akuka looked at the magic circle. Chapter 31. This is. He showed a look of horror for a moment. That's right, it's panic. What Su Yang sent was a magic circle he had placed in the study materials before. And Su Yang transformed this magic circle. The efficiency of changing to completion is 5% higher than that of him. Don't underestimate the 5%, Akuka is a transcendencer, or a transcendence specializing in art. Su Yang, who had only studied magic for a while, was able to transform his magic circle. I will come to the world in a few days. You can learn the things in the crystal ball first. Putting down the magic circle in his hand, Akuka's voice was very gentle. However, Su Yang heard what he meant by his actions. What he just used was human etiquette, human apprenticeship, to show that he was a human from beginning to end. Although Akuka accepted this statement in practice, he did not follow the human etiquette, which meant that he still wanted to try to pull Su Yang on the side of the devil. Rias and Kana next to them were also shocked by the actions of the teachers and students. The order among the demons is strict, and the so-called apprenticeship ceremony is even more valued by many demons. Although Akuka Demon King is a new generation Demon King who overthrew the old Demon King, and his ability to accept new things is much stronger than those of the old ones, this behavior is actually a disrespectful behavior towards the Demon King in essence. And Akuka-sama actually ignored it. In addition, there was another thing that surprised King Na. Let's study hard these days. Master Akuka, you mean, those things Yang Jun can learn in just a few days finished? I remember. Master Akuka, you said that if I study, I need to study for hundreds of years. Kangna opened his mouth slightly. She thinks that she and Su Yang are at most a level difference. If this is the case, wouldn't it be a dimensional gap? Well, if you are Yang, you can indeed do it. Yesterday, in just 2 or 3 hours, I had completed 1/10 of the course. Akuka frowned. In fact, he said that Su Yang should study hard these days. The main reason is that if he wants to make a follow-up intensive course, it will take at least a few days. Time. Senior. Is the potential so amazing? There was a trace of peace of mind and worry in the kitten's eyes. An xin is because seniors have a strong power to protect themselves, protect the minister, and fulfill the minister's wishes. As for worries, she worries that the overly powerful talent will become a constraint for her predecessors, and she will be swallowed up by strength like her own sister. At this time, Akuka also thought of a very important thing. If the speed of self-made courses can't keep up with Su Yang's learning progress, wouldn't he be ashamed of being a master? Decided. Go back and make every effort to make the lessons Su Yang needs to learn. As for the official duties that you need to handle, just throw it to Seraphim and Sagex. Anyway, Su Yang is also your sister's family member. Shouldn't you brothers and sisters do something for your sister? Without further ado, Akuka decided to start production after contacting 2 people. I have things to do, so I will go back first. Everyone here, fight for your future. I have seen the future of the devil in your body. Then, bye. After saying these words, Akuka interrupted the communication. Hey, Ashika kiss. At the same time, Seraphim also received Akuka's contact. Hey. Okay. After hesitating for a few seconds, thinking that he had done so many things that Kana-chan might be angry with, Seraphim felt that he had to do something more for Kana-chan. Kangna-kan? There's something more on my sister's side, so let's go back to the underworld first. Seraphim also hurriedly greased his feet. Even if she wanted Kangna's forgiveness, it wasn't now. Because Kangna was still in anger, getting forgiveness was something later. If Kangnakan knows that her sister has done so much for her, she will definitely accept her sister's apology with joy. Seraphim's thoughts were completely correct. Even, Sang Na now has a little thanks to her sister for what she did yesterday. If it weren't for the older sister, there is a high possibility that Yang Jun was stolen by the fishy cat like Rias. Oh! By the way, there is one more thing. Just when Seraphim disappeared, a magic circle suddenly appeared on the ground. Akuka, who had just left, is back again. What's the matter? Su Yang is a little puzzled. What else do you have? Don't go back to prepare lessons. Kangna Ziti, the next head of the Ziti family, the transaction between us can be invalidated, even if there is no such thing as Yang Jun, I will take the initiative to help. Akuka's voice is still very gentle, but with a hint of haste. He has to rush back to the production course. Master Akuka. Chapter 32. Okay, that's it, I'll leave first. Seeing King Na as if he was about to say something, Akuka simply disappeared. I don't listen, I don't listen, I don't listen. Slowly communicate your feelings, I will slip away first. King Na stretched out his hand with a helpless expression. She just heard that it seemed like the Demon King Akuka was looking for her sister, and wanted to ask if there was anything important, but she didn't expect Akuka to slip away. Kangna? You made a deal with Akuka-sama. Lias said incredulously. As the two of them, there is only one thing that can be used to trade with Akuka. Please ask for a ticket. Chapter 21. Such courage, Lias admits that she definitely does not have it. At least there will never be before Su Yang becomes his dependent. Well, what's the matter? Rias looked at each other again, but unlike before, Rias didn't have enough confidence this time. Su Yang watched them quietly. As if God couldn't understand him sitting on the mountain and watching tigers fight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot check-in. Sign-in level, Silver. Sign-in location Queen's defeat, 1. Sign-in plot, defeated Lias Gremmeries Queen Heim Shima Juno. Sign-in time limit, 1 hour. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in. Sign-in level, Silver. Sign-in location Queen's defeat, 2. Sign-in plot, defeating Sana City's Queen Genra Chunji. Sign-in time limit, 1 hour. Oh? This is fine. Su Yang is still very much in quantity, more quantity is worthy of quality. If the quality is too high, he may not be able to complete it, just like the plot of the Demon King and Magical Seraphim. Whether it is the kind of demon he thinks, he needs the guarantee of strength. Su Yang raised his eyebrows and focused his attention on Kana and Rias, who were looking at each other closely. I did make a deal with Akuka-sama, what's wrong? King Na held his glasses with confidence this time. Lias, you are going to grab Yang Jun with me, wait for the next life. Su Yang actually understood King Na's state. Just like the Krypton Gold mobile game you played before, the more money and time you invest in the game, the more you cherish this account. The more a mother gives to her children, the more she values her children. King Na was betting on the future of the Ziti family on Su Yang. How could he allow Su Yang to be snatched away by Rias? Of course, the same goes for Rias on the other side. Have you paid the promise you made after you became the head of the house? I also paid A with a total of 19. Ahem, I still have no success in reincarnation today, I always feel sorry for both of you. Su Yang felt that if he continued to look at each other like this, the two good sisters would go out to find a place to practice their hands, so he said he was talking. Hearing Su Yang's words, King Na said immediately. There is nothing to be sorry for me, Yang Jun, you have been recognized by Master Akuka with your strength and potential. It is already the greatest reward for me. King Na was a little humble. From the bottom of my heart, she was more concerned about Su Yang's words. Even a total of 33 pieces of value cannot be successfully transformed. What kind of existence is Yang Jun? There is nothing to be sorry for me, as long as Yang Jun fights for me as my dependent afterwards. Rias met Kanna's eyes again. She remembered that Kangna's goal was to build a school in the underworld, right? There shouldn't be any conflict between this goal and her being the strongest in raiding game, right? So, you should give me the right to command the battle. Well, I will naturally do it when I should do it. Su Yang stroked his chin. She remembered that Ria's fiancé was the roast chicken. Although her current strength would take a lot of effort, it was not impossible to defeat it. However, before that, do you want us to have a friendly match? Prove that I have the value of these 33 chess pieces. Su Yang smiled and put forward this suggestion. Junior Su Yang is really energetic. Obviously he only fought with others yesterday. Junai looked at Su Yang with a smile, with a serious look in his eyes. If you can pin Rias's future on you, let me make sure. Chapter 33. Rias is a good sister who took her in and grew up with her. At least she would definitely not be able to accept Rias to hand over to the roast chicken. If Rias really got married with that roast chicken, with his temperament, he might be able to force his family members of Rias to attack him. Senior sister Junai, just take it as my rudeness, you can all go together. Don't worry about hurting me. I have absorbed so many demon pieces before, so I still have the ability to protect myself. Su Yang said with a smile. Generally speaking, 3 demon pieces of value can help a person with good talent to directly promote to an intermediate demon. He is good here, with 33 values, which only helps him from the peak of the lower demon to the intermediate demon. After hearing Su Yang's words, everyone including Rias and Kangna was not calm. We thought you were going to challenge one by one, but in the end you want to challenge in groups? Did you know that the difficulty will increase geometrically? Well, I also want to see Jun Yang's strength. As the student council president and vice president of the glasses duo, Genra Chunyi also lifted her glasses. Regardless of whether Su Yang really has the strength to defeat them, they all have to fight with all their strength. My sword is swung for the minister. Since Jun Yang wants to be the sword of the minister, then I must get to know each other with Yang Jun. Yudo Kaiba also said with a smile. Unlike Juno Shima and Tsubei Kaiji Jinra, he really wanted to play a friendly match with Su Yang. Well, a friendly match. Since you want to do this, I can only agree. Rias sighed. To be honest, although the kitten said that Su Yang had repelled her sister, but sure enough, what happened in front of her was more real. Oh, let you do it. Seeing that everyone had this meaning, King Na knew that he could not stop it. Chun Ji, go back and call another family member. Receive. Chun Ji's glasses reflected light. She really didn't expect that Su Yang, who had thought that he was working in the student union at most, would have such a powerful force in one day. It turned out that she thought that at most Su Yang was stepping towards the superior demon step by step with the help of the guild leader. Unexpectedly, Su Yang would ascend to the sky in one step, and Demon King Akuka wanted to accept the disciples. Of course, what she didn't expect was that it was not that Su Yang should be proud of being a student of the Demon King, but that Akuka was proud of being Su Yang's teacher. 10 minutes later. In an uninhabited mountain range outside Juwang town. This is the battle location they chose. My family members, Jun Yang should know each other, but they are not familiar with their abilities. King Na still intends to introduce the power of his family members. No, the president, just tell me the attributes of their chess pieces. After all, if there are unknown enemies in the future, I won't be able to get their information. Su Yang said with a smile. Of course he knows their intelligence. Because he once did his calculus of using a human body against them. Even without the awakening system, he was able to kill everyone except for Sana, Kairat Tsubaki, and Yura Wingsha, who was a chariot with powerful defensive attributes. Ah is expected to be classmate Yang. Sure enough, he is still so handsome. Among King Na's family members, a girl looked at Su Yang with a shining look. Some people say that this is a reincarnation of a demon, who is spraying the author. I wanted to blow the keyboard. Are everyone so subjective now? The protagonist is just to quickly improve his strength and gain the ability to protect himself. I can also say with certainty that not only the upgrade of the middle-level demon is based on the devil pieces, but the king pieces are also used to upgrade the upper-level demon. It's the king that swallows one and becomes the devil. Swallow a bunch. I can also tell everyone that these will be returned or swallowed after the male lead gets up in the later period. Chapter 71 returned the chess piece and swallowed it before becoming the new god. Really, there are always some people who just look at it a little and rely on subjectivity to spray. Are their hearts so impetuous? I feel my soul is hurt. Chapter 22. The girl's name is Hwaja Dao, a second-year student, and a member of the student union. She is characterized by long hair like snow and white mink fur on her shoulders. She likes Kaiba in the original plot, but now, she may be attracted by the dual charms of Swiba and Handsome, and she has an unusually good impression of Su Yang. The weapon is the artificial enchantment artifact Quiet Garden of Momentum made by Asakal, but the Toolman of the Fallen Angel has not yet appeared, so there is no artificial artifact. Oh, it's a pity. If Yang Jun was a little wild, it would be nice. Another girl Yurid Sub-Aces said. She has a special interest, she likes wild boys. It can only be said that because Su Yang is unwilling to expose too much, he has not used powers like Roko on the boar raft, otherwise he must have absorbed another iron powder within a short time. Then, it's almost the beginning. Su Yang was running the spiritual power in his body. If he only conducts a purely spiritual confrontation, he can easily fight against the higher-level demons by virtue of the various arts in his body. Moreover, without using an avatar. Chapter 34. Is Yang Jun so anxious? It just so happens that the tactics on our side have been discussed. Haim Shimashino put her finger to her lips and licked it lightly. Well, everyone pay attention to it. Kangna said to his family, to be precise, to Genluo Chunji. It's the same with us. Note that this is just a friendly match, Lias also said. I'm ready. The light of a five-pointed star flashed in Su Yang's eyes. Copy eyes, in place. No matter what magic or technique is used, there will be nowhere to hide in front of Su Yang. Because the demons here are at best higher-level demons, and the manuscript eyes are completely sufficient, so there is no need for the omniscience power granted by Heaven Krishna to increase my perception. It's okay here too, Junai said with a smile. No problem. Genluo Chunji said confidently. Well, the two sides first retreat some distance. Rias arranged for the two parties to arrive at the designated location. It's about 500 meters, do you want to prepare the big move first? But for me, how many distances are the same? Su Yang alone, facing a group of demons with demon wings spread out 500 meters away, showed unparalleled confidence. Game start. Seeing that the preparation was almost done, Kangna waved his hand. Avatar. Rama with an axe. Avatar. Lion Na Rasenha. Avatar. Buddha Shakyamuni. Only Su Yang can see. 3 incarnations appeared from behind him and merged into his body. The previously used Dwarf Varmana and Black Sky Krishna are both powers that should be used when facing stronger people. It can ensure that there is enough defense power in front of the strong, but now, at least Su Yang does not think that the strength of the superior demon is a strong one. And this. In Su Yang's hand, a big silver sword gradually appeared. That is the salvation blade that Rama wore when he was born. There is a lingua that completely crushes the Holy Sword Excalibur, Holy Sword Durandal, and Holy King Sword Caliban. He didn't use Esther. If he used Esther, the damage to the devil would be too strong. There is no need to use it in friendly matches. It hurts feelings if you use it. Unknown artifact? Or is it an inherited weapon? Rias and Sana also noticed the blade of salvation. From above is permeated with aura that represents danger. They feel that even if they are hit from the front, they cannot avoid the end of serious injury. However, Su Yang has never been a person who likes violence, he is a technical stream. The knight rushed towards me. The monk and the queen were preparing for the surgery in the rear. Are the chariots responsible for protection? Well, a very good but very basic formation. It is indeed a very basic formation. Maybe the kittens told them they would teleport, so they didn't adopt a scattered formation. It is estimated that he is worried that he will break one by adopting a scattered formation. But, this time I didn't mean to adopt the technology flow. After all, this is a game to show my strength. Yang Jun. Be careful. Rias's Knight Kaiba Yudu and Sana's Knight Patrol Handle are moving towards Su Yang at an astonishing speed. Kaiba, thank you for reminding me, but I think my swordsmanship is still okay. Su Yang walked slowly, towards Kaiba Yudu and Sunba Handle who rushed towards him, slowly walked past. Then I have to ask Mr. Chao Yang for advice. Kaiba said unabatedly. Kangna, I remember Yang Jun didn't join any clubs in the school, right? Not a member of the Kendo club. Have you ever seen Yang Jun use swordsmanship? Rias asked suspiciously. No, not, but Yang Jun's learning ability and memory ability are superb. Maybe you have read some swordsmanship secrets, or, I heard Yang Jun after awakening the blood of the hero, maybe he also has the inheritance of swordsmanship. Kang Na spoke objectively. Whether this is the case or not, let's take a look at their competition first. Actual combat is always the truth. Hey. It was Sana's Knight Patrol Handle that launched the attack before the wandering Kaiba. However, their behavior is quite decent. If it were an enemy, theoretically, they would definitely not make a sound to remind him. It's useless. Su Yang just gently lifted his blade of salvation. From a wonderful angle, Su Yang's blade of salvation collided with the sword of Sunba's handle. There is no suspense. The sword of the patrol hilt was directly smashed. Chapter 35. Even if Durandal collided head-on with the Sacred King's sword and the blade of salvation, a gap would be exploded if he was not careful, let alone this kind of reluctance can be regarded as a high-quality sword. Suin Babara, a second-year student, was born in the family of a Japanese exorcist. He likes people younger than himself and is a fan of Gasper. The weapon is the artificial artifact Dragon Blade of Flash and Darkness made by Asakel. At this stage, the governor of the fallen angel has not arrived yet. Student Suin Babing. Use this. Perceiving the situation of the patrol handle, Kaiba casually made a strong sword and threw it at her. The creation of the magical weapon and the sword indeed has a high potential. It is estimated that there is no problem with reaching the highest level of demon, but it is almost impossible for the Demon King. Unless, is the development of Forbidden Hand and the evolution to become the Holy Demon Sword. You still have my sign-in, but you must work hard to evolve into a Holy Demon Sword. Su Yang gently raised his hand, and there was an explosion in the air. Two swords collided in the air. Crack! As in the previous patrol hilt, Kaiba Yudo's sword was also directly broken. It's not over yet. Two swords appeared in Kaiba's hands again. With the second sword style, one sword can be topped with another sword when it is broken, and the other hand can also create the magic sword again. Kaiba-san, please leave first. Su Yang smiled slightly and said. After smashing the magic sword, Su Yang quickly came to Kaiba Yudo's side with an extremely mysterious pace. Ha! In Kaiba's extremely surprised eyes, when he swung his sword forward, Su Yang came to him. The speed equal to or even above him. He was quite sure that this was not an instant movement, or a pure body movement speed. P.S. The picture shows the flower ring peach. Chapter 23. Puff. But it was useless to think about it. In the case of all intermediate level demons, Su Yang has a crushing physique to all intermediate level demons. Under Su Yang's palm, Kaiba's body was knocked into the air. Crushing martial arts, is this also Yang Jun's awakening ability? Kang Na's glasses flashed. Heavenly teaching of martial arts. It is the authority of Rama holding the axe. Axe Ram, also called Bharat Ram, is the sixth incarnation of Vishnu and belongs to the era of 3/4. Bharatanatyam is translated as axe, so the literal meaning of his name is Rama holding axe. He offered an amazing asceticism to Shiva, and in return, he obtained martial arts beyond heroes. And get an axe and the power of war. The power Su Yang uses now allows him to obtain martial arts that surpass humans, heroes, and even gods. Of course, this is still limited by Su Yang's own ability. Hey! When Su Yang knocked Kaiba into the air, the patrol handle took the opportunity to attack. Student Sun Babing can also go down and rest. Su Yang smiled slightly and stretched out his hand into the air. In the next moment, Su Yang's hand collided with Kaiba Yudu's magic sword. There was a sound of golden and iron strikes. Unexpectedly, I even caught the sword with my fingers. Ding! With another soft sound, Su Yang's other hand, the blade of salvation, no longer knew when it disappeared, and Su Yang's slender fingers flicked on the magic sword. Crack, click, click. From the place where Su Yang's finger flicked, the magic sword began to crumble every inch. Student Sun Babing, can you count you out? After all, I don't want to be cruel to girls. Su Yang's fingers flicked. I get it. Sunba's cheeks were reddened, and after swallowing, he withdrew the sword with only the hilt in his hand. Everyone, be careful. Don't get close by Yang Jun. Haim Shima Juno condensed the huge thunderball on her head while speaking to the people around her. Just now, she and Zhen Lo Chunji laid a defensive circle on everyone. Even a high-level demon can withstand a blow without losing combat effectiveness. But Kaiba-kun was killed in seconds. Kaiba-san, your magic sword is not bad, but it still has weaknesses and weaknesses. As long as you find the weak spots, your magic sword will appear very fragile. Su Yang said to Yudu Kaiba, who had lost his fighting ability. Got it. Kaiba coughed, and a trace of clarity appeared in his eyes. Well, I have to thank you too. Because, just the sign-in of Kaiba was completed. Chapter 36. Ding! Ding! Bronze place sign-in succeeded. Sign-in location Kaiba Yudu's magic sword. Congratulations to the host for the reward Funny Cat Toys. Fun Cat Toy, the legendary cat toy, as long as it is a cat or has a little cat attribute, it will definitely be attracted by the powerful charm of the cat toy, which can greatly increase the degree of favorability and docility. Do you want your kitten to stop biting? Just use the legendary Funny Cat Toy. Forward. Su Yang shrugged his nose. He originally thought that he would only get something that would help his strength, but didn't he expect that there would be something like this kind of entertainment? Well, it doesn't seem to be something for entertainment either. It is very useful for black songs and kittens, and it is also very useful if you can go to the Dog Days world, which is full of cat girls. Yang Jun, I didn't expect your strength to be so strong, and then your opponent will be me. Sana's chariot, Yura Wingsha, took a fighting pose toward Su Yang. Senior Su Yang, and me. The kitten is also wearing his boxing gloves. Combination of tanks. Because the kitten has not solved the happy knot, he said that he did not use the power of the cat demon. You have to be careful, the defensive power of the tank is ineffective in front of me. Su Xi said with a smile. Because he is now using the power of Lion Na Rasenha. It turns out that Vishnu was once incarnate as a wild boar, the third incarnation wild boar, to overthrow Hiranyaksha, the twin brother of Hiranyakashipu, and picked the land submerged by the sea from the sea. Hiranyakasipu men Brahma Eno, no matter whether it is a man or a beast, from the inside out, day and night, no matter what weapons are used, he cannot be hurt. Thinking that he had obtained the invincible golden body, he was confident, and made a riot in the sky and the earth. But his son Prada is a faithful Vishnu believer. One day, Hiranyakasipu kicked a stone pillar and asked Parada, "If Ur is everywhere, does he also exist in this pillar?" The so-called flag cannot be inserted randomly. Vishnu immediately appeared from the stone pillar in the image of the lion Narasingha and killed Hiranyakasipu in front of the door in the twilight. Because the human lion is half human and half lion, it is said that it is not a human or a beast. Because it is in front of the door, it is not from indoors or outdoors. Because it is dusk, not day and night. Because it uses claws, it is not any weapon. So he was killed easily. The power developed by Su Yang, the lion Narasingha, has at least the power to penetrate all defenses. And the power that can listen to the call of one's own believers and reach the place in an instant. Su Yang's current power is the power that ignores all defenses, so the defense circle on Kaiba's body just didn't play any role, and Kaiba was instantly killed. Hey. As Su Yang slowly walked towards their position, besides the two chariots that were blocking the front, artillery aid came from behind them. Jinra Chunji's ice magic circle is unfolded. Because Sana's family is mainly studying this, Genluo Chunji is also more sophisticated in this aspect. However, Su Yang hadn't paid attention to the magic of the superior demon level. Before Su Yang had touched the kitten and Urawingsha, he waved his hand gently towards that side. Kaka! Kaka! The magic circle that had just formed instantly turned into a little bit of starlight and disappeared into the sky. Unlike the previous wave of Heiji's magic circle, Heiji's magic circle was broken when its weakness was found. And Genluo Chunji's magic circle dissipated in an instant. Dissipated. Is this what Kitty said before to dispel her sister's magical ability? Lia's eyes were filled with hope. If it was Su Yang, maybe it could really turn that roasted chicken. No, it was to turn Lisa Phoenix into a real one. Roast chicken. I can see that the place where it first dissipated was the weakness of Arcede's magic, but Yang Jun has never studied Arcede's magic. In other words, did Yang Jun see it all at once, or calculate the weakness of your family's magic circle? Rias swallowed. You seem to be making a lot of money? I think I understand what Akuka-sama said. There was a hint of tenderness in King Na's eyes. She had never seen the opposite with this kind of eyes. Su Yang deserves to be someone he valued. But it would be better if Rias could be eliminated. The better Su Yang is, the stronger King Na's desire will be. Chapter 24. When Kangna was thinking about when Lias had solved the problem of roasting chicken, she would return Yang Jun, Lias suddenly said. Kangna, I think we made a wrong decision not to play. Hey? What do you mean? Kang didn't react at that time. You'll know by looking at the court. Lias said with a wry smile. I originally thought that this competition was putting pressure on Su Yang, but I didn't think it was putting pressure on myself. Wouldn't it be very shameless if I was easily surpassed by my family and even crushed? Chapter 37. She directly ignored the fact that reincarnation failed, but she felt that Akuka felt the same way. Look at the court. King Na looked towards the court. Even with her receptive ability, she felt that Su Yang's performance was indeed a bit illusory. I saw that Kitty and Urawingsha were already lying on the ground at this time, but Su Yang didn't have much ruthless hand, just used a weakening technique. This point was taught in Akuka's lecture yesterday, how to use as little magic as possible to block as much magic as possible. Maintaining the ease at the beginning, Su Yang moved slowly and firmly towards the other side. Whenever Genluo Chunji used a magic circle, he gently waved his hand to disperse the magic circle. Sometimes she would even wait for the magic circle for a while because she was too lazy to wave her hand, and when she was about to launch it, she would disperse the magic circle in one breath. Seeing the unfavorable situation on his side, even Kaoxia Lianyi, who was responsible for collecting intelligence and exploring the enemy's work, joined the attack on Su Yang. Cao Xiaolianye, the second grader, looks cute. Mainly responsible for gathering intelligence and finding enemies. The class is monks. But he also has not weak attainments in magic. At this time, she had given up the stupid behavior of collecting Su Yang's intelligence, but directly joined the battle. The analysis can't, the calculation can't, she still analyzes a fart. Unfortunately, even so, there is no difference for Su Yang. 200 meters, 150 meters. Su Yang's footsteps approached so easily and firmly. He was not in a hurry, nor did he move quickly to Haimjima's side, interrupting Haimjima's super-large singing. Because, he is waiting now. Da-da-da. As he expected, no one dared to get close to him after he had killed two groups of close fighters in seconds. At 120 meters, the singing of Haimjima Juno was finally completed. Tsubaki-ji. Ready. Haimjima Juno knew that Su Yang had the ability to move instantaneously and could avoid her own attacks, but she still used this resolutely and resolutely. Trick. At least, let Yang Jun not just face up all the time, so he should avoid it. Good. With Zhenluo Chunji's response, a huge mirror appeared in front of her. This is her artifact, the Mirror of Remembrance. Zhenluo Chunji, the vice president of the student union, draws Kangna's first family member. Born in a long-standing family of demons. With the artifact Mirror of Remembrance, you can call aliens through the mirror, and when the mirror is destroyed, the attack will be doubled back to your opponent. Super Lightning Strike. It is almost condensed and powerful to the power that is close to the limit of the superior demon. A thick electric light, as if the electric light that can traverse the world, gallops towards the realm of Zhenluo Chunji's recollection. Crack. There was a crisp sound in the state of remembrance. Then, a lightning strike that doubled the power was reflected from the state of remembrance. Shot straight at Su Yang. Their thinking has actually changed. It's not how to defeat Su Yang, but how to force Su Yang to evade. That's right. It's just such a simple idea. Both the knight and the chariot's melee attacks were easily deciphered by Su Yang. The monks and queens who used magic had no effect, and there was no chance to release magic. They believed that Shu Nai's super lightning strike was released because Su Yang didn't mean to interrupt. If you can interrupt the magic of Shinra Tsubaki Haim, you can interrupt the magic of Haim Shima Juno, and then it can naturally interrupt the magic of Haim Shima Juno. Their current strength is just between the first ones. At least you have to force Yang Jun to avoid it. This is their simple idea. However, facing this lightning strike, Su Yang didn't mean to evade at all. Yang Jun, what are you doing? Why don't you avoid it? Seeing his lightning strike immediately came to Su Yang's side, Jidao Zane couldn't help exclaiming. Senior Su Yang, the kitten couldn't help but Jintong suddenly shrank. Yang, avoid it. Kang Na, who was watching the battle, directly rushed towards Su Yang's side. I understand your magic to dispel the superior demon, but you don't need to move instantaneously to choose to hardwire this attack that almost surpasses the superior demon's attack. Don't worry. Su Yang smiled, his 3 incarnations only used one at this time. Boom. After Kang Na's almost desperate look, super lightning strike hit Su Yang head on. And Su Yang did not mean to evade. At the same time that Su Yang was hit, Kang Na, who was already quite close to Su Yang, was inevitably affected by the attack. However, compared with the attack Su Yang received, it was really insignificant. Chapter 38. Kang Na. Seeing Su Yang being swallowed by the dazzling thunder light, Kang Na was also injured and flew off. Rias, who was a step slower, also rushed towards the center of the lightning strike. Su Yang. Senior Su Yang. The Tachin kitten stared blankly at the countless dust that exploded in the place where Su Yang was originally. With this level of attack, even the minister is in danger of life. Senior Su Yang seems to have said that his physical strength is not that strong. Didn't I say it was all right? In Kangna's eyes full of despair and hope, a gentle voice came from the center of the lightning strike. From the center of the lightning strike, a teenager walked out, his fair skin stained with a little dust. He has a pair of dazzling black eyes that seem to be able to see through the endless stars, but there is a slight anxiety in his eyes at this time. Perhaps, the only difference from before is that he has a little bit of scorched black that was hit by a lightning strike. Kang Na, I'll be fine soon. He quickly came to Kang Na's side. He did not expect that Kang Na would rush to the range of the lightning strike so directly. How can you make me bear it? Shaking his head helplessly, Su Yang's hand appeared milky white light, gently covering Kang Na's body. Avatar. World Dragon Club Limo. The World Dragon Kuramo originated from the second incarnation turtle, Kashapa, which means ancient tortoise in mythology, but in the Hakata world view, it is the king of omniscience. The English of both is Kurma. It can be said that the World Dragon Kulamo and the ancient turtle Kashapa have the same origin. Among the 10 incarnations that Su Yang has obtained, the incarnation of World Dragon Julamo contains the power and spirituality of the two. Now he is using the power of World Dragon Kuramo to heal Kangna. According to the legend, when the gods and demons performed the great agitation of the Sea of Milk, Vishnu incarnate as a turtle and dived into the bottom of the Sea of Milk, carrying the Mandala mountain on his back, and using this as a stirrer to stir the Sea of Milk, so that the gods received nectar. Maintain immortality. Therefore, the incarnation of World Dragon Kuramo also symbolizes eternal life and infinity. Please ask for a ticket. Chapter 25. Under Kulmo's light, Kangna slowly woke up. This is. She felt that her physical condition was better than ever before. Not only had all the injuries she caused just disappeared, but the magic power in her body was also flowing abnormally smoothly. Although Su Yang could not use the infinite power, but the healing of immortality was enough. Not all the abilities of Su Yang's incarnation were awakened, and he needed to discover some of the abilities himself. And this power, which is similar to the infinite dragon god, which represents infinite power, has not yet been activated. But since he can feel the existence of this ability now, I believe that opening is only a matter of time. Ahem, anyway, I can count as a victory. Su Yang smiled slightly. It is estimated that Shinohime Shima, who used Super Lightning Strike, still has 30% of his magic power left, and Shinra Tsubaki also lost more than half of his magic power. These magic powers were all used to build a magic circle, but they were consumed by Su Yang directly dispelling them. Well, we lost. Seeing that Su Yang had nothing to do, Shinohime Shima sighed, and then said helplessly. A sense of frustration came to my heart. Yang Jun, can't you just hide for a while? There is no need to continue fighting, we surrender. Zhenlu Chunji also said. She took it, she really took it. The reason why she hadn't been as flustered as Jideo Zana before was because she knew Su Yang's usual abilities, and he would never put herself in danger. Their magic had a weak effect on Su Yang. The reason is that Su Yang blessed himself with the power of Buddha Sakyamuni to the extreme. The enlightened Shakyamuni who has experienced countless ascetics and enlightenment has great resistance to spell attacks, physical attacks, or mental attacks. Accepted. Su Yang hugged Kangna and walked towards Lias. There is indeed no need to continue the fight, he is just to verify his strength by the way to complete the sign-in. However, according to his calculations, even if he does not make a defense, he will not hang up on the spot, at best he is half-failed. And this kind of injury, if he activates the power of World Dragon Ju Limo, he will be able to recover in a short period of time. With the two queens conceding defeat, Su Yang's sign-in was also completed. Ding! Ding! Successfully signed in for the silver level plot. Sign in the plot Queen's defeat, 1. Sign in plot, defeated Lias Gremari's Queen Haim Shima Juno. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward Duplicate I, Evolution. Ding! Ding! Successfully signed in for the silver level plot. Sign in the plot Queen's defeat, 2. Sign in plot, defeating Sana Sidi's Queen Genra Chunji. Chapter 39. Congratulations to the host for the reward Power Sacred Derangement Raging Wine of God. Oh! Not bad, not bad. Su Yang had completed the evolution of the manuscript eye when he closed his eyes one by one. If it was just an ordinary carbonic eye before, then it is now a carbonic eye that is equivalent to the half-length of a complete formula solver. Various abilities are rising, and there is no danger of running out of control. The other thing is the power of the God's layer. This is barely okay. Although I prefer to use art, I don't hate melee combat. This power can be said to be a violent skill for oneself, or it can be regarded as a restrictive skill for all. Divine Confusion. The Divine Confusion is the power Tony usurped from Dionysus, the of wine. It can form an area where magic, curse power and even power can run out of control, and its effect is enough to make Duni's own power run out of control. On the surface, it seems that the utility is very low, but depending on the method of use, this power can become a terrifying trump card. Using this power can force the opponent to engage in the pure hand-to-hand battle he is best at, and it can be said to be Tony's last trick. The use of power takes a long time to prepare, but it can be prepared in a short time to use only small-scale effects. Note: you can freely enter and release the runaway state if you are still conscious. Monk Su Yang, who had recovered the benefits, was in shock. The people who had not recovered from their senses returned to the Supernatural Research Department. Yang Jun, the blood in your body, what is it? After returning to the Supernatural Research Department, Rias finally couldn't help but ask questions. After being so powerful, and receiving Zhu Nai's super lightning strike positively, what kind of hero's inheritor can have such a powerful force? Well, I don't think it's a problem to tell Rias. Su Yang really didn't want to reveal his true identity, so it was necessary to say, to create a fake identity. What I should pass on is the power of Mahatma Rama. It is the power of the epic Ramayan Rama. The weapon I used to fight against Kaiba's demon sword before was the Blade of Salvation. Also, when I fought back to Heiji, I used the weapon given by the gods and Buddhas on the Blade of Salvation. Of course, there are still many weapons that Su Yang hasn't used. The Blade of Salvation is an extraordinary treasure held by the young Rama. The body is obtained from the friends of the Brahmins. When the friends are still Kshatriya, the world and even the gods and Buddhas owned the gods and weapons. These weapons were transformed into various gods and engraved on the blades of the magic sword. When Rama wanted to use them, he would eject these weapons from the golden gate around him. Has the destructive power above the golden treasure of the king. Indra's pestle, Vishnu's disc, Indra's disc, Shiva's trident, Brahma's shuttle dart, Fengshen's shuttle dart, Damaso, Reaper, Narayan shuttle dart, Ginger's pestle, Shiva's trident, as well as the three-phase gods' treasures, etc. are all in it. It can be said that Su Yang doesn't know how many there are for the time being. Moreover, all weapons have a curse that breaks the immortal effect. If you don't defeat Rama, the wounds caused by these gods' sharp blades will never heal. For example, Vimala, the glorious boat on which Rama is a mount, is also stored here. Someone previously said it was the golden Vimana. Just kidding, that is clearly his own Vimana. It is a pity that just manifesting the Blade of Salvation is equivalent to using the power of the Rama incarnation. I understand why Yang Jun is so strong. Haim Shima Juno sighed. Mahatma Rama. Almost an existence beyond the level of heroes. He was originally the trumpet of the three-phase Vishnu. The so-called modern long Aotean is nothing in front of him. Just look at Rama's deeds. He shot and killed the Raksha Tuza with 1,000 phenomena with one arrow, and used the Manapo to shoot Raksha Mori for 100 years. Use the Vulcan magic weapon to destroy Raksha Sopahu, and the Feng Shen magic weapon to destroy the demon army that interferes with the sacrifice, and pull the Shiva bow like a game. Pulling away Vishnu's bow to frighten Rama holding the axe, and shoot an arrow to the end of the universe, cover the sky with a rain of arrows to cover the sun and bring the world into darkness. Like the big boss of the God's lair world, the last king is also Rama in the parallel world. The so-called God's lair who opened the hook was really as vulnerable as a chicken in front of Rama, who was equivalent to the official opening of the GM. I know why my sword is so brittle. Yudho Kaiba showed a wry smile. Chapter 26. The magic weapon of Mahatma Rama, even if it is in the world, can be ranked as an artifact. Kaiba, don't be discouraged. I see huge potential in your body. Your divine tool has other possibilities, huge possibilities, which can give you the possibility of cutting off the holy sword. Su Yang looked at Mu Chang. Kaiba has the potential to be gay. In the original plot, he has become a girl to visit Hyudo Issei, which can only be said to be a little scary. But one thing is absolute, that is, he is absolutely loyal to his partners, and he truly implements the existence of the knight nature of his chess pieces. Hearing the word holy sword, Kaiba Yudho's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. Of course, it was not aimed at Su Yang, but at the holy sword itself. Yang Jun? Has anyone told you about Kaiba's past? Lias asked suspiciously. No, I just saw something about the future and the past. You can think of it as I got the apocalypse. Su Yang can never say, according to the follow-up plot, will Kaiba's magic sword evolve into a holy magic sword? In short, just know that there are other possibilities for your divine tool and keep working hard in that direction. Su Yang said with a smile. The artifacts invented by the gods of the Bible were used by humans, and sometimes they were able to exert their power beyond themselves, just as the Chiryu Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor, both of which were the two heavenly dragons, were later surpassed by the current host. In fact, he can see this even if he doesn't know the plot. Princess Realm. It symbolizes the power of Haishan, who prides himself on the incarnation of the world and informs the universe of everything that he possesses to see through the essence of things. Haishan can perceive what he thinks in the mind of a creature and its origin at a glance, and he also possesses clairvoyance and a short-term vision of the future. From a mysterious point of view, this can also be said to be a special kind of magic eye, because it contains everything inside, so it can see through everything. This skill allows Haitian to use his own wisdom to deduce, in fact, a limited degree of future vision, seeing the parallel space-time development caused by different choices. Chapter 40. At the same time, this skill can not only be used for situation prediction, but the biggest function is to teach and guide others, my friends, to take actions that are most beneficial to them, even if this is unethical. Or it may lead the enemy to do actions that are not conducive to him, such as the battle between Arjuna and Garna. Or teach them to comprehend Dharma and even the great path of the unity of Brahma and Self. Of course, Su Yang hasn't reached this state yet. But it's just a matter of time, the power that is almost omniscient. He must get it. Is there any other possibility in me? Yudho Kaiba looked at his hand. To be honest, he doesn't care if he has any possibility, as long as he can avenge his partner. This is the greatest significance of his survival so far. Then, I will leave first. After chatting with everyone for a while, Su Yang said with a smile. Although he is privileged, he didn't intend to overdo it in the beginning. I used to ask Kiryu Lanhua to help myself tell the teacher about asking for leave, but it is still okay to ask for 1 or 2 classes. It's a bit too much for a long time. By the way, Kitty, can you come out with me? I have something to tell you. Su Yang said to the kitten before going out. The kitten's golden pupil made waves. Do not look for the minister or the chairman, what do you do with yourself? The kitten looked at Rias subconsciously. Go, Kitty. Lias said with a smile. Lias felt that she knew what Su Yang was going to say. Just now Su Yang said that he has the power of Apocalypse, maybe he got the kitten's message from Apocalypse? Rias knew the problems of her family members. Although all of them were very talented, they were all problem children at this stage. Haim Shimazane is a child of fallen angels and human beings, and now he has become a half-devil and half-fallen angel, and has always resisted his identity as a fallen angel in his heart. Although Gasper has a powerful artifact, he is a family squatting in character. The kitty itself is a powerful and rare cat monster, but he is unwilling to use the power of the mandrill. Kaiba Yudu's divine tool has great potential, but he has a deep heart knot. He goes crazy when he sees the holy sword. Rias is even worried that he will become a lost demon because of his obsession with the holy sword. Yes, Minister. The kitten who got Liza's permission walked out with Su Yang with a trace of anxiety and shyness. At this stage, Su Yang's status in her heart is still inferior to Lias. Now, kitten, I remember you said that your sister is now a lost demon, right? As he walked, Su Yang said to the kitten. Well, it is true. The kitten's eyes floated to the side. She worries that if it was not the senior but the minister yesterday, she might have been severely injured or even killed by her sister. Kitten, you should know that I have the power of Apocalypse. Su Yang continued to ask. Well, Senior Su Yang just talked about Senior Kaiba. Then kitten, have you ever thought about your place in your sister's heart? Su Yang continued. However, when he just finished saying this sentence, he saw the exclamation mark on the kitten's head representing the sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot check-in. Sign-in level, Gold. Sign-in plot Black Cat and White Cat. Black Cat and White Cat, a pair of sisters who have been teased by fate, let's untie the knots of their sisters for many years. Sign-in time limit, 1 month. Do you sign in? But it's okay, I originally planned to do this. Su Yang smiled, then looked at the kitten's eyes and waited. Follow her answer. Sister, she should love me very much. The kitten said after hesitating for a while. Then why did the sister who loves you choose to kill the master? No matter if Hij has the opportunity to take you away after killing the master, you will definitely experience a lot of suffering. Let me ask the kitten one more question. Do you think your sister will ensure your stability with the former owner even if she is wronged? This sister should be. The kitten said after hesitating for a while. Then things are very strange. It is obvious that she can be wronged but can't understand you being wronged, so why did she take the risk of your suffering and forcefully kill the master? Su Yang naturally knew it. In fact, the story that Kitty told her before was only the version that Kitty knew. The real version is that the superior demon of the Nablius family wants to experiment on kittens and let them give birth to their own offspring. After knowing his master's abnormality, in order to protect his sister, Heiji resolutely killed him. At this time, facing Su Yang's problem, the kitten also realized the problem. This, I don't know. The kitten said softly. Chapter 41. Su Yang stretched out his hand and touched her head in the kitten's surprised eyes. Since the kitten's favorability is already relatively high, it is said that the kitten has only slightly lowered its red face. This situation. Su Yang really thanks Hij a lot. Please ask for a ticket. Chapter 27. So, how about the kitten sauce and me making an agreement? Su Yang felt that it felt good, so he continued to touch the soft hair of the kitten, and said as he touched it. Agreement. The kitten tilted his head and raised his head to look at Su Yang. Well, an agreement. The next time you see Heiji, tell her well and talk about your dissatisfaction with her. Of course, if she wants to abduct you, you just need to call me in your heart. As long as you call me from the bottom of your heart, I will definitely come in response to your call. Okay. There was a gleam in the kitten's eyes. Senior, are you worrying about your own business? This feeling, I really haven't experienced it for a long time. Senior Su Yang really is a very Asashi person. The kitten thought so. The evil Asashi. But, Su Yang is just a layman. Well, if you are a rough guy, I don't mean to talk to you, even if you are Kaiba, the type that will become a girl. Well, just call me at that time, I won't let my little cat sauce be snatched by my sister. Su Yang said with a smile. He has the capital to say such things. Now he is able to turn on 3 incarnations in normal state. Generally, the ones who turn on are Lion Narasimha, Buddha Sakyamuni and Dwarf Varmana. The Lion Narasingha is to be able to hear the call of others, and the Buddha and the Dwarf are to ensure that they can withstand sudden attacks and can run away at any time. I believe in seniors. The kitten nodded slightly. Senior's palm. Is it very warm? This is her idea. Next is the time to study, review, and build a self-system. But it's not about learning the knowledge in school, but about learning how to control 3 incarnations at the same time. Constructing a self-operating system can ensure that he has a plan to deal with all situations even when he is not conscious, and there will be no such thing as being taken advantage of by Seraphim last night. The engineering volume of this kind of project is extremely huge. When school was over, Su Yang had just completed the most basic system construction. If a top-level demon hears such words, it is estimated that he will be off. This kind of system is built in 1 day, and it needs to have the strength of the devil. It's really like a big Buddha. Kir Yulanhu looked at Su Yang speechlessly. Su Yang has been in this state all afternoon. Even if the teacher knew his particularity, he had already reached the point where he kept raising his eyebrows until his eyebrows were gone. Ding dong luo dong. At the end of get out of class, Su Yang opened his eyes. He walked towards the gate of the school. He did not forget that he was going to deal with the fallen angel instead of Yuchen today. There is another thing. Su Yang took out the phone. Beep, beep. Hello, here is the withdrawal of Kangna. A cold voice came from it, and Su Yang dialed the number of withdrawal Kangna. President, I'm Su Yang, I'm sorry, but I only awakened my strength yesterday. It may take a long time for me to adapt. So the work of the student union. Well, I see, don't worry, I will leave the work of the student union to Chun Ji. After hearing what Kang Na said, Chun Ji, who was standing next to Kang Na, couldn't help but twitched the corners of her mouth. President, if you have a man, you forgot about your girlfriends. No, I didn't mean that. Su Yang smiled and said. Isn't that, what does it mean? Kang Na was a little confused. Didn't you come to tell me about asking for leave? I mean, I have already sent the results of today's work to your mailbox, the president, and it may be the same in the future. I may spend more time on learning magic. This amount of work is nothing to him. He had been dragging it for so long before, only because he wanted to stay with Kang Na for a while to be able to awaken the system as soon as possible. Hey! It's done already? Yang Jun is still astonishing as always. Kang Na looked at his mailbox. Indeed, there was an email from Su Yang. Chapter 42. I already know what Yang Jun said, but, however, I also have one thing I want to talk to Yang Jun. Kang Na hesitated for a while before speaking. The news was only known to her this afternoon. Well, Kang Na, what's the matter? Su Yang changed his name to Kang Na instead of the chairman. He won't make the mistakes made by Hayato Issei again. In the original plot, it was because Hayato Issei had been calling the minister and did not want to be called Rias, and even led to Rias's unilateral Cold War for a while. Besides, Kang Na was able to make a deal with Akuka in his future, and this behavior was indeed worthy of Su Yang. On the other side, hearing the change of Su Yang's name, Kang Na's face was flushed. Yang Jun, my parents want you to go to my house to have fun. The time is probably during the summer vacation, really. They are always so anxious. In Zhenluo Chunji's slightly suspicious look in life, Sangna showed a shy style that she had never had before. Boom boom boom. After asking this question, Sangna could even hear her own heartbeat. Okay, no problem, I'll bother you when the time comes. Su Yang's voice came from the phone, and Kang Na's little heart settled. She is really afraid that Su Yang will refuse. After talking about something else, the two people hung up the phone. Zhenluo Chunji, who was standing next to her, was numb, and today she saw an unprecedented young girl's posture in the chairman's body. Although Yang Jun is indeed good enough, can you consider that there is another me next to him? Du. After hanging up, Su Yang walked towards the place agreed with Amano Yuma. Before the loyal dog Hachiko statue, a young girl full of pure aura stood there with a little uneasy aura. There was a polite smile on her face and the corners of her mouth were slightly pursed, indicating that she was feeling a little nervous now. The girl's delicate hands and skin are like jade, reflecting the dusk, like transparent. She was wearing a traditional JK sailor suit. At this time, the setting sun was going down the mountain, and the faint setting sun shone on her face, like her name, Amano Yuma. But Su Yang knew it. Amano Yuma is her pseudonym, and her girly aura is also pretending, she is actually a pervert in nature. To say that it is unpleasant is a pervert, and to say that it is good is to have too much obsession in the heart. She seemed to notice Su Yang's gaze, and then immediately moved her gaze away from Su Yang. Although it was very faint, Su Yang noticed the intense interest flashing in her eyes. Have you investigated me before? Yes, if I have an investigation into ISE, it's normal to have an investigation into me. While Su Yang was watching her, a golden exclamation mark emerged from her body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot check-in. Sign-in level, Gold. Sign-in plot pseudo-female heroines surrender. Sign-in plot, when I saw Amano Yuma, I thought I saw the heroine, but later I learned that it was just a pervert wearing the halo of the pseudo-heroine. Sign-in conditions, full surrender of the fallen angel Lena Lee. Sign-in time limit, 3 hours. Yet, I didn't expect you to be quite valuable. Su Yang slightly changed his impression of Amano Yuma. Well, he became a precious fallen angel with a little bit abnormality. Chapter 28. After slightly changing the plan he had set before, Su Yang walked towards her directly. Excuse me. Is it Yuma Amano? He talked to Amano Yuma. Hey, how did you know my name? Amano Yuma slightly covered her lips, acting very surprised. In fact, she knew that Su Yang had arrived early. I am a friend of Hayato Issei. He has a little business today, so he said I will come instead of him. Su Yang said with a smile. Hey! Is there anything wrong with Ise-kun? Amano Yuma and Su Yang started acting against Biao. The difference is that Su Yang's acting skills are truly perfect, and Su Yang can always see which of her is sincere and which is not. Ise forgot that he had an appointment with other friends before, so he told me to come over and accompany you. Hey! Excuse me, what are you? Amano Yuma said with her eyes wide open. My name is Su Yang, as I said before, I'm a friend of Ise-kun. Su Yang saw a trace of killing intent flashing in Amano Yuma's eyes, and seemed to be quite concerned about the fact that he was released. However, in addition to killing intent, there is still a trace of interest. If he hadn't guessed wrong, this trace of interest was for him. Ise-kun has something else. Yuma Amano's fingers swayed cutely in the air. Then, can you invite Senior Su Yang to go shopping with me? This time I was also preparing for Ise-kun's birthday soon. If Ise-kun can choose by himself, of course it's good, but it's okay to leave a surprise for the time being, right? Chapter 43. Hey! Senior Su Yang? Is Senior Su Yang free? Yuma Amano naturally extended the topic to the two of them. In fact, Yuma Amano is also very interested in Su Yang and has been listed as a survey target. However, they were not qualified to detect the commotion yesterday, so they don't know that Su Yang has awakened the hero blood. Me, I'm free? It's my honor to accompany such a cute girl as Amano-san. Su Yang said with a smile. He still didn't know how to educate her well, he didn't expect that she would be sent to the door like this. Surrender, what is meant by surrender? Is the soul surrendered or both body and mind surrender? Because Su Yang has learned too much about the definition of surrender, he said that he still doesn't know the definition of systematic surrender. Okay, let's go and choose a birthday present for Ise-kun together. Amano Yuma smiled and hugged Su Yang's arm, her face was pure and ignorant. Su Yang also naturally felt the touch on his arm. Although it is definitely not as good as Rias, it should be better than Kangna. He was not deceived by the appearance of the woman in front of him. The woman in front of him, the behavior now can be called a green tea bitch. In general, she is obviously Yuchin's girlfriend or a prospective girlfriend, but she is able to hug her arms so naturally, and she doesn't mind her face. If Su Yang had not been proficient in psychology and micro-expression, and had understood the nature of this person, he would have been deceived from the very beginning. If both parties have decided on the idea of continuing to contact, the idea of strolling together also emerges spontaneously. So, the pleasant date begins? At least on the surface it does appear to be a pair of enviable young couples dating. Su Yang smiled happily. Because he can tease Amano Yuma to his heart's content, and Amano Yuma is unable to do something because of his innocent person. She now thinks that Su Yang is an ordinary person, so she doesn't want to expose the power of things. Maybe it was because Su Yang had a face value bonus, Amano Yuma didn't mean to kill Su Yang just like he killed Hyudo Issei. Or is she has some special attributes? At least when Su Yang was teased, a little bit of joy emerged from the bottom of her heart. Could it be possible that she has the opposite attribute to Jideo Junao? There was an interesting light in Su Yang's eyes. Ne Yang sang? What do you think of this? Amano Yuma has always maintained her personality, releasing the youthful vitality that a high school student of her age should have. If pink is replaced with black, it would be more suitable for you. Su Yang touched his chin and said, meaning something. Well, the real you is not this kind of pink that represents sweetness, but black that represents darkness and mystery. Let's do this. Zima Amano actually thinks black is more suitable for her, she only asks pink first to reflect her personality. Picking up the pink dress, Su Yang went straight to swipe the card. Well, it's the last benefit for Yuma Amano. In the human world, he did not make money in particular, and making money is only a way for him to understand knowledge, so it is only tens of billions of yen. The main thing is that he knows that knowledge about supernatural powers can't be bought and kept if you have money, you must be a person in the industry. A human being who can't even use spiritual power, getting these books is almost dead. During the fight, Su Yang and Amano Yuma came to an underwear shop. Hey, speaking of which, Orpheus doesn't seem to have such things as underwear, right? Su Yang thought of one thing, Orpheus seems to be in no fat state all the time? Yang sang, do you want to go in? Amano Yuma asked with a reddish cheek, and her legs were pinched together a little uneasy, bringing the girl's shyness to the extreme. If it were a human being, she might be able to compete for Oscars. Su Yang was thinking about Orpheus, but she mistakenly thought that he wanted to help her choose things. At this point, their words and deeds have gone beyond the initial relationship of taking a walk with their girlfriends instead of friends. But no one cares very much. It is good. Su Yang smiled, it seems that Amano Zima is still addicted. He never thought that the first person to invite himself into this kind of shop turned out to be Amano Yuma. He originally thought it would be Lias or Sana, or he brought Orpheus himself. As soon as he approached the store, Su Yang felt the eyes from all directions, which was still a little uncomfortable. However, seeing the Amano Yuma next to him, coupled with his own face value bonus, many people just smiled knowingly, and many people even cast enviable eyes at Amano Yuma next to Su Yang. Yang sang? Which one do you think is better? There was intense interest in Amano Yuma's eyes. Well, these are. Since he had to choose by himself, Su Yang must choose according to his own interests. As for her size? Su Yang could see this kind of thing with the naked eye alone. Then Trouble Yang sang, "Please wait a little bit." With a delicate mood, Amano Yuma walked into the changing room. Chapter 44. However, a few minutes later, there was a sound that made the corners of Su Yang's mouth twitch from the changing room. Yang sang? Can you come over and help? I don't seem to be able to change this. The corner of Su Yang's mouth twitched slightly. You are a fallen angel, and you tell me you can't wear it yourself? It really makes me happier the more I have fun. Without even thinking about it, Su Yang walked in directly. He must have no objection to give benefits to himself. Because he himself stored some strange knowledge, he could tell that Yuma Amano, who pretended to be an innocent girl, was indeed a girl and not a young woman. Otherwise, he would definitely not come out to play with her. Please ask for a ticket. Chapter 29. After a few minutes. Yang sang? Are you okay? My hands are sore now. Okay, I'll be ready soon. Su Yang picked up the things I just selected and put them on Amano Zima. Because they were wearing the back button style, it was difficult to wear them alone, so Su Yang went in to help. Ahem, alright. That. Yang sang, do you think it's okay? Amano Yuma asked carefully. She didn't know what happened to herself today, maybe it was because Su Yang had a temperament that she couldn't refuse. Actually, it seems that two people know each other just now. Amano Yuma, how did you become such a slutty girl? Yuma Amano, who had developed the feeling of shame, asked herself in her heart while asking. Maybe it's because Su Yang's incarnation played an extremely powerful role inadvertently. Buddha Shakyamuni. The power of Buddha Shakyamuni attracted the weak to believe in him. Under this level of power, the relationship between Amano Yuma and Su Yang has heated up to a level that Amano Yuma himself could not imagine. This man seems to be pretty good. Forget it, don't kill it. If you have a chance, see if you can transform into a fallen angel. So Amano Yuma thought. Well, it's pretty good, just this, I'll go and ask the waiter to pretend it. Of course, Su Yang can't be said to be ugly. Half an hour later, Su Yang carried a lot of pockets and handed it to the clerk, asking it to be sent to the place where Zima Amano lived. It feels very strange. He originally wanted to make a quick fight, but he didn't expect Amano Yuma to pester him for so long. In Japan, school usually ends at 3 or 4 o'clock, and Yuma Amano was named because she wanted to kill Hayato Issei at dusk. But now, it's 7 o'clock, and the sky has basically dimmed. Thank you, Yang sang. After coming out of the underwear shop, Amano Yuma naturally took Su Yang's arm. However, the weather is unpredictable. Not long after they walked out of the underwear shop, they had a face-to-face with a blonde girl. He can feel the powerful sacred power in the opponent's body, at least reaching the level of a superior demon. The blue eyes under the golden hair revealed a trace of awe-inspiring breath. Wearing an orange dress, even so, it exudes a strong heroic spirit and has a different kind of charm. Fallen angel, I met a fallen angel again. The girl helped her forward. There seem to be a lot of fallen angels in this small town. However, Su Yang's expression changed when he looked at the girl. Well, the same change as before seeing Amano Yuma has occurred. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot check-in. Sign-in level, Silver. Sign-in plot: Joan of Arc is a fool. Sign-in plot: Fudge Joan of Arc, another world who inherited the soul of Joan of Arc. Sign-in time limit, 1 hour. Ugh! Joan of Arc doesn't seem to be of much value. This is Su Yang's idea. As soon as Joan discovered the two, the crowd around her quickly reduced, and she deliberately avoided the three. It was Joan who used the technique to disperse humans. Amano Yuma also noticed the girl in front of her, and she felt a strong threat from the girl. The little sister of the fallen angel? It's your misfortune to meet me. Joan grinned. She released her sacred power to scare the little girl. After she went to this town to perform her mission, she had already met several fallen angels. Although today was the first time she came to this town, there were not many fallen angels left in this town. Amano Yuma doesn't know yet, she has passed by the of death many times today. Excuse me, are you? Su Yang smiled and asked the girl in front of him. Maiden, I am surprised to see your bones. It must be a good material for martial arts training. Let me learn how to cook together. This kind of flicker is definitely not acceptable. He was thinking about what method could be used to fool this girl who looked like a big-breasted brainless girl. In just 1 second, he had an interesting idea. Chapter 45. I am Joan of Arc. Joan of Arc. Now we are going to retire the evil fallen angels, can you please leave for a while? Ordinary people. Joan of Arc stood tall and showed her identity. I. Joan of Arc. Heir to the name of a hero. Awesome. Understand? Joan did not pay much attention to Su Yang as a human being. Although she is a human hero, she is protecting all human beings. A handsome human guy? Sorry, she still doesn't like this kind of handsome guy at most. The most is the kind of handsome guy who can leave contact information. As for what you can see, you have to be a handsome guy with strong strength and unlimited levels in the future. It's a pity, although Cao is very powerful, she can't be called a handsome man in her eyes, and her character is also very problematic. How can a person who let a beautiful girl go to investigate thousands of miles away alone can be a qualified boyfriend candidate? Well, Joan of Arc is the Joan of Arc in this world, a member of the hero faction, and Joan of Arc in the Fate series may just have the same name. She is a beautiful blonde woman who inherited the soul of Joan of Arc, and she calls herself an ancestor. The holder of the artifact Holy Sword Creation. Forbidden Hand Sacred Dragon of Sinning, covering a large number of holy swords on his body, possessing powerful destructive power. After the Warcraft riots, he was fined to work as a cook in the restaurant of the Vatican Warrior Training Institution, and later even participated in an international competition. You know, almost every team participating in the international competition has a transcendence, and some have more than one. Being able to get into such a game, although just acting as a cannon fodder, also shows that he has a strong talent. Of course, she did not see through Su Yang's power at this stage, so she regarded Su Yang as an ordinary person. Oh! Hello Joan of Arc, my name is Su Yang, the successor of Mahatma Rama. Su Yang stretched out his hand easily. Since he wanted to establish his own identity, Su Yang was straightforward. Oh, hello, hello. Seeing Su Yang's outstretched hands, as a polite and beautiful girl, Joan also stretched out her hands subconsciously. Hey, hey. She shook her hands subconsciously a few times before realizing that she seemed to be fooled. Perceiving this, she suddenly shook her hand and said with a trace of shame. This bit of shame is because her instinct tells herself that she seems to have been mocked just now. I know my successor to Joan of Arc, but you say my Mahatma Rama? Is there any evidence? Amano Yuma also looked at Su Yang with vigilant and curious eyes. He awakened the blood of the hero? However, the recent information shows no such signs. Even if you awakened the blood of the hero last night, is it possible that you can defeat the superior demon overnight? Yuma Amano couldn't help but trembling and told her that this is the existence in front of her. Evidence. Can you take a look at this? A golden divine bow appeared in Su Yang's hand. It could represent Rama. This should be it, right? Brahmadatta, the golden divine bow. According to legend, a divine bow that can shoot through 3,000 worlds with one arrow. Chapter 30. Rama, one of the powers of the incarnation, the divine tool of three-phase blessing, can manifest all the weapons used by oneself. It was this power that injured the little wildcat Black Song before. Rama himself was the incarnation of Vishnu for salvation, and he received gifts from Shiva, Brahma, and the gods and Buddhas as he grew up. In order to complete the mission of salvation, they donated a large number of divine tools to Rama. At this time, the Brahma-given bow can also be regarded as one of the strongest among these divine tools. It was shown in front of Joan of Arc. Unfortunately, the power of these artifacts is not as powerful as Esther, because Esther's strength is fixed, and these artifacts. It grew up with Su Yang's growth. This. Are you really Rama? Looking at this magical tool full of peculiar style, Joan was a little uncertain. How can she recognize it? I don't have much culture, you don't know. Oh, it seems that I do not know. However, she is Joan of Arc. Her ancestor was an illiterate village girl, and she didn't have much culture, so what? If you are illiterate, you can use historical facts to refute. It is true that you can be confident in front of acquaintances, but the person in front of you is not an acquaintance. I must be you said that you are the successor of Joan of Arc. Can you take out her battle flag? Su Yang nodded with certainty, then said with a slight tick at the corner of his mouth. We are all heroes, I am indeed Joan of Arc, but what you want the flag, I don't know where it is. Joan was slightly discouraged. How does she know if that flag now has only one pole left? If you bring the pole over, you will definitely be ridiculed fiercely. She already believed Su Yang's words, but it was a bit embarrassing to be asked about life in front of the partners she met for the first time. All of you are heroes. Su Yang pretended to be very surprised. Hey, yes. Not only the descendants of Hercules, but also the descendants of Cao, and even the descendants of Leonardo. Jean straightened her chest, feeling that she had finally moved back to a city. Can you tell me more specifically? Although he knew the specific plot, Su Yang still wanted Joan to say it herself. Maybe she could tell what information was not mentioned in the original work? Oh, I'll tell you, the user of the strongest god exterminator is with us, and. In Yuma Amano's suspicion of life, Joan started to talk endlessly. Does she have no brains? Chapter 46. This thought also popped up in Amano Yuma's mind. After a few minutes. That's it, do you want to join the hero faction and become our partner? Joan finally finished. Keek. It's cool to pretend to be forced by other people's deeds. Well, I'll think about this first, let's get thirsty, here. Su Yang handed a bottle of water to Joan of Arc. Oh thank you. Jean felt her mouth dry, so she immediately took the water. Well, I think about it, what you said, I agreed, but I still have a lot of things to deal with. Su Yang said with a smile. No. I think it's fun to tease Joan of Arc. It feels like the type that will help count money even if you are cheated. System, you are really sinful, and you have awakened this hobby to me. Are you going to be our partner? After hearing Su Yang's words, Joan felt that she hadn't said so much for nothing, so she couldn't help taking another sip of water. Amano Yuma also looked at Su Yang with strange eyes. Is Su Yang really the heir of the hero's bloodline? Well, that's it, but I also have my own things that need to be cleaned up. Could you please wait for me outside Juwang town? Up to 3 hours. Su Yang said seriously. No problem. Joan also gave a thumbs up and gave a very serious answer. Oh, hearing Su Yang's words, Amano Zima also understood. It turns out that Yang Sang was playing tricks on this stupid-looking Joan. No, maybe Yang Sang went to fudge Joan for himself? Thinking of this, Amano Yuma's heartbeat changed for a moment. However, is he really the heir of the heroic bloodline? In this case, you might be able to abduct the fallen angel to the fallen angel side. Asakura-sama seems to be very interested in this kind of hero with a powerful artifact. At this time, Yuma Amano was still Ashar's licking dog. Then I will go to that place to wait for you first. Joan greeted Su Yang very carelessly, and then was about to leave. But, before going to the place designated by Su Yang, Jean suddenly reacted to one thing. Su Yang, if you are the one who inherited Rama's power, what are you doing with a fallen angel? Jean suddenly turned her head and asked. Seeing her suddenly wary expression, Su Yang smiled slightly. If you can't even fool you, how am I going to mess with it in the future? Oh, this is actually the girlfriend I'm looking for. Hey! Jean's eyes were puzzled first, and then became subtle. The girlfriend of the fallen angel. As the heir of heroic power, why do you want to find the girlfriend of the fallen angel? Are there not enough beauties among human beings? I think, I am better than the fallen angel next to you. It's much more beautiful. At this moment, Joan suddenly remembered her previous thoughts. With strength, good personality, potential, and still a handsome guy. Thinking of this, Joan said in a very serious tone, if you want to find a girlfriend, why don't you find a human girlfriend? The question asked by Joan was also in Su Yang's expectation. Actually, I don't think it's very suitable either, or would you be my girlfriend? This time it was Yuma Amano who issued the question mark. My identity changed from girlfriend to ex-girlfriend in an instant? Even knowing that Su Yang was fooling Saint Joan of Arc, there was still a trace of discomfort from the bottom of her heart. At this time, Joan of Arc had no longer bothered to look at Amano Yuma's affairs. A layer of steam came out of her head. She was about to become a steam girl. A feeling of shame invaded her for no reason, and she withdrew a step towards the back, flushed her face, slowly lowered her long eyelashes, and then gently opened it. This is not impossible, but everything has an order. Order is very important. Well, very important, very important. She seemed to persuade herself. However, if you want to pursue me, please clear out the fallen angel next to you. You and her are not the same. Joan, a young girl with a firm stand. No Jean, have you ever thought about a question? What is the problem? If I could abandon her for pursuing you, will I abandon you in the future because of similar circumstances? Sorry, I won't do such a dishonest thing. Say, that's what I said. Chapter 47. Jean, a very simple girl. Very simply, I was dumbfounded again and again. Seeing Joan's reaction, Su Yang smiled again and said, since I'm going to be one of you, it's not impossible for you to let my ex-girlfriend go. After all, heroes are not an existence that destroys humanity. How can we be the existence of annihilating humanity? We want to maximize the power of human beings. Joan retorted excitedly. Well, if this is the case, then Joan, please go to this place and wait for me. I'll come to you after I've cleaned up in a while. Okay. Do you have a lot of things? Do you want me to ask George to come and help you carry things? George, the user of the Goddess of Extinction, was turned into a mover by Joan of Arc. Chapter 31. This is not necessary. I don't have much luggage. It will be fine in a while. It is not good to be like this without joining you. Su Yang looked straight into Jean's eyes and said. Well, it makes sense. Joan nodded thoughtfully. As expected, he was the man she liked. He seemed to be very reliable in terms of morality and character. It seems that socializing is also a good choice. After finalizing the matter, Su Yang and Jean said goodbye to each other in the dark. Then see you there, be sure to wait for me. The sunny, black belly, smile on Su Yang's face made Joan flush again. Good. Joan waved her hands happily. Candidates for boyfriends and stronger combat partners are coming soon. When Joan of Arc just left, the voice of the system came out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the plot check-in. Sign-in level, Silver. Sign in the plot Joan of Arc is a fool. Sign in plot, Fudge Joan of Arc, another world who inherited the soul of Joan of Arc. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward Shenmigu Holy Beast Creation. Sacred Beast Creation, the sacred version created by the gods of Warcraft can create sacred beasts with various attributes according to the creativity and imagination of the host. Even a single sacred beast that hits the devil can easily be created. Hey, is this kind of thing really developed on her body? Is it because her divine tool was created by the holy sword? Su Yang was quite satisfied with this magical tool. With his scientific research spirit, this kind of artifact is one of the most suitable for him. She is really a fool. Seeing Joan of Arc's departure, Amano Yuma also breathed a sigh of relief. Well, it's a bit silly and cute. Joan is the second best person he has ever met since he arrived in the world. Well, Orpheus is the first best person. Don't look at the relationship between him and King Na right now, but it dates back to the time when the two people just met, and King Na was cold from the inside out at that time. So, does Yang Sang think that I am also silly and cute? You are the descendants of the hero. Yuma Amano smiled mockingly. I thought that I had a good impression of the prey when I was teasing it, but didn't I think that I was being teased? I will tell you the specific things from another place. Su Yang stretched out his hand and touched Amano Zima. Fifth incarnation. Dwarf Varmana. Power across the world. Using such power, Su Yang and Amano Yuma disappeared in Juwang town. Now, the place where they are is the so-called dimensional gap, which is Orpheus's home, Chiria, where the gods wander. In the crevice of the dimension, creatures with insufficient strength will slowly annihilate here. Su Yang can guarantee that she will not disappear by virtue of her powerful essence, but Amano Yuma is different, she is just an ordinary fallen angel. Yang sang. Is this? Amano Zima stretched out the wings of the fallen angel. Now that she knew her identity had been exposed, she had no hidden meaning. I brought you here to make you my thing. Su Yang said lightly. There was a golden light in his eyes. The ninth incarnation. What became Yang Sang? That is to say? Amano Zima didn't expect Su Yang to be so direct. Obviously we met for the first time today. Being an item of Yang Sang, I don't hate it. It's not impossible to be here today, but, can Yang Sang follow me back to the fallen angel's side afterwards? There was a hint of shyness on Amano Yuma's face, this time she was really shy. Maybe you have misunderstood the meaning of what I said. I want you to be my thing. Su Yang smiled. He really didn't expect that he would start Amano Yuma's route by playing. Chapter 48. If he can pass the Gal game casually with his knowledge, he feels that he can even pow Amano Yuma as a human. Unfortunately, he did not have this willingness. A bright golden brilliance came out from behind him. Unlike Gautama Siddhartha in the general sense, Su Yang's body embodies a sense of sacredness that attracts people's pilgrimage and conviction. The so-called sense of sacredness is mainly composed of two emotions, one is mystery and the other is trust. It sounds like two contradictory words. From a scientific point of view, mystery is the unknown. Since it is the unknown, how can there be a sense of trust? However, this kind of feeling has existed since ancient times. The things named Zongjiao and faith perfectly interpret this feeling. This light is. A feeling rose from her heart. Want to stay with this person, want to believe in this person, become a believer of this person, want to be favored by him. Want to be a part of this person, even if you can't, as long as you can look at this great existence, it's already an honor for yourself. Amano Yuma is very clear that this kind of emotion is in her heart at this time. It used to be against Asakar, now it is against his new master. Reincarnation Holy Light. This is a power belonging to ninth incarnation Gautama Siddhartha. After he advanced to become an intermediate demon, he gained this power to attract others to believe. He can feel that there are other incarnations with power that he has not fully developed. For example, the simplest one is to directly transform yourself into an avatar, thereby turning the imaginary into reality, and truly use an avatar that is larger than the world to fight. It's a pity that he can't do this with his current physical fitness. At least it needs the strength of the upper-level demon and even the highest-level demon to be able to do it. My lord. After the light dissipated, Su Yang felt Amanozima's frantic gaze. Su Yang frowned. She knew that Yuma Amano was in a frenzy now. It's a success, but it's still not practical enough. After this power reaches the latter realm, it should be able to directly distort the beliefs of others, but there are still some conditions to use it now. First, the target cannot be too hostile to himself, and second, it must be a person whose hard power is much lower than himself. The realm of hard power he showed was an intermediate demon, and his true combat power had reached the apex of a superior demon. Of course, this is under normal circumstances. When the holy light shining on Amanozima, Su Yang heard the sound of the completion of the system mission. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the plot check-in. Sign-in level, Gold. Sign-in plot pseudo-female heroines surrender. Congratulations to the host for the reward Super Magic Quality Burst. Quality Burst is the ultimate decomposition magic. Has the ability to decompose mass into energy. Since mass is directly decomposed into energy, there is no energy loss caused by the generation of neutrinos in the annihilation reaction. According to the mass-energy equation, the mass multiplied by the speed of light squared is converted into energy. A drop of water, the heat released by the decomposition of 50 mg of mass is 1 kiloton T.N.T equivalent. Oh, it's the magical version of Spotter Ya's skill, not bad, but the energy required for activation seems to be a little bit too much. Su Yang was very interested in the new knowledge of magic that had not yet been fully learned. The more sophisticated the magic, the more interested it is. Of course, the main task at this stage is the basic spells of all systems in the world. The better the foundation, the higher the building can be. Chapter 32. The last chapter may only be because too many sensitive words were banned, and only after the review and release tomorrow. Everyone knows that it will be done after receiving Amano Yuma. Go, Linley is back. Su Yang stretched out his hand and motioned to Amanozima to pull his hand. My lord, can you call them Amano Yuma? Against her slightly rosy cheeks, Amanozima looked at Su Yang and said. The meaning in her eyes is not only deep faith, but also love and yearning. Hey? Why? Su Yang asked while using the power of the fifth incarnation. Because this is the name someone used when they first met the Lord. The two people disappeared in the crevice of the dimension, leaving such a sentence in the crevice of the dimension. In Su Yang's small villa, two figures appeared here instantly. Your task will be a maid in the future, do you know? Su Yang looked at Amanozima, who looked at him obsessively, always feeling weird. It may be that his identity has changed so quickly, he has never felt the feeling of being believed by others, so it feels weird. By the way, just call me Master or Master Yang. My lord, do you always feel like you are a stick? But on second thought, Shakyamuni seems to be one of the strongest sticks. After all, it is still the double-digit combat power in the box court, just like is the top club. Okay, Master. Amano Yuma licked her hand and said with a smile. Don't look at me here, go clean the room or cook. Chapter 49. Su Yang has always been able to feel her blazing gaze, so that he has always been living alone. At most, he is a little unaccustomed to asking for housekeeping on weekends. Oh yes. Licking her hand again, Amano Yuma's eyes were full of coquettishness instead of the innocence they had previously covered up. Of course, she can easily change back to the original pure girl if she switches the mode. By the way, it seems that the hand she was licking was the hand that had been in contact with Su Yang before. This is a little bit out of the scope of faith, there is absolutely no problem in calling it a metamorphosis. Essay, the happy learning time has begun. Without Zima Amano's sight, Su Yang finally restarted his study. He took out Ashoka's crystal ball and started studying again. The latter courses are a little bit more difficult than the previous basic courses. The issue of compatibility and coordination between fairy magic and alchemy, summary of Nordic magic and wizard magic. The deployment and application of multiple seal magic circles, the comprehensive application of magic characteristics, the transfer process of soul-type artifacts. Sure enough, learning makes him happy. There is a feeling that he is becoming more and more fulfilled. The most reassuring thing is not money and status, but the power to protect everything. This thing is also given to me, it seems to be quite at ease for me. Su Yang squinted his eyes, and he saw a subject, the possibility of magic and sacred power working together. Don't worry about what I learned, and then guess the message that the God of the Bible has died. While studying in Su Yang, Amano Zima also watched her new master. Ah, how sacred, how wise, how full of charm and intelligence, this is my lord. Amano Yuma poured his original passion and belief in Asakel completely onto Su Yang. Oh, by the way, according to my lord's will, you have to be a qualified maid. Amano Yuma suddenly remembered an important thing. Since being for the Lord is the whole meaning of one's existence, then one must complete one's own task. Quickly took out the mobile phone, even though she was a fallen angel, she would still use items useful to the human world. An article attracted her attention. How to develop a perfect maid. Okay. That's it. Although I am not a perfect maid yet, I will become one day. Amano Yuma. He set such a goal for himself. The other side. Su Yang, who had formally entered the state of learning, naturally did not notice Amano Yuma's gaze. The study time always flies quickly. But, one thing took him out of the state of learning. Long. A wave of Longwei came from not far away. This breath is, the breath of the Along Emperor. Su Yang squinted his eyes. It seemed that something went wrong on Hayato Issei's side. The eighth incarnation of Haitian. Switching to the eighth incarnation, Su Yang expanded his perception to the limit and discovered the situation of Emperor Along. This situation, is it possible that this is Hayato Issei's destined event? Su Yang shook his head, Hayato Issei is still unlucky. Zima, I'll go out and have a look, you can stay at home. Without waiting for Zima Amano to answer, Su Yang stretched out his foot forward, and then disappeared at home. Welcome my lord back. Amano Yuma said respectfully, kneeling halfway. Using the power of dwarf Varmana, Su Yang arrived at Hayato Issei's home in an instant. Oh! Seeing Hayato Issei who fell in a pool of blood, Su Yang couldn't help sighing. He had obviously replaced him on a date with Amano Yuma, but he still did not escape the fate of death. According to his current injury, it is estimated that even if Lias uses the devil chess piece, there is no way to save it. Strictly speaking, the current Hayato Issei is already a corpse, and even the Seker Uti is leaving his body, so it is said that the dragon will be leaked. You go back first. Su Yang said lightly to the Along Emperor. Hey? Are you kidding? Kid. A trace of disdain was revealed in the emerald-like eyes of Emperor Along. In this case, even the most powerful healing magic is useless, unless you can take out the tears of Phoenix right away. Can your kid take out this kind of thing? Besides, he had long wanted to break away from this very weak host. If it were this host, he would probably lose the battle with the white guy this time. Of course, if this host awakens, he must also perform his duties as a divine weapon and combat partner. I said, you can go back. Su Yang repeated it again. Chapter 50. Boy, you are sick. My uncle is going to slip away. Along Emperor decided to ignore this stupid human being. However, in the next second, he was stunned. Behind Su Yang, a silver phantom appeared. World Dragon Club Limo. Although you can't use power, but if you can use power, there will be no problems. What? This phantom is the Red Dragon Emperor, who was about to leave the host and follow the mechanism of the divine tool to go to the next host, was shocked by the terrifying aura. This is one of the phantoms that appeared in this town that day. Ilong Emperor's dragon soul was trembling. This is the crushing of the high-dimensional dragon to the low-dimensional. After swallowing, Emperor Ilong obediently returned to Hyuduisei's body. The reason why Su Yang used this skill so directly was simple, because he had just opened a high-level sign-in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot check-in. Sign-in level, Diamond. Sign-in plot: the combination of Red Dragon and White Dragon. Sign-in plot: the handshake between the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor's host. Sign-in time limit, 1 year. Just because he saw this sign when he saw Hyuduisei, Su Yang forced the Chiryu Emperor back into Hyuduisei's body. Chapter 33. Diamond level sign-in. Now a total of 2 have been opened, the Demon King Girl and the Ilong Emperor White Dragon Emperor, although neither can be completed in a short time, but Su Yang has the need to complete and the confidence to complete. He knew how valuable a king level sign-in was. It was just an incarnation of Vishnu from the origin, and he directly raised his potential to a quasi-single digit, even a single digit. Because Vishnu in the Hakata world is too buggy, it is said that the incarnations of the top 10 gods are all part of Vishnu's body. And with these incarnations at the same time, his potential theoretically has surpassed the limit of double digits. The diamond level sign-in, even though it is a level lower than the king level, is a huge bonus for him. In order to complete this sign-in, he was not able to let Hyuduisei hang up for the time being. If he dies, let's not say whether he can discover the Sekiruti within a year and develop a master who can fight against Wali. If the new host is a male, this task is extremely difficult. After all, not everyone is gay. If it is a woman, Su Yang will give the female disciple she cultivated to Wali? How can this be? Therefore, in order to avoid becoming more troublesome, Su Yang forcibly left the Sekiruti in Hyuduisei's body. Don't worry, how could I let you stay in the body of a dead person? Realize. God's chess piece. A golden chess piece appeared in Su Yang's hand. Do you want to reincarnate? Drake said cautiously. At this time, there was a trace of luck in his heart. This person seems to have a good relationship with his own wastewood host. With the help of this person, it seems that defeating the white guy this time is impossible. That's it. Su Yang casually threw a golden chess piece on Hyuduisei's body, and then began to use the reincarnation magic. This is naturally a soldier pawn, and perhaps the most suitable for Hyuduise. After all, the surname is also called Hyudo. If you want to reincarnate in the Red Dragon Emperor, you need at least 8 soldiers and demon pieces, and the gods pieces, only 1 piece is enough. Summa, can you hear me? While Hyuduisei was reincarnating, Su Yang contacted Yuma Amano at the same time. No need to use power, just a distance of tens of meters, Su Yang can easily pass the magic circle. Master? What's the matter? Well, there is a task for you to capture Meteor back, your former fallen angel partner. Midelt, a fallen angel with a lowly size, was the one who killed Hyuduisei just now. It is estimated that he knew that Yuma Amano was not able to move freely, and then came to investigate on his own initiative. After the investigation, he killed Hyuduisei. Master's task, I will definitely complete it. Well, I'll leave it to you. Su Yang nodded and said. After dispatching this task to Amano Yuma, Su Yang sat in a chair beside him. After he gave out the chess pieces, Hyuduisei's life activities resumed, and he is now completing rebirth and evolution. But that Lolita fallen angel is really cruel. It's just here when I killed it. I don't know if Makoto's parents downstairs will go crazy seeing this kind of sight. Oh, at any rate, take a decent look to falsify other people's memories. Middled, a lazy lowly fallen angel. A few minutes later, Hayato Issei's reincarnation was completed. Unlike ordinary devil chess pieces, God's chess pieces have a strong binding effect on the dependents. If the owner intends, he can directly use the absolute command power similar to Lingsha to achieve absolute control over the dependents. It looks like it will take a while to wake up, but I don't have time to watch it here. Hey Drake, can you hear me? Su Yang called Drake again. Chapter 51. The Sekurui Drake didn't say anything after being frightened just now, and stayed quietly in Hayato Issei's body. Unknown Dragon God, what is your order? Drake uttered a voice that was majestic but revealed a hint of lack of confidence. Majesty means that the waveform of his voice is that kind of majestic waveform, and lack of confidence means that he speaks with awe and respect. When Hayato Isse wakes up, you tell him everything he should know. I don't bother to talk to him slowly. After he is reincarnated, you will be able to appear freely, right? Yes, the unknown Lord Dragon God. He could feel that after being reincarnated, Hayato Issei's physical fitness had risen to the level of an intermediate demon, and his physique had also changed a lot. In this case, maybe you can beat that white guy. Just call me Yang. Okay, Lord Yang. Although Su Yang didn't seem to care much about etiquette, Drake didn't dare to be offside. Respect for the strong is the commonality of the dragon clan. Dragon race is the type that the harder you beat him, the more he recognizes you and respects you. Okay, I beg you for Isse's affairs. You must do your best to assist him. This time your opponent is the descendant of the previous Demon King, the so-called half-demon and half-human, whose talent is among the white dragons of the past. It's also the best. Okay. Lord Yang, I understand. Hearing that the white guy had found such a good host, Drake also ignited. Although he hopes to defeat the White Dragon Emperor, he does not hope that the host of the White Dragon Emperor is a weak chicken. It's good to understand, then, I'll leave first. Su Yang disappeared as soon as he strode. He has always been a person who pursues efficiency. The unknown dragon god, even far superior to the great Chi and infinite dragon god in personality, did not expect that there would be such a existence in the world. Drake's tone was full of yearning and awe. When Su Yang left just now, he didn't even notice the slightest spatial fluctuation. It's as if heaven and earth were born at the feet of that adult. However, the emergence of such a strong man will definitely have a lot of impact on the world's structure, and the forces in the world will surely usher in a new wave of reshuffle. I am looking forward to what kind of development there will be. The Dragon Clan has always been a symbol of power, and it will definitely lead to an extraordinary destiny because of its own power. The Urshenlong is still so, let alone this adult who has surpassed the realm of the Dragon God. Although the host this time has shortcomings in aptitude, with the care of that adult, he might reach a realm that the previous host has never reached before. Beyond the realm of Tianlong. Yuchen in the original plot did reach this level at a certain time, relying on his dedication to European school and dreams. Now it's not necessarily true, after all, it seems that there are only milk gods and no gods in another world. Without the blessing of the of milk, whether he could reach that state would have to be questioned. But if the condition for Wally to be attacked by Ise is that Ise reaches the realm of transcending the Tianlong, then Ise can definitely achieve it. Because Su Yang wants him to reach it. Su Yang, who accepted the first family member, returned home. Learning. Learning makes me happy. Su Yang continued to start his own study. From small to large, he has maintained the desire for knowledge and the exploration of the unknown. After awakening the power of 10 incarnations, it became even worse. His dream. It is estimated that I should read as much as possible, and marry a girl I like. They are all very simple dreams, that is, this is the level of reading more books in the world as much as possible, marrying the girl you like, and the level of being together as long as the girl you like. Chapter 34. He has always been a greedy person. But greed is not a bad thing. Greed can also be called having ideals and ambitions. Ideals and ambitions have always been things that promote human progress. Although, in terms of lifespan, he who had obtained near immortal power is not a human being now. By the way, is that girl still waiting for me there? Su Yang remembered one thing. Didn't Joan have been tricked there by herself before? With that guy's character, shouldn't you still be there waiting now, right? It was past 11 now, and it was time for him to go to bed. It just so happened. After learning a new magic, let's see what she is doing. Su Yang stretched out his hand towards the front, first of all water magic. A calm water mirror appeared in the air, without a trace of waves. Then this. After some debugging, the scene outside Juwang Town appeared in front of Su Yang. Outside Juwang Town, Joan's high-heeled shoes kept stepping on the ground, and Shu Lingling's eyes were filled with shame and anger. Why haven't you come yet? Joan stomped the ground, and a small earthquake was generated on the ground nearby. Looking at the deep pit that cracked around her from the center, it was easy to understand how much strength she had used. Look at the countless deep pits around you. There are overlapping places and non-overlapping places. Chapter 52. Calculated based on the number, if she stepped on a different place each time, she would have stepped on it 33 times. If you keep crying and howling and making small earthquakes, I am afraid that some urban legend will be formed. Su Yang stroked his chin. Although this Joan of Arc did not fit his appetite among fate, she was also a beauty. She believed in herself so much, but she tricked her into being bitten by mosquitoes in the mountains and forests. Still a little bit sad. Of course, more of it is pleasure, laughs. Su Yang felt that under the impetus of the system, he seemed to have awakened some incredible hobby. Ah, why hasn't he come yet? Was he killed by the fallen angel? Or did he meet an enemy that he could not resist? After venting the fire, Jean began to speak to herself again. Well, maybe it was because she had a high degree of affection for Su Yang in her heart, so she didn't suspect that Su Yang was lying to her. Such a silly and lovely person, Su Yang King was really a little embarrassed. But, it is also because of the silly cuteness, so it is very funny to tease, funny. It's almost 12 o'clock, I will go back if I don't come again. Yeah, who is irritating our Miss Joan? A voice came from the space and spread around. This is George's voice. Jean heard who the owner of this voice was, and it was George who sent her to the town of King for investigation today. Hey! I am very unhappy today. Joan pursed her mouth in dissatisfaction, but she still didn't wait for that person. Is he lost? Or was it killed by someone else? Oh? What's unhappy? Say it to me and make everyone happy? He didn't say the last sentence, but he really wanted to know what made Joan so strange. Didn't I come here today to investigate the phantoms that appeared here? Joan began to talk about her experience today. It's like asking people in the small town, have there been any strange things happening recently? I cut off a few fallen angels easily. I met a little gangster who came up with and fixed it hard or something like that. Of course, the most important thing was that she met Su Yang, the successor of the majestic Rama. After listening to Joan's story, his expression became so subtle that he almost couldn't help but smile a little in the middle. Then what? Hey! He took a deep breath and looked at Jean's eyes seriously. I think you might have been deceived by someone else. Although it was cruel to Joan, George still planned to tell her the truth. After all, it would be too pitiful if you didn't even know that you were deceived. I was cheated. How could it be possible? After hearing George's words, Joan was relieved. She was deceived? Was deceived by the handsome guy who claimed to be Mahatma Rama? No way. Joan comforted herself in her heart. Jan of Arc, I ask you, do you have his address? No. Then, do you have his contact information? Nothing either. Can you guarantee that you can find him? Wu no. A gleam of sparkle flashed in Joan's eyes, she really had no way to find Su Yang. So, are you deceived? George helped his forehead. Sure enough, Joan is worthy of being the offspring of a French country girl, it is simply a cultural desert plus a social desert. I. There were crystal clear tears flowing in Joan's eyes, and they almost flowed out. No. Baby Jean. You have to stand up. You can't cry. You are the offspring of a hero. Joan kept telling herself this, but tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Woohoo, I was deceived, George, I was deceived by a man. Joan finally burst into tears like this. Yeah. George scratched his head helplessly, and then activated his artifact. Don't show your family ugliness. You should cry after you return to your base. By the way, you can make everyone laugh at you. In the mountains where a considerable part of them collapsed, and even the ground veins sank a few centimeters, as the red mist dissipated, Joan of Arc and George disappeared outside Juwang town. Su Yang also put away the magic circle that was watching them. It is worthy of the magic circle recorded in Akuka's offline tutorial. Although there is a reason why George did not carry out investigations, it does have a strong concealment. Ashika offline tutorials, all I have used are good. It's almost time to go to bed, it's already the next day. Chapter 53. I don't know if it was to help Su Yang form the early habit, and the daily sign-in was refreshed at 7 o'clock in the morning. Wang. However, just when he just lay down, green lights began to flash on his roof. Ashika's magic circle? Why is he looking for me so late? Akuka's magic circle was a magic circle that Su Yang was familiar with and could no longer be familiar with. Moreover, unlike the previous projection magic, Akuka now uses transfer magic. The Demon King Akuka is coming. Su Yang yawned, sorted out his pajamas, and stood in front of the magic circle. When he was just getting ready, a transcendent demon lord with a forgiving hair color descended. Sorry, Jun Yang, I'm bothering you so late, but I came to see you on business. Akuka said with a hint of apology. I just prepared the test equipment, can I take a trip with me? That is half an hour's work. I need the data of your various strengths to make certain improvements to my teaching plan. Test my current strength? But I think my strength may grow very quickly. The data tested now will have no reference value soon. Chapter 35. Su Yang remembered one thing. At least he hasn't encountered an opportunity to release his strength with all his strength. I guess, Yang Jun should have gained the power of one of the incarnations that came that day, right? Akuka saw that Su Yang was still hesitating, and said, yes. Seeing Su Yang confessed directly, Akuka continued. Yang Jun's body should have the power of Rama, and is the power of Rama from another world. Akuka continued. That's right. The power of Rama from another world. When he said that he had awakened the hero's bloodline, Akuka felt a little strange, and went back, and after careful research and investigation, he determined the nature of Su Yang's power. Power from another world. Because, let alone Rama in the high school world, even Vishnu doesn't have such a powerful power. It's almost like that. Su Yang nodded again. In fact, he knew that Akuka had seen through his identity. No matter what kind of existence in this world, if you want to explore his body, you will get the result of just an ordinary person, and Orpheus is the same. If Orpheus hadn't watched Su Yang absorb the incarnation with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe that this human being, who was just an ordinary person, had such a powerful power no matter how she probed it. Akuka also got the result that Su Yang was an ordinary person. But the power that Su Yang showed was definitely not an ordinary person. Then the reason is very simple. Su Yang has a power that Akuka can't detect in Su Yang's body. What power is he unable to detect? His strength is among the best in the world, and future international competitions are also held by him, so there is only one option. Yang Jun, don't have to worry about my thoughts, after all, we are masters and apprentices. Before you grow up, the underworld is your greatest shelter. Akuka is resting on Su Yang's heart. But, after you have the strength, you must protect the underworld, right? I still know this kind of thing. Su Yang smiled slightly and said. It is equal. It can even be said that a friendly transaction. It's almost the same as Yang Jun's understanding. I want Yang Jun's data today to help Yang Jun grow faster. If I don't have enough understanding, I can't make a future teaching plan. For Su Yang, Akuka was really convinced. When he came, he took a look at Su Yang's study progress by the way. If he doesn't get the data again today, he feels that he really cannot keep up. Okay, let's go now. Su Yang sighed. In fact, his identity will be exposed to Akuka. He also had expectations, so it is said that a part of forging his own strength has been added to the construction of the system today. In this case, no matter how much other people probe, they can only detect Su Yang's disguised strength. Because they couldn't see Su Yang's own strength at all, they said that they only believed in the facts they saw, instead of getting the result that Su Yang was just an ordinary person. Okay, let's go. After saying this, a magic circle appeared at the feet of Akuka and Su Yang. Transfer magic. Start up. As the green light dissipated, the two disappeared into the human world. This is your test site. Time is in a hurry. You can only create such a different space. This is a strange space that was just created by Akuka in the crevice of the dimension. Okay, let's get started then. Su Yang said naturally, looking confident. The automatic operation system is not a joke. Even if he hangs up now, he has the ability to kill the person who killed him. In the system created today, he directly added the method of coping after losing his vital signs. Chapter 54. Detect the hostility of people around you to yourself, and burst out the final power. Direct use of it will squeeze out your strongest power in an instant. To annihilate the enemy, the specific avatar used depends on the nature of the enemy. This mechanism is a precautionary measure for Su Yang to worry about being killed instantly by someone else's conspiracy, but he may not have the opportunity to use it in his life. But it is his habit to try his best to do what should be done for all situations. With his current strength, there are still many that can kill him in this world. The test begins. The first item. Power. With Akuka's announcement, Su Yang's test officially began. Although you may treat me sincerely, teacher, I still can't use my full strength. Su Yang sighed. Now that you have set your own settings, you must implement your own settings to the end. Su Yang will only use the power of Rama's incarnation in this test. Boom! Su Yang's fist slammed into the test instrument that Akuka had prepared. As a result of the strength test, the superior demon is on top. Akuka twitched the corners of her mouth. He remembered that Su Yang had said, and he had just detected that Su Yang's hard power had just entered the intermediate demon. If I didn't know that you didn't need to lie to me, how could I not believe that you are a middle-level demon? Speed test, the peak of the superior demon. Responsiveness test, the superior demon is superior. Sacred instrument determination. Finally came the link that made him a little bit painful. Yang Jun, according to what you said, how many divine tools are there in your three-phase blessing divine tools treasure house? Akuka took a deep breath and asked. It's really amazing. If it is based on what Su Yang said, then his Rama in this different world has all the weapons of the gods and Buddhas in the sky. Akuka never thought about the possibility of 10 incarnations in Su Yang. Because this possibility is really too small. If this is true, it would be too shocking. It may be that other phantoms are similar to the Rama in Yang Jun, lodged in humans, but they have not been able to awaken and manifest, or they have manifested without being discovered by them. Even if no one else was found, Su Yang, who had the power of awakening Rama, stood on the side of the underworld, it was enough. In this case, even if other phantom depositors are found by other forces, the underworld also has an equivalent existence. According to his analysis, it was Vishnu who came from a higher dimension, which he believed might have been inferred by other gods. However, the Rama avatar is a top-level existence even among the top 10 avatars of Vishnu, and is not afraid of other avatars at all. It's just that this Rama seems to have different abilities from the Rama that has existed in this world, which is one of the reasons why he wants to test it. Facing Akuka's question, Su Yang shook his head. I don't know exactly what's in it, but I can only take out low-level weapons. If I want to take out high-level things, I'm afraid I will have to wait until I become stronger. Aside from other things, if a top weapon hits Heiji's body, it will be severely injured. How could it be just a knock-up plus a little bit of minor injury? Okay, let's start the test. Akuka feels that people are really incomparable. It is the devil and the evildoer that cannot be compared. In the past, his talent was strong, and he also led an era among the younger generation. No matter what kind of knowledge and enemies it was, it eventually became the capital for him to become stronger. But no matter how enchanting he is, at best he can kill the strongest middle-level demon when he is a middle-level demon. It is impossible to have all-round superior demon attributes like this. And Su Yang? But with the ability to learn completely beyond oneself, there are still so many bug capabilities. Do you want people to live? Chapter 36. Looking at the rows of weapons sticking into the test field, Akuka swallowed uncomfortably. The result of the measurement. The three-phase blessing of the gods, the basic attack power, the upper-level demon is the lower. With Akuka's increasingly suspicious look in life, Su Yang's test went so smoothly. Then, the last item, the actual test. I don't know. Akuka, who had doubted his life several times, finally showed a relaxed look. The stronger Su Yang is, the more nervous the course production on his side will be. Practical test. Su Yang raised his eyebrows. Practical test? Here are the two of us. Do you want me to shoot you to death with my trump cards and then become half-failed? Your opponent is him. Akuka pointed towards a place. A huge teleportation circle appeared in the place where Akuka was pointing. The breath of a powerful dragon leaked from the teleportation circle. Coupled with the powerful demon aura on him, Su Yang had already guessed his identity. Saint Tanin, the Devil Dragon. One of the original 6 Dragon Kings, with power above the Demon King level. In order to continue the continuation of the Dragon Clan, he took the initiative to become a demon, thus obtaining a good dragon with a large territory from the underworld. Chapter 55. Well, good dragon. Still a good dragon to sign in. So that Su Yang's eyes became excited the first time he saw him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot check-in. Sign-in level, Gold. Sign-in plot: the fear of the Dragon King. Plot: let the magic dragon Saint Tanin fear him. Sign-in time limit, 1 hour. Yo, Master Akuka, is this the one you want me to help test? With the disappearance of the teleportation circle, Tanning appeared in front of Su Yang with a body comparable to a mountain. Dragon King level. Akuka found such a test subject for Su Yang. Saint Tanning, the magic dragon, is basically the strongest combat power in the underworld except for these 2 transcendent demon kings. Yes, Tanning, I will trouble you today. Akuka said with a smile. He was broken for this kid, and he was able to make an appointment with Tanning within a day, and only 2 transcendent level demon kings had this face. Haha, boy, show off the power of the Dragon King in front of you today. Tanning looked up to the sky and roared, and the roar of the dragon blew a wave of air on the ground and lifted the boulders on the ground easily. This is the roar of the Dragon King. Your Excellency Tanning. Hello, I am Su Yang. I will discuss with Your Excellency in a while, but please remember to take back your strength. My small body can't stand the Dragon King. The devastation. Su Yang said with a smile. Oh, I'm still a polite kid, haha, don't worry, I'll definitely do it lightly. Tanning also said with a big grin. Tanning, pay attention. Akuka said a little uneasy. He always felt, Su Yang's smile was very strange, giving him an ominous premonition. Oh Master Akuka, don't worry, I will keep my hand. Tanning opened his mouth and expelled a breath of dragon. Okay. Akuka sighed. He meant that Tanning, you should be careful not to be seriously injured by Su Yang, not that you should be careful not to bully Su Yang too hard. Although Su Yang did not show this tendency, Akuka had this instinct. Please don't use moves that will cause irreversible disability to both sides. In addition, if there is an unexpected situation in the battle, I will stop it. That's it, do you know? Well, this sentence was addressed to both parties, not to Tanning unilaterally. Ashika-sama is really fine. Don't worry, I will pay attention. Tanning said indifferently. He is not going to put a heavy hand on a junior, and if he puts a heavy hand on the junior, so that the junior is seriously injured, it will also be detrimental to his prestige. He just came to test Su Yang's greatest potential. Only when he fell into a dangerous situation during the battle, might Su Yang show his hidden strength. Su Yang didn't speak, and nodded softly. He certainly wouldn't be like Tanning, saying that he would keep his hands. On the contrary, he will not keep his hands, but will use more than usual combat power. Okay. Please stand to the prescribed place. Akuka suppressed the anxiety in her heart and stood in the middle of the two people. He wasn't joking just now, if there was an accident, he would definitely take action. Boy, just attack me, let me see your abilities. I heard that you are still Akuka-sama's disciple? Can you embarrass Akuka-sama? After Tanning arrived at the designated location, with his boldness and majesty, he still easily transmitted his voice to Su Yang. Well, Tanning, I will do my best. Su Yang said lightly. Since he only intends to expose his Rama incarnation in front of Akuka, some adjustments are needed. I announce. Akukati said. The battle begins. Following Akuka's announcement, Su Yang opened his closed eyes. The pentagram in the eyes released a mysterious light. It is a pair of eyes that seem to be able to see everything in the world and see through all truth. Black Sky Krishna. Dwarf Varmana. Mahatma Rama. Chapter 56. Su Yang used the power of 3 incarnations at the same time. Although the fighting power is only Rama, it is necessary to use another avatar. Haitian guarantees the maximization of his own perception and at the same time can insight into Tanning's weakness, while Dwarf guarantees that he can slip away when Tanning is too late to stop. There is no trace of magic, is it relying on the extremely powerful physique of the dragon family. Tanning, who was watched by Su Yang, felt uncomfortable all over, but still stood still. Juniors have the right to attack first, which is normal. In order to raise the upper limit of that thing, it seems that we have to use a little extraordinary power. Su Yang squinted his eyes, his body burst out with an astonishing aura that exceeded his limit. Rama incarnation normal. Status change. Roma-incarnation-overlerlo.ad. Rama incarnation over limit. Hey, Master Akuka, what is the origin of this kid? The power shown now has the level of a demon king. That's right. Although the physical quality is still an intermediate level demon, the power that can be used directly soars to the devil level. The time is 1 minute. This is the limit of the state that Su Yang can bear now. If he continues to strengthen, not only his body will suffer huge damage, but it will even seriously endanger the origin. That is an injury that even the power of the eternal life of World Dragon Ju Limo cannot heal quickly. This is an excessive level that Su Yang made to restrict his power. Normally, there is no limit to the ability to upgrade all of your attributes by one stage or more, but it will consume physical and spiritual power. If you want to use the over-limit mode, it will cause different degrees of damage to the body, from physical exhaustion to damage to the source. In theory, he can directly exert all the power of the incarnation, but the price is that he is estimated to be directly hemiplegic. The original source will suffer unimaginable damage, and even death is not impossible. In the automatic operation system, if oneself is overshadowed by others, so that the revenge mechanism after oneself has been seconded, the powerful force at this stage will be directly used. The over-limit mode can use the excessive power between these two stages. It can be regarded as an intermediate overstate designed by Su Yang himself. It can guarantee a strong combat power while also ensuring that he will not hang up. Chapter 37. At this moment, Tanning felt this powerful aura that was as powerful as the devil. Facing Tanning's question, Akuka smiled bitterly. No. I never thought that this child was hiding so deeply. Akuka even suspected that even she would be in danger of life. Can you guarantee that what you see now is the full strength of Su Yang? Cannot. Who knows how deep this kid is hiding? The attack is coming. Akuka reminded Tanning that he felt the fluctuations in the surrounding space. In Kiju, the space around Tanning was rippled with layers of golden spatial ripples. The silver chain of the gods shoots out of it. Dozens of locks of the sky bound Tanning's body tightly in an instant. Su Yang's shot represents the official start of the battle. Ang! Tanning roared. He wanted to break free of the chains, but found that he couldn't do it at all. The increase in Su Yang's own power will greatly increase the lockdown power of the Lock of Heaven. Because of Tanning's huge body, the Dragon King's body that can be compared with the small mountain range, there is no possibility of avoiding the Lock of Heaven. But it's not over yet. Blade of Salvation. Appear with this. In Su Yang's hands, the magic weapon that released the glory of salvation gradually solidified. At the same time, endless golden gates are unfolded in the sky, and tens of thousands of thunder lights are released from the high-altitude mandala array at the same time. Boom 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 boom. The earth screamed. The weapons of the gods and Buddhas can be seen in the thunder light. Rama once defeated the 140,000 Raksha army with this treasure in an instant, and when he gave his strength, a huge amount of thunder light bombarded the earth like a meteor shower. Show the brilliance of Dhamma. At this time, under the condition of being restrained, the endless thunder light bombarded Tanning's body. Tanning, please ask for your own blessings. Akuka's eyelids were beating non-stop. He watched Su Yang once again took out something from the ripples of gold. From the appearance and fluctuations, he has guessed what it is. Brahma given bow. One of the most powerful artifacts that Rama holds. That's right. The so-called lock of the sky and the thunder of the blade of salvation are just means to delay time. To make Tanning fear, the ultimate means must be used. On the golden Brahma given bow, 3 arrows are accumulating power, and the terrifying aura and momentum made the surrounding space tremble slightly. This is Rama's greatest weapon, the golden divine bow Brahmadatta, and the 3 arrows bestowed by Lord Shiva. Using the power of Brahma's magic weapon to release 3 arrows of different natures at the same time with one shot, they have different aspects of the 3-phase magical treasure, completely annihilating the target. Chapter 57. In the legend, 1 arrow shot through 3,000 worlds. That's it. If Su Yang has reached the level of Vishnu, who is the incarnation of the 10 great kings, he can really do this. Unfortunately, it is still far from that level. But, it's enough to make a Dragon King fearful. If this arrow goes down, after calculation, Tanning will not die, but it will definitely be dying. The mere degree of dying will only be pulled back in time. Su Yang is still accumulating energy, he has been accumulating energy for more than 10 seconds. These times were created for him by the lock of heaven and the of three-phase blessing. After all, dragons are known for their physique, and they have no divinity. It is only a matter of time before they can break away from the lock of heaven. Su Yang deliberately left a channel for him and Tanning to look directly at each other, and did not allow Lei Guang to drown Tanning. Since it is to make Tanning fear, then he must feel positively. Yang, you really have a bit of nasty taste. Akuka looked at Su Yang, who had specially left a gap in the direction, and smiled helplessly. He could see the strength of the spiritual power bursting out of Su Yang's body at this time, and he could also feel the astonishing power on the arrow that was accumulating energy. The reason why Su Yang left a gap is to make Tanning feel this terrifying power directly. Ang! The fettered Tanning finally broke free. The huge body of the Dragon King is heading towards Su Yang against bursts of thunder light. Boy, don't underestimate the Dragon King. Tanning's footsteps were firm and firm. Although it was very slow, he was indeed slowly advancing towards Su Yang. No, I didn't underestimate you, I have always been serious, don't you see it? Su Yang shook his head. Then, with a thought, he took out another thing from his treasure house. I wipe it. Tanning couldn't help but explode. He felt a breath not much weaker than the Brahmin bow from this newly appearing divine tool. Because Su Yang is now accumulating energy for a long time, so he can only ask someone to do it for him. A majestic figure gradually turned into reality, holding the newly appearing divine bow in his hand. Although Su Yang could not directly use the power of the avatar itself, there was no problem in condensing an avatar capable of action. In Tanning's painful eyes, the incarnation of Rama condensed by Su Yang began to pull the bow. Moreover, unlike Su Yang, who needs to accumulate energy, Rama opened his bow directly. The magic weapon of the Beastmaster destroying the strong bow, Shiva. Rama shot an arrow, divided into thousands of light arrows in the air. Su Yang used the avatar just to delay time. This divine bow. According to legend, the bow of Shiva that Rama pulled off in order to marry Sita in the ceremony of King Yujana is also Sita's hand of reminiscence. Bow. When Rama uses this sacred tool, he shoots thousands of arrows composed of magical power that split automatically to track the enemy. Rama can detonate the arrows regardless of whether he touches the target or not. In terms of the scope of destruction and the total power of the projection, it can match other gods for a long time. Regardless of whether it is used for containment or for clearing soldiers, Su Yang feels that there is no problem in calling it the most commonly used and most convenient divine tool. Boom! 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 All the light arrows produced a terrifying explosion after hitting Tanning. Every blow explosion has the power of the Demon King. Tanning became extremely embarrassed and passive in an instant. Fuck! Where did this kid come out of, pervert? Tanning can't help but feel a little pain. Akuka-sama? When I typed the question mark, it was not that I thought I had a problem, but I thought you had a problem. You said this is your disciple? How do I feel like I'm fighting against people at the level of the 4 Devil Kings? Where did you find this pervert? For half a minute, Tanning was avoiding the light arrows, his dragon scales were easily lifted, and the flesh and blood of the Dragon King splashed on the ground in a different space. If he had encountered such an opponent before, he would definitely be very excited to face it. But now, no matter how you look at it, the opponent is at ease. And the bow and arrow that have no charge are like this, the one that has been charged for so long, and the one being pulled by Su Yang himself. How terrible is it? Tanning was not a fighting lunatic like an evil dragon. At this time, a guilty mood naturally emerged from the bottom of his heart. However, this mood changed dramatically in the next second. Because Su Yang's power accumulation is complete. After accumulating energy for a long time, Su Yang finally finished accumulating energy. Return to heaven, Brahmashira. Go! A light that seems to penetrate the heavens and the earth was released from the Brahma-given bow. The legendary arrow that can break through 3,000 worlds broke out. Chapter 38. Danger. Extremely dangerous. May hang up. Tanning, who had just escaped the light arrow attack, looked at the divine arrow coming out of the string, and an unprecedented sense of crisis emerged from the bottom of his heart. This sense of crisis, he has only felt in the Great Red and Orpheus. And here, with the release of the attack that could penetrate the world and penetrate the world, a man's slightly anxious voice came out. Chapter 58. Akuka used the transfer circle to appear in front of Tanning in an instant, and stretched out a hand. In a short period of time, the endless defensive magic blocked Tanning's front. A large number of magic circles render the sky colorful: demonic magic circle, oriental magic, Nordic magic, Akuka's own magic circle. Akuka has launched thousands of defensive circles in a very short time. Crack, crack, click. However, these magic circles were easily destroyed by Su Yang's return to the sky. Until the last one seems to be very cumbersome. In fact, it is indeed the kind of powerful combination magic circle that can be counted in the transcendence level. Crack, numerous cracks appeared on the combined array. Then, be penetrated again. On top of Akuka's palm. Bah! Akuka frowned slightly. The arrow broke through the physical defense of the transcendence level, and finally pierced Akuka's skin, piercing his outstretched palm. This was the most powerful arrow, and he stopped the other two arrows. Such offensive power, it seems that I underestimated Jun Yang. Now he is a mature combat power. Akuka sighed, and then began to treat herself with a healing technique. I'll go, I wipe, fuck. Tanning was constantly swearing, and he really felt like he would die. For the first time he felt that he was passing by with death. Even with the powerful heart of his Dragon King, it is still in the slowing stage of rapid heartbeat. Boom! After shooting the arrow, Su Yang half-kneeled on the ground. Hey, hey, hey! The spiritual power of the whole body was emptied in an instant. Although the spiritual power and origin are indeed recovering, it still has to wait a few days to restore the fighting power in the heyday. But fortunately, the mission has been completed, so he just gave up the battle so simply. If it wasn't for signing in, he wouldn't have done so much in the battle with Tanning. Ding! Congratulations on signing in to trigger the plot. Sign in level, Gold. Sign in plot: the fear of the Dragon King. Plot: let the magic dragon Saint Tainan fear him. Congratulations to the host for the reward: Sword of Oath of Victory, Star Sword version. Sword of Oath of Victory, the glorious holy sword to save the stars. In order to defeat the foreign enemies who are trying to destroy the stars, it can repel almost all evil golden blades. The form of the 6 restraints in the 13 restrictions of the Holy Sword after being opened. Since it has not liberated half of it, that is, more than 7 restraints, it has not yet exerted its true power. Even so, it is undoubtedly a fierce light to exterminate powerful evil. Unblocking the 13 seals has the super power to save the stars. X-level treasure, the Holy Sword of the Star? I remember, the Holy Sword of the Star is Arthur's version of the Holy Sword, is not Altria's version of the Holy Sword. The difference is, Arthur's Star Sword is X level, and Altria's Oath of Victory Sword is A++ level. Yang, Yang. Akuka looked at Su Yang and fell directly, shook his head helplessly, moved to Su Yang's side in an instant, and helped him up. You are really a little pervert. I don't think I am qualified to be your teacher anymore. Akuka said with a wry smile, with a sense of relief and helplessness. Teacher Akuka, I will take a nap, please send me back. After Su Yang said these words, his body fell into a dormant state. Although he didn't have the slightest injury on his body, he had suffered no minor or serious injuries in peacetime, and more importantly, he had consumed a lot of spiritual power and mental power. Oh! With a sigh, Akuka sent Su Yang back to the human world. Take a good rest, you may not have much time to rest next. Akuka's eyes were very firm. Since Su Yang has such strength, all his courses will be upgraded to the highest difficulty level. Even if you don't sleep, you must rush out the course. Master Akuka. Are you sure? Are he really your disciple? Tanning recovered from a state of shock. The average person doesn't know, he who belongs to the top of the underworld naturally knows which two transcendents there are in the underworld. This Su Yang, actually broke through the transcendence magic and physical defense? Indeed. Akuka looked at the sky between the dimensions and shook his head. Master Akuka, I saw the future of the underworld in him. No, it's the future of this world. Tanning said with confidence. Chapter 59. Akuka curled her lips. I have already said this. In short, today's test is fairly smooth. Akuka put an end to this test, and the different space slowly disappeared into the dimensional cracks. Indian system. A teenager with the appearance of a junior high school student with dark blue and black hair came to Brahma's site and found Brahma. Hey! Do you know where that fellow Vishnu is? He said unceremoniously. Brahma shook his head gently. I don't know, I just know that he has been restless after the abnormal changes in the Far East. He doesn't have any ambitions, so he can just keep going. It's just that there are quite a lot of people with all kinds of thoughts in their group. For example, Dishishan is one, and Shiva, who is regarded as a dead enemy by Dishishan, can also be counted as one. Seeing that Brahma didn't know Vishnu's presence, the young man named Shiva glanced at the sky. I've searched it all, but he is still missing, I think. Do you think he should be on the island in the Far East? I think so too. A star flashed through Brahma's eyes. Mango. It's probably to investigate the phantom that appeared. After all, this phantom has a lot to do with him, Shiva said. Others don't know, can they still be unclear? It's normal for Vishnu to sit still. What do you think it is? Brahma sighed. As a bastard, he doesn't want any big changes in the world. High-dimensional existence, the existence of so-called gods who crush us personally. Shiva said with certainty. He is also a famous fighting freak, but in the face of opponents of that personality, he can't even raise the slightest desire to fight. It was the first time he felt the feeling of being crushed. Even when facing the infinite dragon god, he would not feel that his life was in danger, but before just staring at those incarnations, he had a death experience that was almost suffocating. He didn't know that he didn't feel like he was going to die in the face of Orpheus, simply because Orpheus didn't have any relationship with anyone other than the emperor along hostility. Will the wheel of history finally turn again? Brahma sighed and said. However, the fact is, it is not that the wheels of history will turn, but that the frames of history will fall apart. Facing the enemy that even the first level of Emperor Elong could be cut off in the future, the frame of the history of his own world was about to fall apart. Chapter 39. At this time, I didn't know that I had been thought of by countless forces in the world, even if he knew that Su Yang, who was not worried at all, woke up from the bed. Ah, it hurts a bit. He touched his head, a little pain in his dizziness, as if he had a fever. In short, the physical condition is not very good. It seems that the original source was injured by using too strong force. Su Yang had a slight headache, and he felt a slight pain all over his body when he used the force. But at this level, it can still be tolerated. But in the next moment, a strange touch that had never been felt came from his lower body. Hi! Su Yang looked into the quilt. He thought it was Esther who ran out by himself while he was sleeping again. However, he saw a girl with long hair at night. Boom! Master, good morning. Amano Yuma raised her head and said with a smile, showing a shy expression. It seems that is the pure mode. What's the matter with this body on you? Su Yang straightened up slightly. Amano Yuma is now wearing a maid costume. Ah, this is the result of a long period of time after I followed the orders of my lord. Your result is to become a maid. Well, I did give you this kind of order. Su Yang sighed. Looked to the other side of him. Sure enough, Esther was lying on the other side of him. Becoming a maid is the master's requirement as a believer in the Lord. I will definitely achieve the Lord's will. Amano Yuma licked her lips. Sure enough, only being with the Lord is the most reassuring. If you can merge with the Lord, it will be your own supreme honor. Amano Yuma's beliefs have always been a bit distorted. By the way, breakfast is ready, master. Amano Zima jumped gently from the bed, and was able to stay with the Lord for more than a day, feeling the breath of the Lord, and getting close to the Lord's existence, which made her feel the supreme joy. Well, you go down first, I'll get down right away. Su Yang took out the school uniform in the closet, and looked at the time in the room. It was already 7:30. Forget it, I will use the power of the avatar to go directly to school in a while. Su Yang made such a decision. By the way, there is sign-in, let me see what has been updated in today's sign-in. Su Yang clicked on the system interface. Chapter 60. Ahem. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Looking at the interface of the system, his face changed slightly. Because he refreshed 2 tasks at once. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the daily plot check-in. Sign-in level, Diamond. Sign in the plot, the legendary Dragon Knight. Plot, become the legendary Dragon Knight. Riding a dragon can't ride a weak one, just a dragon of the Dragon King level is enough. Sign-in time limit, 7 days. Remaining time, 6 days. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the daily location check-in. Sign-in level, Bronze. Sign-in location, the top of the kitten's head. Sign-in time limit, 1 day. Remaining time, 23 hours. 2 daily check-ins, that is to say. That is to say, it is the 3rd day now. I was absent from class yesterday. Just after saying these words, Su Yang felt a pain rising from his head. Hiss! It looks like we will be weighing and using it next time. After getting dressed, while Su Yang was washing, he sighed when he looked at himself, who was visibly haggard in the mirror. Well, it's good if the task is completed. If it is all like this, the task has not been completed, then it will be a big loss. Right, one thing I forgot to tell the master, 2 groups of people came to visit the master yesterday. The voice of Amano Yuma came from below. Well, below. Su Yang's bedroom is on the 2nd floor, and the kitchen is on the 1st floor. I'm going, thing is a little troublesome. After hearing these words, Su Yang's expression became more subtle. These 2 groups of people should be Rias and Kanna, they have all been to their own homes, that is to say, they all know Kanna's existence? Esther, what happened when I was in a coma? Su Yang summoned Esther. He hasn't written into the system all the situations he might face when he is in a coma, so he can only rely on the lovely Esther. After connecting with Esther, Su Yang knew what happened while he was sleeping. Akuka sent herself back, and met Amano Yuma, who was looking for Su Yang in the house. She watched Akihaka support Su Yang, and directly attacked Akihaka. Simply, Esther ran out of the engraving of the elves in Su Yang's hand and explained the situation to both parties in his own clumsy language. After handing Su Yang to the 2 of them, and feeling the powerful power contained in Esther, Akuka left Su Yang with a projection notice and left. Then it was the next day. Su Yang's cell phone rang frantically because he didn't go to school. Yuma Amano is much more proficient in mechanics than Esther, so it is said that she answered the call. Then things are big. After knowing that Su Yang actually had a woman, actually 2, Kang Na immediately took Zhen Luo Chunji to Su Yang's house. Fortunately, Akuka left an image before he left. Akuka's persuasive power was much greater than that of Esther and Yuma Amano. After Kang Na left in the morning, Lias visited in the afternoon. She wanted to talk to Su Yang about something, but found out that Su Yang was not in school today, so she found Su Yang's home. Ria's reaction was similar to that of Sana, and finally left after leaving a very subtle look in her eyes. Hey! After reading Esther's memory, Su Yang's expression was a little strange. Not only this morning, in fact, Amano Yuma also sneaked into his bed yesterday morning, but at that time, no matter what she didn't wake Su Yang. Anyway, let's go to school first. Su Yang thought with a headache. In the infatuated eyes of Amano Yuma, Su Yang quickly finished his breakfast. You are really a little fairy Zima, remember to clean the house today. Before leaving, Su Yang said to Yuma Amano wearing a maid costume behind him. Hi, see you, master. Amano Yuma licked her lips, revealing a hint of coquettish and charming. Well, the mode change, sometimes coquettish, sometimes pure, in a sense is really full of magical charm. Bye. After Su Yang finished speaking, he stepped out and entered the Juwang Academy. Some things always have to be faced, besides, he doesn't have anything worthy of guilty conscience. He also wanted to ask where is the forest of the enchantress and how could he not go to school.